So we are on Zoom internally, so you can share exhibits. We also have the live YouTube feed. There are no witnesses signed in at this time. So you may want to check with them, Mr. Woodrum, because we'll want, unless you've got a live witness, because once we get our jurors, we'll want to get rolling and not waiting on people to log in.
You know, we're also going to have a Zoom witness today, obviously later. And I instructed her to, she's Central Time, she's in Mississippi, so I told her when she gets to the office, log into the Zoom and she'll get put in a waiting room.
Yeah, once I notice that someone's on, I'll put them in a waiting room so they're not listening to the testimony. That may not be a concern given the witnesses who are here. I leave that up to you, but my default will be to put them into waiting rooms. Just let them know that they're not being forgotten, they're just being parked.
And that's what I told her yesterday or Friday, whenever I emailed her about it, specifically. So thank you, Norm. I've got to did you want to agree before 17 most of the physical copies? I don't know.
All right, Ms. Orlansky has joined. I don't know if you can hear us, Ms. Orlansky. I'm going to move you into the waiting room where you will be until we can get all our jurors here. So it could be 10, 15 minutes. We're not ignoring you. We're just putting you into a safe, quiet space.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, I'll come back out when we hear, where are we up to? We're missing 3? Okay. And do we know who the 3 are? I mean, you don't need to tell me, but Monica knows, so she can, I'll go see what she says. Thanks.
The worst part of traffic for me is the neck traffic. 316. Where, yeah, there's kind of the sheriff's office area there on 316 right before you get to the Atlanta side of the map, Atlanta side of the hospital and stuff. That's the worst.
Near the airport out there.
There's just a couple of red lights there. 416. A ton of red lights. I used to go to Jefferson. And I considered doing that. I probably should have done that, but fortunately I had plenty of time. So. Yeah. This is. Well, this is the, yeah, that's the section. Yeah, that's right. You pretty much have to send it to Cheryl from my perspective. The risk is if there's any kind of identifying information in there. I mean, and you can recycle shred. What's one sheet that is like skin? And that's where I learned for everything I have. Like, but I mean, you have cord, so you the paper, yes. Yeah. So you just scan it. She must have a huge capacity. Never been triggered by the system. Yeah, it's a couple of hard drives and a couple of backup hard drives that Courtney and I can both work off of at the same time. So, I'll show you that.
You go home, you stay. Yes, I was actually following you on Friday, I think. No, Thursday. In Glen, the on the floor there. You know, awesome. Shelves, okay. Yeah, I get a car check. This whole bottle truck at 260,000. It was good. But 23 years old.
All right.
Good morning. Please be seated. I am told that all our jurors are here. So I think we can bring them in. Mr. Deutsch, anything from plaintiff before we do that? Mr. Woodrum, anything from your side? I still only have one person on the Zoom call. Ms. Orlansky's in the waiting room. So you may want to work on getting Todd if he's going to be joining us. Again, great if you can. We won't wait if he's not. Will Ms. Orlansky be the first witness you call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Let's bring the jurors in.
Your Honor, we would still question Zoom witnesses from the podium.
So wherever you want, as long as you're in front of a camera, which fundamentally means podium or council table, I'm open to either. You just need to, I'll probably be putting both of you on spotlight on the screen. We'll see. I don't know how to make it go. We might be able to turn that one around as long as it doesn't get unplugged. I don't know how that would work. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Happy Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 8D. Can tell by the smiles on your faces, you're happy to be here. Mr. Oliver, you remain our wayward juror. I hope you apologize to your 13 other colleagues. That would be his bad 2 days in a row. If we have a third day, I hope you can nail it. All right. We are still in the first, I call it half. I don't know that they'll be of equal length, but we're in the first half of the litigation that involves the plaintiff, Melvin Orlansky's claims against the defendant, Herb Orlansky, concerning administration of the trust. Mr. Deutsch rested on Thursday, and we are now hearing the evidence that Mr. Woodrum thinks is in rebuttal to the claims that Melvin brought against Herb. We had some testimony to that effect on Thursday, and now Mr. Woodrum's going to call his his next witness in connection with that. And it's a virtual witness. She'll be up on the screen. And we have today, I think maybe up to 3 witnesses who will be testifying via Zoom. Perfectly acceptable as long as both sides agree to it, and they have. If you all cannot see or hear, let me know. I don't know. Look at the screen here. She'll be big on the screen in a minute. I just teeing things up so you know what to expect. There will not be a witness up here at the witness stand. It will be remote testimony. In fact, we may have back-to-back remote witnesses. Mr. Woodrum, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you going to be questioning from the podium or from your desk?
I'll question from my desk.
Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, defendant calls Abby Orlansky.
All right. We put her on the screen there. Ms. Orlansky, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. Deputy Gordon is going to swear you in. I don't know what you're pointing to.
Can you put screen up?
I can't. I'll do that while we're underway. Ms. Orlansky, can you see Deputy Gordon? He's on a little screen that says podium.
Yes.
Great. If you could just follow his directions and then you'll be under oath.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
You can lower your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
Abby, last name Orlansky.
And Ms. Orlansky, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ms. Orlansky, what is your relation to Herb Orlansky and Melvin Orlansky?
Herb Orlansky is my father and Melvin Orlansky is my uncle.
And how are you related to Libby Orlansky?
Libby Orlansky is my grandmother, was my grandmother.
And do you recall when your grandmother came to live in Atlanta?
Let me stop for 1 sec. Is your microphone, is the light green or red on your microphone?
Red, Your Honor.
All right, make it green and bend the microphone towards you, that Ms. Orlansky can hear you better.
Is this better, Ms. Orlansky?
Yes, much better.
And Ms. Orlansky, do you recall what what Libby Orlansky's life was like in Atlanta?
Yes, I do.
And how was her life in relation to your family?
She lived a very good life when she was in Atlanta with my family. My brothers and I would all have sleepovers at her apartment. We would go out to eat with her every Friday night. She was always involved with our family dinners, sometimes trips with us. So she was very involved with our family, and we saw her weekly. My dad saw her more than we did, obviously, but.
And when you say you would go out to eat with her weekly, would that be at her facility or would that be outside of her facility?
Outside of her facility, we would go to various restaurants.
And when you mentioned that you would go on trips with her, would those be trips in town, out of town, a variety of trips?
Variety, sometimes to the mountains, one like to a wedding, to a family wedding.
And your grandmother lived in Atlanta from 2000 to 2015 when she passed away, just focusing on that last 5 years of her life. Do you recall her being restricted to a wheelchair at a certain point?
Yes, but it wasn't until the very end of her life, I think, maybe the last year or two. In 2010, she was able to walk. She wasn't confined to a wheelchair. She could get out of the wheelchair even when she was in it the last couple of years of her life. But she definitely, I would say in 2010, I don't remember exactly what year she got a wheelchair, but definitely the last 5 years of her life, she wasn't confined to one, maybe the last year or two.
And after she did require a wheelchair, did that stop her from going out to eat with you?
No, never. She still came out to eat with us.
Did that stop her from going on trips with you?
No. The last 5 years, I don't know how many, times we took her to the mountains with us, but her being in a wheelchair never stopped her from coming to anything with the family.
And Miss Orlansky, how old were you when your grandmother came to Atlanta?
So that was 2000, then I was 5 years old.
After your grandmother came to Atlanta, did you have the opportunity to attend college?
Yes.
And where did you attend college?
The University of Georgia.
And do you presently attend a graduate school?
I do.
And where do you attend graduate school?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
And what school would that be?
South University.
Can you say the name of the university again?
South University.
How do you spell that?
SOUTH.
And what program are you going to school for there?
Physician assistant.
Is that why you're wearing scrubs today?
Yes, I'm currently on a rotation right now.
And Ms. Orlansky, following your grandmother's passing, did your father inform you that you were a beneficiary of her trust?
Yes.
And did he tell you how much of a gift you were supposed to receive from the trust?
Yes.
Do you recall the amount of that gift?
Yes, it was $50,000.
And did your father, Mr. Orlansky, provide you with that $50,000?
He did, yes.
I have nothing further, Ms. Orlansky, but if you could hold on, opposing counsel may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Mr. Pearman, I can't get that screen to work right now, the bigger one, but Mr. Pearman's is on because I've been looking at his face. So he's good.
He's got to hold up his laptop here.
Great.
Good morning.
Mute your machine though.
Pardon?
Mute your machine. I'm happy to do it if that helps.
Is that better?
Yes.
Good morning, Miss Orlansky. Can you see and hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. Oh,
Okay.
now I can. Sorry, I switched screens.
Is your microphone on green or red?
Green.
Excellent.
So your testimony was that you were 5 years old when your grandmother moved to Atlanta. Is that right?
Yes.
And how old was she when she died?
She was 97, I believe.
Could she have been 98?
She was born in 1917, so I would have to do the math. I mean, yeah, she could have been 98. I don't know.
Okay. And what year did she die?
2015.
All right. So in 2010, how old would she have been?
92.
All right. So for so from 2010 onward, she was in her early to late 90s. Is that right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that she was in a wheelchair for at least the last year, but possibly 2 years of her life.
Yes.
Your grandmother was suffering from dementia or some sort of cognitive decline the last couple of years of her life. Is that right?
Maybe the last year of her life.
And would you characterize that as dementia? Was she forgetting things? Was she needing more assistance?
No, she wasn't needing more assistance. Her long-term memory was perfectly fine. And in regards to cognitive decline, sorry, I'm in the car right now. Probably not until the last, I don't know, maybe 6 months of her life had it even declined by anything noticeable. There was no sharp turn at any point. Just your normal dementia due to aging.
And let me ask you this. How old were you in 2010?
I was 15.
So in 2015, you were 20?
Yes.
All right. And you were already in college. So you would have started college in about 2013?
Yes.
When you went away to school, you said you went to UGA, right?
Yep.
When you were at UGA, did you see your grandmother less or about the same as when you were in high school and middle school?
Less, because I didn't live at home. I lived in Athens.
And what year did you graduate college?
2017.
Okay, so after your grandmother passed.
Yes.
So for the last 2 or 3 years of her life, you saw her less because you were away at school.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever discuss with your dad about his assistance or him assisting your grandmother with her finances?
No, I never discussed that with him.
Were you generally aware that he was assisting your grandmother with her finances?
Yeah.
And what was the extent of your knowledge? What did you know about how he was helping her with her finances and bills?
Just helping her organize everything and sort through things.
And do you remember about when he started doing that?
I don't remember a certain year. I'm not sure.
Would it have been, could you give us your best estimate? Would it have been 2010, 2011?
I don't know, maybe 2012 or 13.
So you think generally or roughly 2012, 2013, your dad started to assist your grandmother with her finances, help her pay her bills, those sorts of things?
I mean, it could have been earlier. I think he always, I mean, I'm sure he helped her earlier than that, but it might have been around then when he really started to assist her more as, you know, as she got older.
All right. Did your dad ever tell you, or did you know that he was trustee of your grandmother's trust?
No, I did not know that at the time, or he did not tell me, no.
When did you become aware that your dad was previously the trustee of your grandmother's trust?
I guess after she passed away.
Okay, so you became aware, was it about the same time she passed away or soon thereafter, or was it longer after she passed away?
Maybe soon thereafter.
Okay. So you were aware that your father was your grandmother's trustee, the trustee of her trust in about 2015?
Yeah, maybe 2016, 2015, 2016.
Okay. And as we sit here today, as you testify today, are you aware that the court has removed your dad as trustee of your grandmother's trust?
No, I was not aware of that actually.
All right. Are you generally aware of the allegations in this lawsuit? Have you discussed this with your dad? You know, just why we're here today?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know every single detail, but I know the general reason why.
Okay. Are you aware that your dad has admitted that he owes your uncle, Melvin, about at least $495,000?
No.
Are you aware how much money is still left in the trust account?
No.
All right. During your direct testimony, you mentioned that you received a $50,000 specific payment from the trust. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned that your dad did pay you that.
Yes.
How did he pay you? What was the actual method by which you received those funds?
So the funds were already in Edward Jones. That's who my grandma had the funds in. So they were transferred to me through Edward Jones.
And to what account?
To my own account. I had an account open so that the funds could be transferred to my name.
Okay, so you opened an account with Edward Jones, and they transferred the funds from the trust account to your account.
Yes.
When did you open that account at Edward Jones?
It must have been 2019. I think it was June of 2019.
Okay, and was it? And so you opened the account, and then shortly thereafter, the transfer occurred?
Yes.
Okay, so you were transferred those funds in 2019?
Yes.
All right. Just a few more questions, Mr. Orlansky. Thank you. Do you know if your grandmother or her trust helped pay for your college?
It did not.
Okay. What about your grad school? Have you used any trust funds or anything for grad school tuition expenses?
None. All loans.
All right. All right. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, any follow-up?
I have no follow-up, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors? Yes. So Ms. Orlansky, just sit tight. A few jurors have questions. They write them down. So I need to read them over and talk about them with the lawyers to make sure they are legally proper questions. And if they are, I'll actually ask you. You won't get to meet any of the jurors, at least not today.
Okay.
Your Honor, before we go to the back, if I could ask if Todd Orlansky has appeared in the waiting room.
He appeared and I moved him to the waiting room. He is in the waiting room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bet. Thank you. Lawyers?
Okay,
And then I'll go to IT.
great.
Yeah.
The court reporter would love to have Karen's screen on. So I don't know if you can log in, you may already be logged in there. But she's trying to watch the Zoom folks.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's a way to log someone in and have Zoom on there. I don't think you can.
Possibly, I'll try to think that through.
Okay.
What did you do?
Turn the screen on.
Turned it what?
Turn the screen on.
Oh, there you go, Deutsch.
Magic, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, can't attach something that's not on. I asked her, she's gonna figure that out. Yours isn't a fix so much as someone logged on. So we're gonna try to do that. All right, Ms. Orlansky, can you hear me? All right, can you unmute, please?
Yes, sorry. Yes, I can hear you.
No problem. Can you repeat, please, when it was that you learned that you were a beneficiary of the trust, if you think that you were in fact a beneficiary of the trust?
It was 2019.
Okay. And by beneficiary, what do you mean by that?
Receiving money that my grandma had left for me.
Okay. And that was the $50,000?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't get paid until, remind me when your grandmother passed away? Just a year?
2015.
Okay. Was it ever explained to you why it was 4 years before you received the funds?
No.
Okay. Mr. Woodrum, do you have any other questions for Abby Orlansky based on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pearman?
No, Your Honor, no further questions, thank you.
Okay. May Ms. Abby Orlansky be excused, Mr. Woodrum?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Is Todd Orlansky your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get him in the mix. Hey, Todd Orlansky, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. I'm Judge McBurney, and we're referring to you by first and last name because we got all sorts of Orlanskys involved in this case. Deputy Gordon is standing up in front of the screen that says podium. He's going to swear you in, and then we'll get going with your testimony, okay?
Sounds good.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
You lower your hand, state, and spell your name for the record.
TODDORLANSKY.
Good morning, Mr. Orlansky. Would you please explain to the jury how you are related to Herb Orlansky, Melvin Orlansky, and Libby Orlansky?
I'm Herb Orlansky's son. I am the nephew of Melvin Orlansky and the grandson of Libby Orlansky.
And do you recall when Libby Orlansky came to live in Atlanta?
I do. I was very young, but I do remember.
Can you define very young?
I was probably nine or 10.
And after Libby Orlansky moved to Atlanta, did she start to spend a lot of time with your family?
She did. She did. Yes, we saw her weekly.
And what would you do when you saw her weekly?
We would probably go out to eat once, twice a week. I also went over there pretty often with my father, probably every weekend, just to spend time over at her place, drop off groceries for her, go on walks with her, whatnot.
And do you recall your grandmother's health condition as it declined over time?
I do.
And can you describe that?
Yeah, she became a bit less mobile. Eventually she was in a wheelchair, but as far as her activity, I think she was always very active. We still spent just as much time with her, if not more, when her health declined. We still took her outside, whether it was us pushing her in a wheelchair on a walk, or taking her out to eat with us. We, even when she did become a little bit less mobile, I think, she definitely was still actively seeing our family.
And after she began using a wheelchair, did that limit her ability to leave her assisted living facility?
It didn't. She never needed a caretaker really for her to leave the facility. We would take her ourselves and just help her get in and out of the car and load the wheelchair. So I don't recall that ever being an impediment to doing anything with the family.
And what kind of places would you take her?
We had a couple of restaurants that we frequented, Roasters, OK Cafe, Colonnade occasionally. So we had a couple of our usual spots.
Did you also make any out of town trips with her?
I think occasionally we would go up to the mountains, go on some family trips.
And Mr. Orlansky, where did you attend high school?
I went to boarding school for 2 years, Raven Gap, Nacoochee School, and then I finished my last 2 years at Grady High School.
And what years were you in high school?
I was in high school from 2006 to 2010.
And when you were at Raven Gap, was your grandmother able to visit you any?
Yeah, she came up a handful of times.
And was she able to attend any events you had with Grady?
I'm not sure events I had with Grady. I played tennis, and then that's about it in terms of sporting events. So I don't know if I had much for her to attend when I was at Grady.
And just kind of narrowing down the last few years of your grandmother's life, say from 2011 to 2015 when she passed away, do you recall her condition specifically in that time frame?
I do. She's a bit more quiet. I mean, she was always kind of a quiet person, but we still enjoyed spending time with her. She still loved to go out with us occasionally, leave the place. I think we still would bring her weekly groceries and still probably visit her, if not more than we did before her health began to decline.
And after your grandmother's passing, did your father make you aware that you had been left a specific gift by her trust?
He did.
And what was that gift that she left you?
Was $10,000.
And did your father provide that $10,000 to you?
He did.
Thank you, Mr. Orlansky. I have nothing further at the moment, but if you could hold on, opposing counsel may have some questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Orlansky. I'm Ben Pierman. I'm one of your uncle's attorney. Can you see and hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orlansky, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm a software consultant.
All right, and where do you live?
I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
And you mentioned your high school. Did you go to college?
I did.
Where'd you go to college?
Georgia College and State University.
That's in Milledgeville, right?
Correct.
Do you have any graduate school after that?
I did not.
Are you aware, or what is your knowledge about if your grandmother or her trust helped pay for your college tuition and expenses?
I don't believe she did. I know that I took out loans in my own name. So, I had Hope Scholarship when I went, so wasn't actually very expensive for me to attend college, and what it did cost, I had loans in my name to the amount about $13,000 to $15,000 that I paid off myself after college.
All right. And how old were you in 2015 when your grandmother passed away?
In 2015, I must have been, I would say I was 23, 24 after college.
So you went to college from 2010 to 2014, is that right?
2015, I graduated.
Okay. So when you were in college in Milledgeville, would you see your grandmother less than than when you were living in Atlanta when you were younger?
Yeah, I went over weekly when we went out to eat once a week. I would go over there on the weekends when I was living in Atlanta. I was living in a different city. So yes, when I came in town, I would see her.
All right. So, and when did she start having to use the wheelchair? What year?
That's hard for me to remember. Honestly, it was I would say only the last couple of years, in my recollection, that she was really wheelchair bound. So,
Okay.
I want to say like 2012, maybe.
2012, and then she used the wheelchair until she passed away.
Hard for me to recall though.
Okay. You mentioned that she didn't have a caretaker at the assisted living facility. Is that right?
So I don't know if it says she didn't have a caretaker. I know she didn't have somebody full time. So, we go over there. She pretty much, took care of herself. I'm sure she had people helping her out in and out. But as we went to, take her out to dinner with the family, I don't recall a caretaker ever coming with us. Similar to how, my fiance's grandparents, when they go out, caretaker has to be with them full time. They come over, to our house when they take us for dinner. I don't recall anything of that sort ever with my grandmother.
Okay. Did she have a caretaker or a sister at the facility? Not out at dinner, but do you know she had a caretaker at her facility?
I'm not actually sure. I'm sure. I think I recall somebody in and out helping her out, but I don't ever remember, us going kind of for our standard visits and having a caretaker, in the room with us 24/7.
Your grandmother was suffering from dementia or some other type of cognitive decline the last several years of her life. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe for us what that means to you? What did her dementia or cognitive decline look like in your interactions with her?
To be honest, not much. I definitely didn't witness myself the worst of it. I think I would hear certain things that maybe she said to my dad, that she had, a dream or woke up and was a little bit confused or did things. But as far as when I went to visit her, I didn't notice a whole lot. Like I said, she was, fairly soft-spoken in general as a person. So, in conversation, it wasn't something that was, extremely noticeable to me. So, from my perspective, I didn't notice a ton of decline. It was more so her being, less and less mobile and being in a wheelchair. So in terms of the cognitive aspect of it, I don't think it was something that really I noticed very much, especially kind of being younger.
Did her cognitive decline, did that coincide with you being away at school? Is that about the same time frame?
Yeah, I would say somewhat. Yeah.
And during this time frame, do you know if your dad was assisting your grandmother with her finances, getting her bills paid, those sorts of things?
Yeah, he was. He was always taking care of the business aspect. Always had all of her files upstairs, taking care of everything. and, you know, also taking care of her in terms of, you know, checking on her daily.
Do you know when, approximately what year your dad started to really help your grandmother with her finances, getting bills paid, keeping those records that you just mentioned?
I mean, I don't know year wise. That's something obviously that my dad never, you know, that aspect wasn't shared with us as children. But I imagine as soon as she was, you know, in Atlanta, I think at that point when she moved to Atlanta, she was probably not, you know, paying her own bills and taking care of all that stuff. I think my dad was always assisting her with, you know, anything she needed help with as soon as she was living in the same city.
And she moved to Atlanta in 1999. Is that right?
99, 2000.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you were paid $10,000 from your grandmother's trust. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And when did you become aware that your dad was the trustee of your grandmother's trust?
I don't know if it's something that was necessarily brought up to me or stated or something I needed to be informed of. So I'm not really sure.
But you were aware that he previously was the trustee of your grandmother's trust?
I think so. It wasn't necessarily a topic of conversation or something I needed to be made aware of.
Okay. And you, so who paid you the $10,000 from the trust?
My father, I believe.
Okay. And then when did that happen?
I'd say within a year of her passing. As soon as I was made aware of it, probably next couple months. Hard for me to really recall, but it wasn't any kind of delay in that.
Okay, so you received that $10,000 payment in 2015, 2016?
I'd say so, yes.
And again, your dad said, "Hey, here's the $10,000," and he's the person that actually accomplished the transfer.
Correct.
Were you aware at that time that when he gave you, or when he accomplished that transfer of money, he was doing so as trustee?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware that he was trustee at least in 2015, 2016?
I think so.
How exactly was that $10,000 payment made to you? Was it maybe a check, transfer, wire? Tell us how you actually received that money.
Hard for me to really, it was either a check or a direct deposit to my bank account.
So you just don't recall?
Not per se. I mean, I do recall it being dropped into my bank account, whether it was by check that I deposited myself or whether it was via direct deposit. One of those, not the most memorable.
Right. Did your dad give you, did he give you sort of a heads up? Did he say, "Hey, this money's coming to you and here's it, and it's coming from your grandmother's trust"?
Yes.
So he told you that. Okay. Are you aware that the court has removed your father as trustee of your grandmother's trust?
No.
Have you discussed this lawsuit with your dad? Or are you generally aware that this is, going on and that's why we're here today?
I am.
Okay. So but until today, presumably you were not aware that he was removed as trustee?
No.
Are you aware that your dad has admitted that he owes your Uncle Melvin at least $495,000?
No.
Do you know how much money is still left in the trust account?
I do not.
You previously just testified that you were generally aware that this litigation, this lawsuit was ongoing. Is that right?
Yeah.
What's the source of that knowledge? Who told you?
My dad never liked to talk about it much, but it's just a family matter. We knew it was an ongoing, dispute, something that we always thought, should have been resolved a while ago, and something that probably shouldn't have, family matter that should have been resolved and was, being taken to court. But that's about the extent of it.
Okay. And you said your dad told you that generally, or just sort of mentioned it?
Less so him mentioning it, probably more of, family members mentioning it, but not something we talked about.
What other family members mentioned it?
I know my, mother was aware of the matter, the dispute. I know my brother was aware of the dispute, but it wasn't something we talked about in detail.
Okay. All right, thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Woodrum?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from any jurors? Oh, okay. Todd Orlansky, thank you for your time. You are free to go about your business.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mr. Woodrum, any other witnesses?
Your Honor, we have one live witness, Cheryl Orlansky.
Okay, let's bring her in, please.
I did. Cheryl Orlansky, Cheryl, Orlansky, Orlansky.
Good morning, Ms. Orlansky. Would you please state your relationship to Herb Orlansky, Melvin Orlansky, and Libby Orlansky to the jury?
So Herb Orlansky is my spouse, my husband. Melvin is my brother-in-law, and Libby was my mother-in-law.
And how long have you been married to Herb Orlansky?
36 years.
And have you known, did you know Libby Orlansky for all of that time up until her passing?
Of course.
And have you known Melvin Orlansky for all of that time?
Yes.
And Ms. Orlansky, what is your profession?
I'm a nutritionist. I'm a registered dietitian nutritionist.
And who is your employer?
Laureate Medical Group, but I retired 2 weeks ago.
And where did you retire from?
Laureate Medical Group, we're a network provider of Northside Hospital.
And so were you a hospital-based?
No, physician practice.
And what kind of individuals did you work with in your physician's practice?
So I worked with adults, 18 through 100, and all different medical conditions, weight management, diabetes, weight loss, weight gain, cardiovascular, everything.
And is that inclusive of geriatric patients?
Absolutely.
And do you recall when your mother-in-law, Libby, came to live in Atlanta?
Yes, I do.
And after she came to live in Atlanta, did she spend a significant amount of time with your family?
Yes. Yes. A lot of time with our family. She was in independent living for, 12, 13 years at the Tower. And we went out to dinner at least once a week. And she played bingo and games, and my kids participated, and we spent a lot of time with her.
Did you have an opportunity to observe what your husband Herb was doing for his mother?
He's the best son ever. It was Libby and then me. I was second. He spent so much time daily. If he wasn't talking to her every day, he saw her every day. He was a really good son.
And Libby Orlansky was in Atlanta from the year 2000 until 2015 in her passing. That's a long frame of time, but do you recall across that frame of time how her health condition was and how it changed?
Yes, when we moved her from the Tower into Belmont Village, she was there for many years, but it was too far from us. So we used to go there once a week and have dinner with her. So we ended up moving her to Atria. I think it was Atria. And we still went out to dinner. She still came to our house for dinner. Not until the very end did she become a little bit more feeble. Like when she moved next door to, I can't remember the name of that place, from Atria to Brights something, I think. I can't remember. But yes, she was very viable.
And you mentioned the very end. How would you define the very end time-wise?
Just probably that last year she was in a wheelchair, I think at Atria, but she went everywhere with us, even with the wheelchair. And but at the very end, I would think that would be around 2005, like towards the end, because she was 98, I believe, when she passed. So like towards the very end is when she started, having some frailties and a little bit of dementia, but that was at the very, very end.
So when you say feeble, are you referring to her physical condition or her mental condition?
More of her physical condition, because at that point, then she needed like the 2-chair assist where they have to help you in and out of the wheelchair. She couldn't get in and out of the wheelchair by herself. And that's when we had to go from Atria to right next door to Bright something, whatever it was called. That's towards the very end when she had problems, more mental problems.
And when you mention frailties, are you also referring to physical frailties or mental frailties?
Well, towards the very end, I mean, she had a little bit of mental issues, but she always knew who we were and always knew who Herb was. And it was mainly more, I think, her physical capabilities were diminished.
And did you ever have any concerns about her being incompetent?
No.
And in your practice, did you come across individuals who were incompetent?
In my private practice?
In your professional practice?
Yes.
And are you trained to look for signs of that?
Yes.
And what kind of training is that?
So typically when you ask questions, they're confused or they cannot answer you. They usually have a caregiver with them, and the caregiver will elaborate or answer the questions for them. They won't know where they are. That's a state of confusion. So it's, and then you can actually tell with physical, if they're malnourished, there's certain tests you can do for that as well.
Did Libby Orlansky show any of the signs of incompetency that you were trained to recognize?
Not until the very end.
And I hate to keep asking you this question, but in that context, how would you define the very end?
Just probably that last 6 months of life. 2015, probably just that last 6 months. She rapidly declined right in 2015. But up until then, she was fine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Orlansky.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Pearman?
Yes, thank you, Cheryl. Good morning, Mr. Orlansky. I'm Ben Pearman. I'm one of Mr. Melvin's attorneys.
Good morning.
Just to get a little more information about you, what is your address right now? Your home address?
737 Park Drive, Atlanta.
And do you own that home?
Yes, we do.
You say we, who owns it with you?
My husband and I.
And so the home is jointly titled in your name and Herb's name?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there still a mortgage on the house?
No.
No, I'm going to object to the relevancy of this line of questioning.
Why did we need to know the home address of Cheryl Orlansky?
It just confirms it just confirms Mr. Herb Orlansky's address as well, Your Honor. I'm moving on.
Okay. I didn't know his home address was in dispute such that it needed bolstering, but let's move on.
Thank you.
During, when your children were in college or even now, have you and her paid for their expenses sometimes, paid for their college, those sorts of things?
Absolutely.
Okay, so each of your three children went to college, at least, right?
Yes.
And between combination of loans and you and Herb, that's how their college tuition was paid.
Yes, but Libby and Frank, I think in the very beginning, when the kids were born, put aside a little bit of money for Todd and Alex, but Abby was born after Frank passed away. So they had a college fund, which helped with their expenses.
All right. And you mentioned in your testimony, your direct testimony, that your husband, that Herb, would assist Libby after she moved here to Atlanta. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and I mean, assist, but he spent a lot of time with her.
Did he help her with her bills and her finances?
She was so sharp. She did all of that herself. She was a very smart lady. So no, he did not. She took care of all of her own finances and all her own bills.
So your testimony is that she took care of all of her finances and all of her own bills until the day she passed away.
You know, I don't know up until exactly what time. Towards the very end, like I said, that last year, she was a little bit more her diminished capability, and Herb helped with that. I think he had power of attorney, but I stayed out of that. That was, between Libby and Herb.
You didn't know. You didn't really know. You just knew Herb was spending time. But you didn't really know what he was doing as far as helping.
I
her
knew
with
up
bills.
until the time. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we can't.
I'm
She's
sorry.
taking it down. So
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. So you didn't know specifically what Herb was doing as far as helping her with her bills and finances.
I knew that Libby, because she had a desk and I saw where all her bills were, and I knew that she took care of all of her finances for years and years and years, probably up until the very end. I don't know exactly when Herb started helping with that. But I do know when she was in Atlanta, all the years that she was in Atlanta, she took care of her own expenses.
Okay, so just to unpack that, you became generally aware at some point that he was helping her with her bills and finances. You just don't know when that occurred.
It was most likely that past year.
And that past year would be 2015?
2015.
Okay, all right. Were you aware that Herb was the trustee of Libby's trust at some point?
I knew this is all I know. I know that there was a partnership. There was a partnership between Melvin, Herb, and Libby.
Okay.
That's all I knew. I don't know the legality of the terms.
Right. So you never knew, as you sit here today, you never knew that Herb was the trustee of Libby's trust.
Mm-mm.
So you need to answer out loud.
No, I did not know the title of his. No.
Are you aware now that he was the trustee of the trust?
Yes.
Okay. When did you become aware that he was trustee of Libby's trust?
When all of this lawsuit started happening.
Right. And when did that lawsuit, to your knowledge, when did all this lawsuit start happening?
The past 2 years, it's like right around during COVID.
So did you ever discuss with Herb what he was doing, what his duties were, what actions he was taking as trustee of the trust?
No.
Okay, so you never discussed any of the specifics of the trust or his actions as trustee with Herb. Is that your testimony?
That's my testimony.
Okay. Do you know if Herb has taken or is distributed to himself trust funds since 2011?
I have no idea. He has a separate account from mine.
Okay, that was my next question. Do you have?
I have a separate account that I use, and he has a separate account. That we're both on each other's accounts, but I have my own account, and I don't look into his checkbook and what he does.
Okay, so you do. So these are joint accounts, or are these?
They're joint accounts.
But you have yours that you use, he has his that he's.
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, so if that's the case, did you notice that, or did you have any knowledge that a sizable amount of money came to Herb since 2011?
No.
Are you aware that Herb has received over $500,000 from the trust just since 2015?
No.
You were not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Y'all are married 36 years, is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
All right, so as a 36-year-long married couple, are you generally aware of Herb's finances?
It's a really good question. He has certain bills that he takes care of. I have certain bills that I take care of, and we sort of keep things separate. Probably not the way everybody does it, but it's just the way that we do.
Okay, so you were unaware that that over $500,000 came from the trust to Herb since 2015?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware that this court has removed Herb as trustee of Libby's trust?
He told me that he told me that all the funds were frozen at one point during this during the trial. Everything was frozen. That's all he told me.
So when did you become aware that he was removed as trustee of the trust?
Oh, I didn't know that he was removed from trustee of the trust. He just told me that all the funds from Libby's account were frozen. That's all I heard.
Okay. So you didn't have any knowledge until today that he was removed as trustee?
Mm-mm.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm not really a part of I sort of stay away from all this a little bit.
Okay. All right. But you and he never discussed this as a married couple? I mean, y'all never discussed this lawsuit and all of the situation that he's currently in?
What we've discussed a lot is all the property, more so about the property in Mississippi and the house and the disrepair. And that's what he talks about. That's what he talks about is the properties.
So you're aware of that, but you don't know anything really about the trust. Is that accurate?
Nope, that's accurate.
Okay, so just to be clear, are you aware that Herb has admitted that he owes Melvin at least $495,000?
No.
You had no knowledge of that?
No knowledge of that.
Okay, but you are aware of it now?
Well, you've said it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why does I don't know anything about that. So yeah, you just said that. So I don't know any of the details of this.
Are you aware how much money is still left in the trust account?
Not at all.
All right.
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, any follow-up?
No follow-up, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions for Cheryl Orlansky? Seeing none, may Cheryl Orlansky be excused? Oh, take your time. Sorry, didn't notice. Everyone, hold your position. Gotcha. How's the new uniform working out? It's good. You all don't know this, but for years and years and years until I think the end of August, no, I think it's the end of July, the uniforms were this tan and brown. Now, look at that. It's professional bullet gray and black. You don't look like you work for Willy Wonka anymore. It's good. All right, counsel. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, Cheryl Orlansky, can you tell the jurors again your understanding of who paid for your children's college expenses, tuition, room and board, all that kind of stuff?
So we had a agreement with the kids that we would take care of their undergraduate and they would do their graduate. So we had I have 3 kids, Alex and Todd, the two oldest boys had a little bit of funds, had a college fund that Libby and Frank set up when they were little, but Herb and I took care between some federally subsidized loans and some academic scholarships, and through a mix of finances, we took care of it.
Do you know if your children were aware that Libby and Frank had set aside a little money for them to cover a little bit of their?
Yeah, they were told that initially. They were told exactly that they could go to, the college of their choice and hopefully in state. And they knew that they had some money to take care of some of their, but not all of it, but just a little bit of it. Yes, they knew.
So the amount that Libby and Frank had set aside would not have been sufficient to pay for 4 years at
Georgia,
Penn or
no.
something
Oh, gosh,
out of state.
No,
Okay,
not even Georgia. No.
got it. Are you aware that 2 of your children received distributions from the trust?
I am aware that Abby did. I remember hearing that Abby did, but I don't know that the other 3 did.
Okay. And did Abby tell you how much she got, or that wasn't the topic so much as it was, I got this nice distribution?
Right. No, we didn't talk about the finances.
Okay. And of your 3 kids, the only one that you're certain received something from the trust was Abby. Okay.
That's all I'd heard. Right.
Any knowledge as to how she got that distribution? Meaning, well, anything at all, other than that she received it?
No.
Okay. Mr. Woodrum, do you have any follow-up for Cheryl Orlansky?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Orlansky, where did Alex Orlansky attend?
He went to be undergraduate.
Undergraduate.
Went to Tulane on a academic scholarship.
And do you recall how expensive Tulane University was?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. He had a 50% scholarship, and I think it was at the time $45,000 a year.
Would that be $45,000 after the 50% scholarship, or 50%?
That was before. So we ended up, about $25,000, I think, is what we ended up spending.
And did that include?
That's just tuition and books.
That did not include room and board?
No. Mm-mm.
And was there sufficient funds in any college fund for Alex to pay for all those expenses?
No.
But you and her made it work somehow?
Yes, we had loans, and Alex still has a couple loans that he's paying off from that.
And Todd Orlansky, did he attend a private high school for part of his high school?
He did for 2 years.
And what high school was that?
Raven Gap, Nakuchi.
Do you recall how expensive Raven Gap was?
Very expensive. And I believe happened because my husband was really very adamant about him leaving Grady High School at the time, that we used his college money for that high school for those 2 years.
So Raven Gap was junior, senior, and Grady was freshman, sophomore, or the other way around?
The other way around. It was freshman, sophomore, and he ended up coming back to Grady, which was a mistake. Junior and senior.
Okay.
Junior and senior year, he did not want to stay in boarding school. So, and it was very expensive, so we couldn't afford to keep him there anyway.
Did Herb tell you at any point that Libby was helping with either Todd's high school expenses or Alex's college expenses?
No, I thought we were using that college fund for his high school, for Todd's high school, and then the college fund for Alex's undergraduate.
And had Abby completed undergraduate by the time Libby passed away?
Oh gosh, now you're going to make me do math. Had she completed her undergraduate in 2015? No. No.
Thank you, Ms. Orlansky.
Mhm.
Mr. Pearman, anything else for Cheryl Orlansky?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Ms. Orlansky, who was actually paying, between you and Herb, who was actually paying the college expenses for the three kids, for your three kids?
We were.
Okay.
Herb and I.
All right, so I just want to be very specific. Who was it you who was like writing the checks or sending the money, or was that Herb doing that?
Well, I think most of Alex's, it was me, and he took out loans. So, that took care of his expenses. With Todd, he had the Hope Scholarship and he was in state, but it was both of us. And with Abby, she had Hope Scholarship. So it was both of us. I mean, he would take care of some things, I would take care of some things.
So just know there was no specific delineation of you handle this, I handle that. It was just sort of as it arose.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Julie.
All right, Cheryl Orlansky, thank you for your time.
Thank
You are
you.
free to go.
Thanks.
Mr. Woodrum, anyone else?
No, Your Honor, we will rest with our rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Deutsch, anything else in connection with Melvin Orlansky's claims against Herb Orlansky? All right. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. We have concluded the evidence as to the first half of the dispute. We'll call it the trust dispute. After your break, we'll come back and learn about the partnership dispute, the land in Mississippi and whatever else we learn about from the witnesses who testify. You may see some of the same witnesses taking the stand, but that's intentional. The lawyers felt that it would be easier for you all to process this if we kept trust dispute separate from partnership dispute. So we'll get you back here based on the wall clock a little after 10:40, unless you tell Deputy Gordon you need more time for your break. Please, no outside research. Don't start talking about the trust part of the case because they are interwoven a little bit. And of course, I haven't given you any law on any of that. Any logistical questions? All right, enjoy your break. And remember, you can spread out in the hallway too if you want to get out of the jury room. Thanks. All right, Mr. Deutsch, anything before you all break? Mr. Woodrum,
No, Your Honor.
and who will you be calling first?
Melvin Orlansky.
All right, Melvin, get ready over the break. We'll see you in a little bit.
Brian, you mind if we go ahead and pull the exhibits out of the drawer? No, please.
So, Ms. Allen, there'll be at most one more virtual witness. We haven't been able to figure out how to make the screen in front of you be your friend, but the bulk of what's left are the two parties here.
Your Honor, we do have those replacement exhibits without any of the markings.
Great.
With Mr. Woodrum, I believe we can just trade those out. The
ones that don't have your notes.
Yes, Your Honor. The ones that don't have my notes. And I apologize for that.
That's fine.
That is my fault, actually.
As we discussed,
Maybe I think you come. I might know this. So they're not in there.
But here is P 14, if you do attorney's fees, and you send a copy of that, that did not.
Yeah, P14 would be switched out. I just need. Well, that's.
So J4 is the Superior Court County. Here's two.
Yeah.
We're replacing this two.
Yep.
It's not actually. We're switching out P1.
Yeah, switching out P1.
Yeah. We have trust certification for much intention. And there's a power attorney. J4, which was
J41, yeah.
here's plaintiff one. The notes.
Yeah. All right, I'm good.
Let's try.
We did. It's not children. I don't know. I don't know where that is from. I don't know where that is. Fine.
We got.
Yeah, J4 is the, you know.
Yeah. J1, which is the last testing.
J2 is the trust, right?
And D12 is the permit.
P1, J41. J2, yeah, J2 is the trust, yeah. I'm good.
Yeah.
You want me to just get this out of there?
I don't know.
Hey, Brian, this was up here. What, this is not, you didn't. That's not ours. And part of that is contained in P1.
Are Alex and Cheryl still outside?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I know.
No, I was just going to apologize for Alex for having to come down.
I did. I told him, he asked me why in this. And I just, it's not anymore. They don't, I think, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That was the word, yeah.
I think that what this is what we sent you prior to court.
Mhm.
And, you know, we've changed up. So,
Okay. All right.
there you go.
Okay.
Definitely not finding the center.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Speaking of which.
All right, Mr. Deutsch, you ready for the jurors?
I am, Your Honor.
Great. And Mr. Woodrum, you also ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's check on them. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. I hope you're not going to need the sleeping on an airplane pillow. Oh, it's for your back. Good. I was worried you were going to put that around your neck. So you're like, not in here. This is not a flight to Tucson. All right. You all can be seated. You ready, Ms. Allen? Okay. Ooh. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a transition point in the trial. I told you at the beginning that plaintiff had the burden of proof to prove by a preponderance of the evidence all the claims about the trust and the alleged mismanagement of the trust. We're switching roles now. We're turning to the counterclaims. So these are claims that Herb has brought against Melvin concerning the partnership, about which we will soon learn many things. And so these claims, actually, Herb has the burden of proof through his lawyer of proving by a preponderance the claims brought against Melvin. So it's going to be the same process. It's just you'll be sorting through it during deliberations. It sounds like you're going to hear from the same witnesses. It's just now instead of one accusing the other of something, we're flipping it around, and the other, the recipient of the accusation, is basically saying, oh yeah, what about this? What about the partnership? And we're now to the what about the partnership side, which means you're in the driver's seat, Mr. Woodrum. Who is your first witness?
Your Honor, I will call Mr. Melvin Orlansky.
Melvin Orlansky, back up to the stand. We're going to swear you in because it's different issues, different week, and then we'll get started.
Raise your right hand. You swear upon that testimony you will give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth without. I do. So you can have a seat. State your name and your record.
Melvin Orlansky, MELVINORLANSKY.
All right, Mr. Orlansky, you can take a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Orlansky. The last time you testified, you mentioned that you had a career in education administration. Is that correct?
Correct.
Specifically, what roles did you hold in education administration?
I was assistant principal, superintendent of schools. Those several different places, but those are the main roles. And I was a coach, teacher before that.
And so you were a superintendent of a school system?
Several of them, yes, sir.
And where was that?
In Arkansas.
What part of Arkansas was that? What city or county?
I was in, can't think the county. I was in Camden, Washita County, excuse me. Washita County, and I was in Greene County.
So two things. One, Melvin Orlansky, I need you to speak louder or get closer to the microphone, or both. And then two, I need you to spell that county, not Greene, but the other one.
Washita. Ouachita.
Glad I asked you to spell that. That is not how I want to spell it.
And Mr. Orlansky, as superintendent of schools, were you in control of the finances in any way?
Yes, I was responsible.
And how were you responsible?
Well, I oversaw the whole school system, and finances was a major part of it.
Do you recall what your budget was in that school system?
No, I can't recall those.
Did you receive training on the financial side of things?
Yes, through coursework, yeah.
And what kind of coursework was that?
School finance,
And was that during your undergrad?
no.
Then where did you take that coursework?
University of Memphis,
Was that part of a postgraduate program?
yes, it was.
And did that coursework teach you about fiduciary duties?
Some,
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as Exhibit J3. Mr. Orlansky, do you recognize this as a true and accurate copy of the partnership agreement governing Orlansky Investments LP?
yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would move to tender J3, and I would also like to publish it on my screen to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
J3 is admitted.
Mr. Orlansky, if I could have you turn to page 18, section 5.6, duties and obligations of general partners. Mr. Orlansky, are you familiar with this section?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Orlansky, in section 5.6 subsection A1, it says the general partner shall take all actions which may be necessary or appropriate for the partnership's valid existence as a limited partnership under the laws of the state of Mississippi and of each jurisdiction in which such existence is necessary to protect the limited liability of the limited partners or to enable the limited partnership to conduct business in which it is engaged. Have you carried out that duty to
Yeah.
date?
Yes, I have.
And that section, that subsection has a second part, II. It said general partners shall take all actions which may be necessary or appropriate for the accomplishment of the partnership's purposes, including the acquisition, development, maintenance, preservation, and operation of the property in accordance with the provisions of this agreement and applicable laws and regulations. Have you upheld all of those duties in regard to the
Yes.
partnership properties?
Yes, sir, I have.
So you have maintained and preserved all of the partnership properties.
Correct.
And Mr. Orlansky, the same section there, 5.6, but this time subsection C, provides that the general partner shall be under a fiduciary duty to conduct the affairs of the partnership in the best interest of the partnership and of the limited partners, including the safekeeping and use of all of the property and the use thereof for the exclusive benefit of the partnership. Have you upheld your fiduciary duty to maintain the properties for the exclusive benefit of the partnership?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Orlansky, in our previous day, you testified about a property that became part of the partnership, a Market Street address. What was that address?
209 East Market Street.
And can you describe that property?
It's like 2,400 square feet brick home, one floor.
And prior to that property becoming part of the partnership, did you reside in it?
Yes,
And what time frame did you reside in that property?
looking for the years,
Yes, please.
1986 to 1993, somewhere in that range area.
Is 1993 when the partnership began?
1994, I believe.
So did you stop residing in the property prior to the beginning of the partnership?
Right, basically.
And prior to the beginning of the partnership, who owned that property?
My aunt, Sarah Braffman,
And how did Sarah Braffman acquire that property?
her family, she lived in it as a child and she grew up in that property.
When you say her family, would that be her brothers and sisters?
Right.
And do her brothers and sisters include your father, Frank Orlansky?
Yes, sir.
So was this the family home of your father?
Correct.
And was it the home he grew up in?
Yes, sir.
And does it hold sentimental value to the family?
It does.
And after you left the home in 1993, what condition did you leave the property in?
It was in good condition.
So you and your daughters had lived there, so it was in livable condition?
Yes, sir.
Was it left empty and ready for real estate showings?
No,
What condition was it left in then?
it was in good condition, but it still was furnished. The furniture's still there.
Did it also have items of yours and your daughters?
Yes, it did.
And when the partnership took over the property in 1994, did you make any effort to remove the items that were you and your daughters from the property?
Not right then. No.
Well, when you say not right then, have you made any efforts since 1994 to remove those items from the property?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what efforts have those been?
I've taken some clothes out, kids' clothes, given them to the grandkids. I've taken some of my stuff. All my stuff is gone. All
When
my
you say stuff, is that furniture? Is it a dish?
I'm sorry. Clothing. I'm sorry.
When you say all your stuff is gone, so if we were to leave the courtroom, drive 6 hours to Greenwood, all of your items would be out of that property?
All my clothing is gone.
So when you condition it on all my clothing, what else is there of yours?
A few paperwork and stuff like that there.
Are there any items besides paperwork?
The kids' toys, a few books there.
And you say just a few items, is that correct?
Well, some items.
Is it so many items that it would inhibit the home from being shown for rental or purchase?
Well, as you know, we had a storm June of 2019, and the storm blew the roof off. In fact, a friend of mine called me and said, your roof is laying on the ground in the backyard. So I went down, and sure enough, it took the flat roof off and messed the shingles up, and we had to replace the roof, and it interfered with the inside of the house. So with the help of insurance, we fixed the roof. And we're getting ready to do the inside where it messed up the ceilings of about 6 rooms. The storm did. And when it messed it up, I was getting quotes to have it contracted and repainted and refurbished or whatever. And then the painter got sick, had cancer, and he couldn't do it. And I didn't want the crew in there without the boss man in there. So we put it off. And then the spring of 2020, you remember what hit? The virus hit. And I didn't want anybody in that house then. So that's why the house, especially the ceiling, looks like it is now.
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as J5.
As general partner of Orlansky Investments LP, did you commission an appraisal of the partnership properties?
Yes, I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of that appraisal?
It looks like it, yes.
Your Honor, I would move to tender J5 and publish it to the group.
This is an appraisal of the East Market Street property.
It is an appraisal of the entire partnership.
Oh, entire partnership. Okay. Mr. Pearman,
No objection, Your Honor.
it's admitted.
And Mr. Orlansky, if I can refer you to page 16, and they are numbered at the bottom if you're looking for a page number. And I've also pulled it up on the screen if it's easier for you to look that way. Is this the East Market Street property?
Hold on one sec. Can you, just so you can see it in color on the screen, press the button that says stay muted, the white one? And then got it? There you go.
Thank you.
And Mr. Orlansky, is this the East Market Street property we're discussing?
Yes, it is.
And to the left, is that a front view of the dwelling?
Yes,
And now on the right of the screen, is that a rear view of the home?
yes.
And Mr. Orlansky, your appraiser took some photos of the interior of the property. Starting at the top left corner, this would be page 17, we have a photograph of what is designated the living room. Is that the living room of the East Market Street address?
Correct.
Is that your mattress in the middle of the living room?
That's the mattresses that came off the beds that were in the bedroom that was damaged.
If I were to go to this house now and you let me in, is this what it would look like? Or is this a picture from 10 years ago?
No, no, sir.
I asked an or question. That wasn't good. Is this what it looks like now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'd walk in that front door and there'd be those mattresses on the ground and a big old flat panel TV above the fireplace.
Yes, sir. But that's not a flat panel TV. It looks like it, but it's a classic blue mirror.
Okay. Whatever it is would be there.
Okay.
Okay.
It's there.
A blue mirror.
And Mr. Orlansky, moving to the photograph to the right, the dining room, there appears to be a table with a grouping of items piled on it. What are those items?
Well, those odds and ends, but we had a break-in. Somebody ransacked the house in the last couple of years. They went through the drawers and threw things out, and I put them back on the table, fixed some things up best I could.
And are those your items or are those the partnership's items?
Probably both. It's stuff I found on the floor and all over.
So you still do have some items at the home.
I do.
And going to the next photograph, that's identified as the kitchen. These items of personal property to the right of the stove and in the back here through the door that looks like an ironing board and iron and clothes. Are those yours or are those the partnership's?
The dryer's mine. The other fixtures, well, the washer, you can see barely the left side of the washer there. And the rest of it belongs to the partnership.
So like any food or kitchen items that are to the right here, would you have just left those there when you vacated the property in 1993?
Right.
And you have not removed those in the 26 years since?
No.
Why have you not removed items like that?
Well, first place, I have no place to put them. And somebody if somebody wanted to buy them, I'd sell them to them. I'd get rid of them, get them out of there.
But don't items like that being in a kitchen inhibit the ability for you to rent or sell it?
Which items are you talking, sir?
I'm talking about, I'll just say both the items to the right here. I believe you can see my cursor, or at least the jury can. And the items back here that appears to be an ironing board and clothing in various pieces.
Well, I hadn't been down there in over 2 years until I went down to see what keys were working so I could give your client the keys to get in. And the COVID kept me away, and I'm scared to death of the COVID. I wear a mask everywhere, and I don't want to go around with people that have COVID. So I hadn't been there to clean up or do anything. And I didn't want anybody else in the house.
But have these items been there since 1993, or have they been there since 2 years ago?
No, they were there before 2 years ago.
How long were they there before 2 years ago?
I don't know. I can't remember.
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to move down to the next row of photographs. We'll skip to the middle photo. There is a bedroom that appears to have quite a few items in it. Is this your property?
Yeah, this is the bedroom that got hit hard by the storm.
But the personal property in this bedroom, is that your property?
That most of that belongs to the little girl when they were little girls, kids,
Who's little girls?
my little girls.
So it's your stuff.
Yeah. So, but the storm hit, and that's where you see the ceiling part of it deflected down.
And have the little girls lived in the home since 1993?
No.
So have these items been in this bedroom since 1993?
Yes, but they wasn't like this. This is just, they knocked all over around. They were ransacked by the person that broke in and all that.
And moving to the next photograph, also labeled bedroom, it does not have green curtains like the last one. There are quite a few items in this bedroom. On the bed appears to be a cedar chest overflowing and some more items to the left of the photograph. Whose personal property is this?
Belongs to the partnership, most of it. The items, some belong to my children or me. This is the room that got ransacked hard by the person. The cedar chest, you said, looks like it's bulging. Somebody busted it open. That's why it's open. We never opened that in the 8 years I lived there. So I don't even know what was in it.
But the remainder of these items are yours and your daughter's?
Well, the cedar chest items are not. It never was open.
But outside of the cedar chest, everything else?
The furniture belongs to the partnership.
Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to move to the next row of photographs. There is another bedroom. This one to the left here. There appears to be linens on the bed, vacuum cleaner, various items to the left, and various items in the back corner. Are these your items or are they the partnership's items?
The items on the bed came off the bedroom that we took the beds out of the other bedroom that was damaged by the storm. And there are some cleanup items like a vacuum cleaner looks like in the front where I cleaned up after somebody broke in. Tried to get the stuff off the floor and the paper off the floor, and somebody just went through the drawers looking for money, I guess, or guns.
But Mr. Orlansky, my question was, is this your property or is this the partnership's property?
Part of it's a partnership. The furniture, part of that is a partnership.
The other items, is that your property that's been there since 1993?
Some of it, yes.
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to go down to the last row of photographs on this page, and we have a center photograph here labeled as the bedroom. This has various boxes on and off of beds, on the floor, other items thrown around. Is this your property or the partnership's property?
Partnership.
All of these boxes are the partnership.
Yes. I guess this is the upstairs. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Yeah. Yeah, it's upstairs. This is storage room. These have been storage rooms since before I was there. It never was occupied since back in the 1960s.
So none of these items were being stored by you. They were being stored by the partnership.
Right. They've been there before I moved there.
You are not storing anything in this room.
Nothing, no, sir.
The next photo indicates a sitting area. You'll also see some more personal property spread around. Is this any of your property?
No, sir.
And Mr. Orlansky, going through those photographs, you indicated there are at least some items of personal property that you have left at the Market Street address.
Correct.
Have you removed any of those items? Excuse me, and this may be helpful. Would you please turn to the first page of the appraisal so that the jury may see when the appraisal was done? What is the appraisal dated?
July 20th, 22 to August 2nd, 2022.
So this is a very recent appraisal with very recent photographs.
Yes, in the last couple of weeks.
But your testimony is in 1993, you left the property in good condition?
Well, I was in there several times after that, but it was in good condition, yes.
When you say you were in there several times after that, what does that mean?
Well, I checked it almost twice a week. I maintained it. If something was leaking, I got a roofer to come fix it. I checked on it. Until the COVID virus hit, I was in that house at least 2 times a week, sometimes 3 times a week. I ran a car to death riding 130 miles each way to make sure to take care of these things.
So your testimony is that since 1994, the beginning of the partnership, you were in that house 2 to 3 times a week to check on it?
Yes, except for the COVID times. COVID times I was not in there.
So during that time, were you employed?
Yes.
And that did not inhibit you performing your job to be in that house 2 to 3 times a week?
Sometimes I was there twice a week, once in a while, once a week, sometimes 3 times a week.
And all those trips to the home, why not remove your personal property?
First place, I didn't have any place ready to take it. Number 2, I had to have somebody help me take it out, like the washing machine and the dryers. And if somebody wanted to buy it, I'd be glad to sell it to them on site. I made trips down. I never got a cent for the expenses going down. Didn't ask for a cent. Didn't want a cent. My main purpose is to make the partnership work. I put my heart and soul to try to make things go. I put $45,000 in it to help it come out in the black.
And Mr. Orlansky, you say you want to make the partnership work. Is 209 Market Street working right now in its current condition?
No, because of what happened. It's not.
Is it helpful to the partnership for it to have your personal property strewn around the home?
No. We got broken into twice, the storm, all that added to it.
Do you receive a benefit from storing your personal property there?
Do I receive a benefit? No.
So you don't benefit from having a place to store your property?
No, we probably gonna throw a lot of it away when we get down there. My kids are gonna go down and they have a hard time getting there because they have children of their own.
But since 1993, you have been storing your property there.
I've had some stuff there.
Have you paid the partnership any rent for storage in that time?
No, I haven't paid any rent.
Have you paid any taxes on the property to equate to rent?
No.
Have you paid utilities on the property?
Yes, sir. Every one of them. I'm still paying utilities on it to this day, and I'm not actually occupying it anymore.
So if we went over to Greenwood, Mississippi today and walked in this property, would the electricity be on?
Yes. I'm paying the utility bill. It should be on.
And Mr. Orlansky, what is the business of Orlansky Investments LP?
Real estate rental.
And do you charge third parties rental to rent the properties?
Right.
Do you charge at least one other property for storage rental?
I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
Do you charge at least one other party rental of a storage area?
I'm not following that.
Do some of the places that you rent out, you rent them for occupancy? In other words, I'm your tenant, I live there, and I pay the partnership rent each month for being there.
Yes.
Is there some property where there's not a person living there, but it's like a storage facility? So I'd be paying you so I could keep my stuff in some part of Orlansky LP's.
No, I don't store it anywhere else. No, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't understand you.
And Mr. Orlansky, the question was not, do you store anywhere else? Do you have a tenant who stores items anywhere else?
Yes, I got one that stores some.
And is that the Pearl Street property?
No, that's the Main Street property.
And so they pay for storage.
No, actually not.
Okay, then they don't pay for storage.
It's a double fronted building there, 501 Main, 503. He rents 503 Main Street and 501, since I didn't have anybody to rent it, and doesn't have a separate bathroom. He puts his stuff over there and I let him use it.
But he doesn't pay anything for 501.
Right. Right.
How do you know this individual?
How do I know him? He rents 503 Main Street from me.
So is it just kind of thrown in with 503?
Yeah.
But he is paying rent.
For 503 Main.
But you are not paying rent for any properties that you are using.
Myself, you mean? No.
Have you ever considered paying any rent to the partnership?
No, I didn't, never been asked to.
Even not having considered it, have you ever thought how much it would be to rent the properties?
No, sir, but if we had somebody to buy the houses, I'd get the stuff out of there. There'd be no problem.
But you still have the storage, the items in there, so that makes it difficult to show it with a realtor, correct?
I don't have a realtor.
So you've never engaged a realtor for either leasing, for renting or selling the Market Street property?
No, sir.
Have you ever listed it personally?
No, sir.
So it has just sat there for the past 26 years?
No, word's out.
How is word out?
Word out. I've talked to people, different landlords like myself. They know that if they see a buyer, they send them to me. And I've had several prospective buyers.
And Mr. Orlansky, if I could refer you to page 5 of the appraisal.
Are these the properties that are currently in Orlansky Investments LP part, the partnership?
Correct.
Is there a 209 Main Street in the partnership?
.209 Main Street?
Correct. That's my question. Is there a 209 Main Street?
No, there's not a 209 Main Street.
But there is a 209 East Market Street.
Yes.
And if I could refer you to page 76 of the appraisal. And Mr. Orlansky, your appraiser under a heading here indicates that there's a property 209 East Main Street. It says this residence has been vacant for several years with an estimated fair market rent of approximately $850 per month, as derived from rentals of fairly large homes and apartments in the fringe areas of downtown Greenwood, with indicated rentals from approximately $1,000 to $1,500 per month. Do you know if your appraiser was referring to 209 East Market Street in this entry?
Oh, yeah, he must have just erred there. I don't,
And your appraiser also indicated below that through an income approach to value, the property would be worth approximately $42,500. Is that correct?
that's what he's got. I mean,
Do you agree with your appraiser that a fair market rent for this property would be $850?
I don't know. I don't have any knowledge enough to agree or disagree with you.
Do you have an opinion on what you would list it as for rent?
Not now, I don't.
Would you agree to list it for $850 of rent per month?
I'd have to talk to my brother about that. He's part of the partnership. You know,
Your brother proposed to rent it for $850 a month. Do you think that would be a fair amount to rent it for?
I don't know. I have to research it and talk to him and see what the repercussions are and all that. We just don't want to rent it. That's the problem.
What was the last thing you said? Someone?
We just don't want to rent it.
Oh, we. Who's we?
He and I. I'm sorry.
And Mr. Orlansky, would you want to list it for more than $850 per month in rent?
If we rent it, if we want to rent it, that's the problem.
You would rent it for more than $850 per
Well,
month.
we'd like to get much as we could for it if we rent it.
So do you think $850 a month is fair for you storing the items?
I can't say, I don't know.
If the partnership were charging you $850 a month rent, would you have removed your items by now?
Yeah, I probably would have.
But because the partnership is not charging you rent, you have left those items there.
Well,
for
if there's a need for that house, I would make sure it's properly furnished.
And Mr. Orlansky, the other properties involved in the partnership, what is and I think the easiest way to do this may be to refer you back to page 5 of J5. And if you want to follow along on my screen, I'm glad to flip back and forth for you. Can you describe for the jury what kind of property 207 Ramcat Alley is?
It's a frame rental house, small frame rental house.
And is there a renting tenant in that rental house at this time?
It was last week when I left.
Is it a weekly rental or was somebody getting evicted?
It's a monthly rental, but he's behind on the rent.
So will you evict him if he does not pay rent?
Hold on one second. Need you to speak up. Thank you for flagging that. So belt it out. Who?
It's a monthly rental. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If he does not pay the rent, will you move to evict him?
If I have to, we would, you know.
Have you had to evict any tenants during the time you've been the general partner?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you put a quantity on how many tenants you've had to evict since becoming general partner?
I don't remember, but it's not fun. It's not a happy scene because it takes time to do that. And you lose money by having to evict and have so many days to get out. They have so many days after you get judgment and all that.
And Mr. Orlansky, 201 Carrollton Avenue, what kind of property is that?
Now it is a vacant lot. It's where a store burned, 2009. Probably our flagship store burned. And we had insurance on it. And my brother got a payout on it. I got a payout on it. My mother got a payout.
Was any of that money reinvested into the partnership?
No, that wasn't. That was paid out fully, as he remembers there.
And listed here is 501 through 503 Main Street. What kind of property is that?
It used to be an ice cream store years ago when I was a young man, and that's been years ago. And it's been rented many times since then, and now it's a hair braid shop. 503 is. And 501, I just let him use his stuff aside for storage, which I used to rent it. But
what is the current condition of 501 through 503 Main Street?
Rentable, fair. The location of it is the worst thing about it. As the realtor said, I mean, as this appraiser says, it's in a high crime area. We've done a lot of work on this building, 501, 503. It has a new roof, it has a new back wall. It was in bad state.
What condition was it in at the time you took over the partnership?
It was, I put a roof on it in 1994 or 5. And then that, evidently, it was what, 30 years ago. And so I had to put a new roof on about 4 years ago. It's in better shape now than it was then, especially the outside.
So it's in better shape now than it was in 1994?
I think so.
Mr. Orlansky, if I could refer you to page 26 of the appraisal. That the photograph to the top left that indicates it's the front of the building, is that the only facade of the property facing the street?
That's a new facade. That was partially done with a grant. And the wall was leaning. We had to do something, so we made a nice looking wall out of it.
And looking down on the next page of photographs, this would be page 27.
Do you recognize the photo on the top left as the interior of 501 through 503 Main Street?
Yes, that's the storage room.
So the top left-hand corner photo, this photo here, that has a refrigerator, it looks like beauty salon chairs, that's the storage room.
Correct.
And is the roof leaking in the storage room?
It better not be. I paid too much money.
And going down to the bottom right-hand corner of the page, you have what's identified as Pearl Street warehouse storage space.
Right.
And it appears the roof, the ceiling is falling in on this photo. Can you explain what's going on there?
Okay. That's the backside of the 501, 503 Main Street. It's just the guy usually stores his roofing materials in there. He doesn't even have electricity or utilities. And he's still got part of that new roof on top of that ceiling. That ceiling is just a false ceiling right there, which.
So this person who stores his roofing materials here, does he pay to store his roofing materials?
Yes.
And how much does he pay to store them?
$110 a month.
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to direct you to page 32 of the appraisal. Do you recognize these photos as 113 through 115 West Johnson Street?
I do.
And are these commercial properties owned by Orlansky Investments LP?
Yes, sir.
And are they rented out?
No, sir. They're vacant.
These are vacant properties.
Uh-huh.
Has any rental advertisements or anything been put out for them?
No, sir. I can't rent them now. They don't meet city code, and it'd take a fortune to get them up to city code. One of them would take probably $10,000-$12,000 to meet city code. And it's not worth investment to put in it. I'm trying to sell them, and I had them sold.
Have they been rented out in the past?
Yes.
Have they been rented out since the partnership came into existence?
Yes, sir.
So they were up to code at one point.
Well, yes, but when somebody moves out, you have to meet the new city code. When they turn the electricity off, they won't turn it back on until the new code is met. As long as the person stayed in there, they would keep it on. And that's what happened.
And did you take any steps to bring it back up to code?
No, I talked to contractors, and every one of them said, leave it alone. You won't get your money back out of these. And I've tried to sell them. Now, I had a buyer for them. We had 3 different contracts last year on it. And my brother wouldn't sign the contracts to sell them, get rid of them. And not only would it help not having them vacant, but also just to keep people having to pay taxes on them, sitting there.
So have these properties effectively been abandoned?
I'm sorry,
Have these properties effectively been abandoned?
affected what?
Have these Johnson Street properties been abandoned?
I wouldn't say abandoned. I still monitor them. Is that what you mean?
But no maintenance is being done?
No,
You're just paying the taxes so the city, county doesn't foreclose on them?
right. I pay taxes on them,
So they are a net negative to the partnership.
Right, they are. And we had a buyer, and 3 times we gave him a contract, and we couldn't get it signed by my brother. July, August, and October.
And Mr. Orlansky, looking at the list of partnership properties on page 5, you identified the Johnson Street trio at the bottom as being a net negative. Is that correct?
as being negative?
Yes.
Yes,
And I may have misspoken there. You identified 113 through 115 West Johnson Street as being a negative draw on the partnership. You are paying taxes but getting no income.
right.
What is the condition of 117 West Johnson Street?
Same, terrible.
So no one is presently renting 117 West Johnson
Right.
Street. Is
Right.
it up to code?
No,
Was it up to code at some point during the partnership?
sure.
You have not taken steps to bring it up to.
No, because we can't invest that much money into $12,000-15,000 in it to get it rentable. And I had a buyer, and I told you 3 times.
So it would just take $12,000 to $15,000 to get.
I'm guessing.
So if you were paying rent on the Market Street address, a year's worth of rent might pay for that other property to be maintained.
No, sir, it'd take too long. I'm old. I won't live that long.
But if you had cash flow from another property, you could use it.
I don't have, yes, sir, right, but I don't have cash flow from another property.
Because you're not paying rent on the property you're using.
It's more than that. It's more, I put $45,000 in loans to the partnership.
And Mr. Orlansky, 119 West Johnson Street, is that currently rented?
It's rented.
What is the condition of it?
Fair.
When you say fair, does it also have its own ceiling and roof issues?
It does. It needs a back. It's 2 parts of that building. It's a firewall separating the front from the back. The back part needs to be re-roofed. Somebody did a bad job on it about 10 years ago, 9 years ago.
So how long has it needed to be re-roofed?
Well, 2 or 3 years.
But it has not been re-roofed
No.
at that time frame.
The COVID going on. My roofer's in the hospital.
So he's been in the hospital for 3 years?
No. He's had problems and he's in the hospital. He's giving me a price already on it.
Have the tenants at 119 West Johnson Street complained about the condition of the building?
The tenants? No, she knows I'm working on it. She's been with me 22 and a half years.
So she has asked you to repair it?
Oh, yeah. No, we're not going to repair it. We're going to replace it.
But you have not repaired or replaced it?
Replace it. You can't repair it. It's too bad. The roofer said, I'm wasting money to repair.
And Mr. Orlansky, since you filed your lawsuit in 2020, I believe it was March or April of 2020, have you done anything to correct the conditions of the partnership?
You mean physically?
Physically or managerial wise?
I've had some maintenance done on different ones, yes.
And what maintenance have you had done?
The property at 503 Main, we had door problems. He had to take the doors off and replace the frame of the door. We've put in a new fixtures in the bathroom. He bought a toilet and I installed it for him. Let's see. We've fixed the bathroom on Johnson Street. It had some problems with the toilet. I mean, we've had maintenance. I've done things by telephone. Like I said, I didn't go down for 2.5 years. I didn't go down between telephone and email and all that. I try to stay afloat of it.
And since the filing of your lawsuit, you specifically have not done anything to move your items and clean up the Market Street property?
No. Well, I've cleaned up since the break-in, which was we found out about it when I went down to get the keys fixed.
So the break-in was last year or last week?
Don't know. We just found it. I hadn't been there in 2 years.
Got it. Because of COVID.
Right, COVID.
And Mr. Orlansky, earlier you testified that you were a superintendent of a school system and you took courses on fiduciary duties, correct? Did any of those courses include reference to not using school system property for personal means?
I don't know. I don't remember that.
Would your school system have approved of you using school system property for your own personal needs?
I don't know. I've stored different people's teachers' furniture in the school room for 2 or 3 days while they were moving. I mean, I didn't charge them. They asked me, would I help them? They in between jobs. I've stored.
But if you were to store your personal items as superintendent, the one with a fiduciary duty, in a school property for years on end, would the school system have had an issue with that?
Well, that's not.
Your Honor, what's the relevancy of this line of questioning regarding superintendent duties from 30 years ago?
Your Honor, I'm investigating what he knows as his fiduciary duties. There is a punitive damages claim as to what his understanding of things are.
Okay, I think I understood where you were going. You should try to wrap it up. He's answered and you should press on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Orlansky, these properties listed on page 5 of the partnership agreement, how did they come into the partnership?
How did they come in?
Yes. How were they acquired by the partnership?
From my aunt, Sarah Brathman.
So you nor your brother Herb bought these properties and gave them to the partnership.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Orlansky.
Mr. Pearman, questions for Melvin Orlansky?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Now, just to be clear, currently, today, who owns the partnership, the LP?
Myself and my brother.
Okay, and do you each own an equal share? Do you each own half?
Each have half, 50%.
Okay, and remember, you guys speak up.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So you don't dispute, or do you dispute that Herb owns half of the Orlansky Investments LP?
No, I don't dispute that.
All right.
Can you hear me? I guess.
Do you get annual financial statements from the accountant that does work for the partnership?
Yes, every February we get a statement from the CPAs.
Every when?
February.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show the witness what the egregious mark is D3 and D4. Will you take a look at those and let me know when you're done reviewing them?
Would these be the D3 and D4 from, I know you guys are changing roles, but this would be a D exhibit based on what you're doing now. It's from the exhibit list C of D exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. Okay.
They're slightly different. The description is slightly different on one of them, but we've consulted, and I've shown Mr. Woodrum a copy of D3 and D4.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. These were produced ahead of time, and I have no objection to their entry.
Okay.
Just to make the record, I'll go ahead and ask that they be attentive them to into evidence, Your Honor.
D3 and D4 are both admitted.
Melvin, can you please look at D4?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got it.
All right. So tell the jury what D4 is generally.
It's the annual, shows the assets and liabilities with the income and the expenditures itemized by check.
Okay, and does D4 cover the years 2014 through 2019?
Yes, sir.
And it So it's a statement of assets, liability, equity, and tax basis for those for 2014 to 2019 for the partnership.
2014, 2015, you mean? Well, it goes all the way back. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah, 2019. I'm sorry.
So 2014 to 2019, and you have to speak up.
Right.
Okay. And you received this from the accountants that are employed by the partnership.
Correct.
And is that BFMW Group, Professional Limited Liability Corporation?
Yes, sir. That's the.
All right. And you receive a copy of each of these. I know this is for 2014 through 2019, but every year you receive a copy of these. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does Herb also receive copies of these every year?
Yes, sir. I know he does.
You know he does?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that he does?
My CPA told me I'm getting ready to send your brother the same thing. Here it is.
All right. Now, well, let's just turn to the second to last. Well, let's go to the last section, the 2019 section, the most recent reports. Yes, that's it. You can look on the screen as well in front of you. But that's it. All right, Melvin, in 2019, how much money was in the Orlansky Investments checking account?
$5,458.42.
And is that at the end of 2019? Is this as of December 31st, 2019?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, going down here, it says liabilities and equity. Scroll down a little bit. It says here for December 31st, 2019, other current liabilities, Melvin Orlansky, $44,397.73. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does that reflect?
How much money I loaned the partnership to keep it afloat?
Okay. So you have loaned the partnership approximately $45,000, $44,000.
Right.
All right. And did Herb also loan the partnership that $11,280?
Yes, he did.
All right. Now, going to the next page, in 2019, rental income. Does this indicate that the partnership received $18,670 in rent in the year 2019?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about the rent. Who collects the rent for the partnership?
I do.
Do you do it personally, or do they mail you a check? Do the tenants mail it to you? How does that work?
Usually I do it personally, but the COVID has changed the way, and I had to do it by mail.
Do you receive checks or cash or money orders from the tenants?
Mostly checks or money orders.
And what do you do with the rent payments after you receive them, either in person or in the mail?
Take them to Trustmark Bank to deposit them in our checking account.
And into whose checking account?
The Orlansky Investments.
Okay. So you just go ahead and put it into the Orlansky Investments bank account.
Right.
Regarding the day-to-day operations of the partnership, has Herb ever really taken much of an interest in the business dealings of the partnership?
No, sir.
Have you done the vast majority of the work to keep the partnership earning whatever money it earns?
Yes, I have.
Who's responsible for getting the documents to the accountants so that the partnership's taxes can be done every year?
I am. I have.
After the taxes are done, but before they're filed, do the accountants send you a statement for your own taxes or anything like a K-1 or any other specific tax forms for you?
Yes,
To your knowledge, do they also send those to her?
yes, they do.
I want to talk a little bit about the properties themselves. If you could pull it. Can you tell us, Melvin, what sort of economic condition, or what are the general economic conditions of Greenwood, Mississippi for the last several years?
Poor, very deprived economically, and it's losing population, and it's hard to sell anything there.
And why is it hard to sell anything there?
I guess people's income is low, or either they have no interest, or there's no future for some of the places.
Are there many people who live in Greenwood, Mississippi, or the surrounding areas? Are there many people who could afford $850 a month in rent?
No, I doubt it very much.
Are there many people who could afford $500 in rent in Greenwood, Mississippi, or the surrounding areas?
No, it's hard to rent anything, seem like.
You got to speak up.
It's hard to rent.
It's hard to rent.
Right.
Okay. Has your brother ever told you that he wants to rent, or he doesn't, or, and I see you strike that. Has Herb ever told you to not rent the house on Market Street, the big house?
Right. He's told me that we need to sell it, not rent it.
Okay. So he's told you that to not rent that house.
Right.
Okay. When did he tell you that?
I can't remember when. It's been a while ago.
Has he ever told you differently?
No, sir.
All right. But the other LP properties that are rented, you're going to continue renting those for as long as you can. Is that right?
Correct.
If your brother told you that he wanted to sell Market Street, would you agree with that? Would you sell it?
I'd try.
You've tried.
I'll try. Try to sell it.
But you would agree that if he says, "Hey, Mel, we need to sell this. We need to sell Market Street," would you agree or disagree with that?
I'd agree.
And if he changed his mind and he said, "Mel, I want to rent Market Street. I think the partnership should rent Market Street," would you agree with that or disagree with that?
I try to talk him out of it because I feel it's going to be some hardships there if you'd rent.
Within the last couple of years, have you attempted to sell any of the partnership's properties?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us, when was the last time you had a buyer for some of the partnership's property?
2021, July of 21, August of 21, October of 21. Same buyer. We gave him 3 different contracts, and my brother refused to sign them.
And who, and for which property was that you were trying to sell?
2 of them. 113, 115 West Johnson, and 117 West Johnson.
Okay, so to be clear, you had a prospective buyer and a contract to sell 113 and 115 and 117 West Johnson.
And the earnest money for it.
You got earnest money for it too.
Right.
And did you have to return that earnest money?
I did.
And just to be clear, you had signed the purchase agreement. You consented to the sale of the home as half owner of the LP.
Right.
Did Herb complete that paperwork? Did he sign the contract to sell those homes?
No, sir.
Do you know why he didn't do that?
Well, I just know what he called my accountant, our accountant, excuse me, and talked to him after he got the first contract, and he said it sounds like a bad deal. But the contract was for $30,000. And look what they valued at, according to the appraisal. One's $9,000 and one's $3,500. So I don't know how it could be a bad deal. We'd have got rid of it. You know.
And was that the last time that you, or the partnership got close or had a prospective buyer for any of the properties?
No, we decided, I talked to my CPA and I said, well, let's send another contract out for $32,500 and see what happens. So we sent it out and I thought maybe that would make my brother sign it. He would get more money, and he still refused to sign it. We didn't hear from him. I assumed.
But the prospective buyer was willing to pay $32,500.
Yeah, I told him what it would be. He agreed. He kept the $4,000 and then he didn't sign that one. And so we raised another one to $35,000, the third one.
And the buyer was willing to buy the property at $35,000?
Right. I still had his earnest money.
But Herb has not consented to that sale.
No.
Has Herb ever assisted you with the day-to-day management of the partnership?
No, sir.
Have you ever prevented Herb from accessing the partnership's property? If he wanted to come over to Greenwood from Atlanta, would you make available the property so he could go and look at it?
Yes, sir.
And the appraisal has been already entered into evidence as J5. Is that right? You've seen that appraisal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did that appraisal occur?
July the 20th till August the 2nd, 2022.
And who paid for that appraisal?
I did. I put $1,500 into the Orlansky investments to cover it, and then roll a check out of Orlansky investments.
How much cash on hand did Orlansky investments have prior to you putting in that extra $1,500?
I can't remember. It wasn't enough. $1,600, $1,700. It had to be a little more than that.
So
$2,200.
As of last month, Orlansky investments had $2,100 or $2,200 in cash on hand.
Yeah, somewhere in that area.
Okay, you got to wait until I'm done with the questions before you answer. Okay. So you paid out of your own pocket for the rest to cover that appraisal cost.
Correct.
Has Herb paid for his share of that appraisal?
Not that I'm aware.
And just turning to J5 here, that's on the screen. This is all of the properties that the partnership owns. Is that right?
Well, yes, sir. There are two other parcels, but they are strictly no buildings there. They're land only.
And do you agree with what the appraiser valued these properties at?
Yeah, I guess I have no idea how they come up with what they do, but I know it went down.
So is this a fair representation of what the partnership is basically worth at this point, the values of these properties?
Yes, I think it's fair.
And if you could sell these properties for these values, would you do so, or would you want to get more for it?
I'd want to get more, but you know.
And in fact, you had a contract to get more for two of the three West Johnson Street properties. That's right?
Yes, much more.
All right. Now, Melvin, regarding some of the other claims that your brother has made against you, have you ever told anyone that Herb has committed theft, a conversion, or improperly took money from your mom or the trust?
No.
Have you ever expressed concern to somebody else that he was improperly writing checks to himself or anything like that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, explain that for the jury.
I told my family, my wife, my children, because they were very inquisitive about what's going on. You know, they have a right to know. Eventually, they might be the heirs. He was writing checks, undocumented checks to himself, round figures, $15,000, $19,000, $25,000, whatever. There was no documentation whatsoever. That's not normal. No explanation whatsoever.
Were you concerned that there was inadequate or shoddy record keeping by your brother as trustee?
I didn't know what was going on. We didn't know this till we got discovery about 2 years ago. And that's when I found that out. We had very little knowledge of the trust until we got the discovery.
And this court has already found that Herb breached his fiduciary
Your Honor,
duty to the trust.
I'm gonna object. This is getting back into the trust side of the case.
You have certain counterclaims to which the past few questions directly related. Why don't you ask the entirety of this question, and then I'll see if we've gone too far back over there, but I understood the reason for the last few questions.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, the counterclaim does have trust issues in it, and there's some other allegations as well.
It does? What was your question?
Melvin, this court has found that Herb breached his fiduciary duty to the trust. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Has Herb admitted that he has taken approximately $500,000 more of the trust funds than you have received?
Yes, he's admitted that.
Has Herb admitted that he owes you at least $495,000?
Yes, sir.
Does the trust currently have enough funds, to your knowledge, to cover that $495,000 at a minimum?
No, not to my knowledge.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Woodrum, any follow-up?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Orlansky, you were just asked a question about whether you made any statements defamatory to my client, Herb Orlansky, and you said that you told family members he had been improperly writing checks. Was that referring to when your mother was alive, or was that referring to after your mother passed?
I didn't get discovery till after she passed away. So this was after we found discovery from Wells Fargo Bank showing that there were checks undocumented written to himself. So this was after she was dead.
But my question is, the checks that were written, would they have been dated prior to her death? Would those transactions have occurred prior to her death that you are alleging were improper?
Those were prior to her death, but we didn't get the discovery till after her death.
So the question isn't when did you learn about it, but once you learned about it, was it your claim that your brother was writing these unauthorized checks both before your mother passed away and after, or only before? I know you didn't know about it early on,
Right.
but eventually, hey, I'm reading these documents and you develop a perspective on what you think your brother's doing. Were you telling your family members he's been writing these checks that he shouldn't have since before mom died, or only after she died?
Before she died, because we saw him dated back in 2012 and 13.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And Mr. Orlansky, why do you allege these checks were improper before she died?
Mr. Woodrum, when you write a check, I write a check for 90 cents. I put down there for what it's for. When you put a $15,000 check on the table, surely you would put an explanation on it, or a $20,000 check. When I paid the appraiser last week or 2 weeks ago, $4,000 bill, I wrote down there for appraisal of 8 properties or whatever, something to explain what it is. You don't normally write round figures unless the bill is round figures. You know, if you pay tuition for a college, $6,727.22, but you don't make the check out for $7,000. You make it out for exactly the amount. And that's the reason. That's why I looked abnormal.
And Mr. Orlansky, is that the only evidence you have that these were improper, that there is not an entry on the memo line of the checks?
And they were written to himself.
But did your mother not write checks to you for expenses?
She write checks. No, not that I know of.
So
Unless I had incurred expense for her.
And Mr. Orlansky, I believe you testified previously that when your daughters were attending Pillow Academy, Marvel Academy, and their universities, Miss Orlansky Libby would write checks to you for some of their expenses.
Right. She had written some checks to me, but she documented what it's for. I mean, you better be open-ended checks, not my mother.
So do you allege that Mr. Orlansky was writing these checks without her authorization?
Say it again, please.
Do you allege that Mr. Orlansky was writing these checks without Libby's authorization?
Yes, I do.
And what is the basis of your allegation on
Mother was a frugal person. She wasn't the kind to be, what the word used is generous, but she was frugal. She was fair, but she wanted to know where her dollars were going.
And when you were making these allegations against your brother to family members, did you also indicate that he had misused a debit card, credit card?
Credit card, the Visa Bank of America credit card. When you say my family, I'm talking about my wife and my daughters. That's all when I say family.
And so you told them verbally or in writing that he
Verbally, we discussed it because Allison was still upset about the ring that she never got. And she asked me, said, Daddy, you need to get on it. I said, something's going on.
And in regard to the credit card charges, why did you think those were fraudulent?
Ansley Animal Clinic, mother had no dog. World Toyota, mother had no automobile. Green's Package Liquor Store, mother didn't touch the alcohol. Trip to Chile or Santiago, Chile, mother didn't make those trips.
How do you know your mother did not drink alcohol?
Mr. Woodham, if you've been around my mother as long as I had and knew about her, knew of her, and listened to her, she wouldn't touch it. She didn't want the bars open. You know.
But you were not there on a daily basis seeing that she did not consume.
No, I wasn't.
And you were not there on a daily basis to see if she was telling Herb to pay a bill on the Toyota that's used to convey her around town.
No, sir. My mother wasn't able. Herbie wrote checks for her in 2009 to pay her rent at the independent living quarters. He told me that himself. I said, who pays the rent now? Because mother couldn't pay it. She was getting the checks mixed up, and the office told Herbie that she wasn't able to do the checks. So he was writing the checks.
Have you reviewed any medical records that would support your allegation that she was unable to make her own decisions?
No, I have not.
So you were just going on some representation, alleged representation by Herb that she could not sign her checks at that time?
Right. He told me himself. He was
Had
writing.
one conversation?
Why should I not believe him?
But was it one conversation?
That was a conversation, right?
And do you recall what year that happened?
Yes, I do.
What year was that?
2009. We moved her out of there January 31st, 2010 to Belmont Senior Living Quarters. She stayed there 18 months. Then she went to Atria. He did call me and told me he was thinking about moving her to Atria because it was closer to his house and it's cheaper.
So after 2009, do you allege that Mr. Herb Orlansky was not actually taking her out to eat at roasters, at other restaurants with the family on a weekly basis?
I'd say it got less and less, but she started going down in 2009. That's why we moved her to assisted living, where she could get more help. His wife told me she needed more help. And that's why we went to Belmont in 2010, January 31st.
And Mr. Orlansky, you discussed some transactions earlier that you attempted with the partnership. If I could refer you to J3, and I'm going to attempt to share my screen here with you. So we page 14 of J3. And this is the partnership agreement, section 5, management, 5.1, authority of general partners. Does subsection E not give you the authority to sell the property without Herb Orlansky's permission?
I don't know, but he signed every warranty deed, and my mother signed it when she was alive, every warranty deed along with myself. All three of us had to sign it. If somebody objected, we would not sell the property. We made sure everybody was involved in the sale. That's a major factor in a partnership, a sale of property. Now, rental, I did that myself, but sale of property, we included everybody. And if you don't sign it, it don't go through. That's the first time that's happened. Every other time, they, I guess, graciously signed it.
Would everyone have to agree for a property to be leased to someone?
No,
Would everyone have to agree for a property to be used by someone?
when you mean use, what do you mean, sir?
Such as using the Market Street property.
No, I didn't.
So you never asked for their approval to use the Market Street property?
No, not directly.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Pearman, anything briefly?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Melvin, has the partnership sold any properties since its inception in 1994?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
How many properties have it sold approximately?
8, 9.
And that's since 1994?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You have to
Yes, sir.
verbally.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I have a call.
When your mother was assisting you many years ago with your daughter's tuition at private school and college, did your mom write the checks to you for those?
Yes.
And when the checks that you've testified about that gave you pause, did Herb write those checks to himself?
Yes.
And was he writing checks to himself using your mom's funds?
Yes.
When the partnership sold all those properties and your mom still had a stake in the partnership, everyone had to sign the contract to sell those properties back in the past?
Yes, sir.
And that was a requirement from whom?
Well, I told him I'd like to have it done that way, where everybody would know what was going on.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Sorry, jurors, I'm just tying my shoe. Any questions from the jurors? Yes, fill them out, get them to Deputy Gordon, please. What happened? Oh my gosh. Everyone brought a bag lunch. Yeah, we hit the max. Doesn't matter. All right, counsel.
That's a word.
Infinite supply. Trying to get these somewhat organized. There are too many. All right. Most of these relate to the partnership, but one doesn't. Do you know where the rings are? You talked about 2 rings. Do you know where they are?
he said he lost one. And the other one, I guess he has in his possession.
Right, but you're guessing. You
I'm
don't know
guessing,
where they
right.
are.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Tell the jury what the difference is between your role in the partnership and your brother's. Are you the general partner?
We both are.
You're both general partners.
Right.
Because we saw some language on the screen that differentiated between general partner and limited partner.
I guess I'm the managing partner.
Managing partner. Is that a role you volunteered for? Your mom said you have to have it, or is it in the partnership agreement?
I don't know how, I think it's in the agreement. I don't know how I ended up with it, but I was living closer.
Okay, I think they'll hear you better if you talk. As long as you use that microphone, I'll hear you.
I don't know how I ended up with it, but since I was living closer, they thought I'd be the one to take care of those management duties. And become, it's become a headache, more than an asset sometimes. Wish I didn't have it.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Mr. Woodrum showed you some language that talked about the general partner being able to lease or sell the properties just on his or her own without the authority of the limited partners. And you explained that it was maybe common practice to get everyone to agree, but you didn't think that was written in the agreement.
Right.
So are you the general partner who has that authority?
I don't know. I just thought maybe that would keep everybody involved and everybody have a say so in what we sell and what we keep. That's a big decision to make when you sell a property. So that way, and it worked until this one. Everybody, they signed. If they didn't want to sign it, that's fine. At least they knew they had the opportunity to sell it. And they couldn't come back on me and say, whatever.
Do you get compensated in any way for the work that you do, whatever your title is, managing partner, general partner?
No, sir. No, sir. Don't get anything. And it's so small, the assets there, I wouldn't take anything because it can't make it as it is. And
the properties that are in the partnership, and we saw them up on the screen a few times, those different Alley Cat, Storm Cat, whatever it was, Main Street and the others, how did they get into the partnership? It was just formed that way with the properties in there, or is that another vote that you all took?
no, they just came from the conservatorship to this.
No, microphone. Use the microphone.
Yes. They just came through the conservatorship.
So you move the microphone, then you move away from it. So get up close to the mic. There you go.
Okay. There was conservatorship we had before. And then we had it a few months and then we formed Orlansky Investments. And that's how these properties belonged to my aunt and they came over straight from her. So we didn't buy anything.
Did you know that the trust owned 10% of the partnership and that you and your brother each had 45%?
I knew it after we found out there was a trust. We didn't know it initially. My accountant didn't know it. So nobody told us there was a trust that existed.
And remind the jurors and me, when you learned that there was a trust?
2018, Mr. Woodrum told my attorney that there was a trust involved, March of 2018.
So before that time, who did you think the owners of the limited partnership were?
Didn't know, didn't think about it. Just the money that was hers, we just divided among us.
Hers meaning your mother's?
Mothers.
Okay. The monthly income that comes in from rent and whatnot, does it go into the business account or does it get used automatically for upkeep and maintenance?
It goes into the checking account, Trustmark National Bank. That's the only account that Orlansky Investment has. And everybody pays by check or money order, especially since the COVID.
You testified that you've loaned, I think was the term you used, about 45,000, and your brother Herb had loaned, it was around 11 or 12,000. How is it that you got your brother to put money in? Did he say, here's some money, or you asked for it, or how did that come to pass?
I told him I needed some help, and sometimes he gave a little bit, but I just knew we had to have much more than that. You said we got, what's that together? $56,000. And it still has a hard time working, surviving. And one reason it has a hard time surviving is we used to have 18 or 19 parcels. Now we got a total of 8 parcels. And when you have 1 or 2 vacancies with 8 parcels, it kills you. When you have 1 or 2 vacancies with 18 parcels, it's not near as bad.
Where did the other 10 parcels go?
I sold them.
Okay. And every time you wanted to
sold
sell
them.
something, you got the approval of, if your mother was still alive, your mother, and certainly your brother.
Right. And then one fire burned, as I was telling you about it. He got a payout, a big payout. I got a payout, and she got a payout on it. And
What other role does your brother have in the partnership beyond, at some point, he's loaned around $11,000 or $12,000?
Well, if we made money, which we used to make a little money, and we distribute the money out of there, and each person would get 25, whatever it was, if we had a $12,000 balance, we'd give, he and I would get the same, and mother would get her 10%. But then we started losing money, and we didn't have any money to distribute. And we don't want to distribute money. I don't want to distribute money if we got a zero balance, because you don't want to start the new year off with zero. Suppose you have a water leak. How are you going to pay the plumber? So the only time I heard from him when he wanted money, he'd call me up and he'd say, Melvin, what about the distribution? I said, we don't have $800 in the bank. You may take it out there and make it zero. We'd be calling you back and asking you for a loan. So I didn't distribute that. And there was some good. In fact, one year I forgot to give myself a distribution, and my accountant got on to me for that. He said, don't you if you give your brother $3,000, you take $3,000 to keep it even. And I forgot to give myself one.
So right now, what is the roughly monthly income from the properties in the limited partnership?
500, 1,000, 1,100, about $1,600 a month. Terrible.
All told.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does the partnership agreement tell you specifically what maintenance you are responsible for? In other words, the level at which you need to maintain the properties that are in the partnership?
Not that I'm aware.
Does the partnership agreement require you to pay rent if you are using one of the properties?
Not that I'm aware.
Before your mother passed away, was your brother Herb interested in the status of the properties, and was he asking you to get access to the properties?
I don't remember. Is that before she passed away? But he was wanting to know where the money was or whatever, why no distribution. And I told him we lost money. But that's about the only time he contacted me, is when he wanted some funds out of there.
The family house that you were in and moved out of, has there been an understanding between you and your brother as to whether you should try to rent or sell that? Or is there disagreement, or you don't talk about it?
Well, we both want to sell it, but we both agreed to not rent it. Thought it'd be detrimental to rent it.
So 2 agreements. 1, don't rent it. 2, let's try to sell it.
Correct.
Why did you move out in 1993 or whenever it was that you moved out of that house?
I moved out of town. I moved to Memphis.
For work?
Work, right.
Okay. Mr. Woodrum, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pearman?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break. Need you back here at 1:30. Please don't talk about the case while you are on your break. We will pick up with Mr. Woodrum's next witness and go from there.
All right, good.
Mr. Deutsch, anything before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum,
No, Your Honor.
you'll be calling your client next?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's it for you?
That'll be it.
And then your plan, Mr. Deutsch, is to call the accountant if you call someone?
Correct.
And that would be it?
Correct.
Okay, all right. See you guys a little before 1:30. Mr. Wooten?
Paperwork for you.
Things I need to sign or just I get to enjoy?
Probably have to sign and review and then sign.
Okay,
Is that a witness stuff?
Okay.
I just want to bring it to you personally because there's one thing that we added, which is basically a jurisdictional statement. Some of the witnesses have argued in their respective.
when they're challenging it there about jurisdiction.
Civil proceeding.
Okay.
So this uniform doesn't apply.
We'll be talking about that on Thursday,
We will.
whether it's civil or criminal. Okay,
They've not been successful, but I put a statement in the petition and it says it's criminal.
Great.
If you want anything changed, tell me.
okay. I'll read through those. I will shoot an email when they're ready. I gotta go meet with the chief judge right now. I don't know if Wakeford is working. I know he's working on the governor's situation. He does not need to work, or whoever it would be assigned to, nay, responding to the motion to reconsider disqualification. That one I'll deal with.
All right.
All right, you bet.
I'll take care.
All right, Ms. Allen, we'll see you a little before 1:30. Great.
You emailed me. He emailed me and said that she could see. She could hear, so she got off Zoom. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Go ahead.
And after leaving that call from Roxanne Ballard, saying there's some problem with the calendar, she's reached out to y'all, she asked somebody to call her.
Yeah, she reached out. So she got in and wasn't in the waiting room. So she immediately exited.
Okay, I'm just making sure she has made a way to contact you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dana.
Because you emailed me and I didn't email her back to the court. All right. How much you got of that? Juice? Yeah. Zero. I think it died. Did it really? No, just leave that up there. Don't touch that. Just leave that there. You're done. Check. Mhm. No. You're right. Should any- Call who? No, she's not. She got COVID, right? Yeah.
Doctor, you tested that. Yeah.
No, no, it's there.
Other than this, if you get hurt. No.
Yeah.
You see a picture of us.
Yeah.
Hello. Course, it's not course. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Consider not.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, now, do I just need to leave it like this until y'all figure out how to put it in a room?
yep, you can go ahead, mute yourself, kill your video and just wait here, and we'll deal with it when the judge comes back.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
I told you you're available. I'm gonna get my plug so I can start looking at that. You sent me a picture. You said. Have that. Oh. Somebody else, I mean, you said, let's say something. He's in a meeting now. So, temperature in back. No. Right. You think you need them?
I don't think so. But thanks.
Yes. We call it, we break. Who is that? Listen. Trying to get out. She can answer, she might be back.
Yeah.
Well, I want to hear from her. She might be the doctor. Okay, I will write it. Chuck, yeah, I don't know what you bring. Okay, you want to next 30 minutes? Okay, tell me, talk to me. Text you. Next word, Roxanne.
No. He's in call in. First name. Yeah.
Therapist working on. She come in, she said. So she's what I can't do. So no, she took me. So she didn't move back. I mean, we're not 2013 years.
What's that? That's funny.
She says, "Don't."
That's what I'm researching right now. But then you didn't have it at the time you said it, supposedly. What did you say? Right. It's true. It's true. That's not saying it's a true story. You could have said. Look where you're standing. Look where you're standing.
Hey man, I got an issue. Cheryl just came home. She's got a shooting bad pain in her lower right back. Sudden onset. She's like sweating, threw up. I told her, and she came home. I don't know why the hell she didn't just stay at the hospital and get checked out. Anything. Anyway, if she needs me, I need to be able to go. It sounds like it could be a kidney stone or something. Okay. So, sorry, but if she says that, I know it's bad. Yeah. Because she's not one to, right? She's not one to complain about that kind of stuff. I think she'll be okay. She's like, no, don't come now. I just, but I'm just giving you one. I just talked to Roxanne. She's good to go. I told her there's a possibility that you'll be doing it. I'm good, but I just wanted to let you know. Gotcha. You good? Yeah. In that level of pain state. I was thinking about it. Direct the vertical installer is still in play. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we moved for some reason. Yeah. Move forward. No, I don't make that. Says she can't figure out how to leave. So she got back in the Zoom along. So the judge will go. Be crazy. We know what you need. Jurisdiction. Have you asked for that? Roxanne.
Well, that's what somebody said, flip them on the wall or something, but I'll, read your mind.
She can't drive herself, but we have very good neighbors that are old and retired. They do it. There you go.
Yeah.
So, get her there. Get her there.
If it's kidneys down, that's why it's just gonna hurt. It should be fine. Yeah. But I just want to make sure it's not anything else.
Can I, while we for half a second?
Sure.
I think y'all gonna finish today or tomorrow?
I think we'll finish our evidence today, but I'm not sure that we'll get it to them.
Yeah, I think we're going deliberations tomorrow.
A whole full day tomorrow, too?
Pardon?
You think the whole full day?
Tomorrow?
Like from 9 to 5?
Yeah, I think it's safe to plan on that.
I know it will sound weird, but yeah. There, I've gotta get it.
Are there any scissors up there?
Thanks.
So we 13.
Or just give discuss cover only such special damages that actually sustains the consequence of the alleged wrongful acts. Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah, I will be. Leave your code.
Yeah, just leave it. Should I ask her if she can just get Joe to hold the ticker?
What she wants. She knew.
Yeah. Yeah, she knows. If it weren't serious, she wouldn't ask.
Yeah.
I'm confident.
Yeah.
And I saw her get birth to Thomas without eating pain meds. She's got high pain levels. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, man.
It should be in a way where she get on.
She's in her, you gotta tell the judge to put her in the waiting room as soon as he comes back in. Yeah, they're like, they should be right here. So just get rid of that, just get rid of all the stuff. Okay, so you got D3 and D4 right there. Okay, that's it.
She's in the
She needs to be able to get exactly this. Yeah, I tell her, you just trying to figure out what you want to. I will, okay, I'll keep you posted of what I can and can't do. Okay. I should be able to do it tomorrow because she's, you know, whatever, she gets to school and she just, sure, being paid at home. I got to. I'll tell Mel. Okay, now I'll tell Roxanne you're gonna handle it.
His wife is going to the hospital.
What's wrong?
She got some pain in her side.
I have kidney stones.
It sounds like that's what it is, but
Yeah, they've been working on mine for last year.
that's serious. Yeah, you know.
I'm in the hospital every other month. I haven't gone back yet.
I haven't had those, but I can't imagine. I hear it's awful.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't got to that point because I had my gallbladder removed. And so I had some scar tissue. So what had happened was the stones were trying to pass, but they couldn't
Go
get
through the scar tissue.
through scar tissue. So they kind of stuck up here. So they never got a chance. I never got to experience that. But all this just felt like something stupid.
Yeah. Ugh.
But they have been there for so long. They're embedded in my skin. It's in my tissue.
And
So
the
that's
tissue
why
of
it's
the
taking so
organ.
long.
Yeah. No, geez. That is horrible.
Yeah.
I know, right? You don't have a choice, right? We'll be all right. I can't, yeah. Yep.
Hey. Talk to them today. Then I've been And maybe not gonna start. It was just. I didn't necessarily mean like. Questions, that's what I said.
Yeah, I did really good.
I don't think that, I didn't, just like, it's just a wrong question. How do we don't have any rights? I didn't tell them, gee, I should get that night.
Oh, yeah. So,
Well, you know, the good thing about mom.
yeah, I can't tell you.
You just have to tell me somewhere.
So tell me what,
Went somewhere.
show my season, donation, traveling games, hotel.
I don't know, I didn't want to tell her that.
1 year before we had kids.
Because she had called me, she was on the phone.
She got one for great.
And I guess one was she found it, and she found it, she did.
I'm gonna lie to you.
And I told her,
I swear.
she said, she had black tires in the back of them. And flat, and one good time, so they were flat. It's on the side of the road. And she said, I didn't know the number. But then she texted me back and said,
But yeah, that's
well, I had, I texted Jackie last night, she wanted to take Rick Johnson, was a little told her, but I just got, I said. Then she said, something like, yeah, don't look. So on and so on.
that gets. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I let Jackie know, she was one of the first people I talked to, and I didn't know she might have told me. But after we know that she said that she was like, no, somebody, and get called to him, it's in my text.
Thank you.
Here.
It's one of the, they're gonna go to tomorrow. It's time. Yes, this is just like right now. I like what she's gonna keep this. So, we are, start listening to. Small.
Yeah, yeah.
But at least somebody knows and.
She is, she's.
Work for him. They take money out. But usually they will have somebody that get back. So.
Yeah. Well, not breaking.
But I would like to take a whole thing and go. What the hell are we trying to do? It's the only thing is I'm gonna be, I will be out. for the rest of the year.
Right. That'll be nice. Yeah. That's the first game.
And I won't have any more money. When I'm-
Yeah.
I'm glad.
They're right. I guess you have to kind of see them all over.
Right. Yeah, you know,
The praise are giving. Yes. Original.
I mean, I can think right now. No, there ain't nobody in here right now.
I would say I don't understand.
It's just around, put some factions. Because they're very small on one side.
Sure.
And
If she's done with
But, you know, it's. Talk about that. We could be done this year, keep money from me somehow. I mean, how long do they need to take? How long? I'm just thinking kids have to start working on. And then I'll be off.
Especially downstairs.
I need it. And last night, which was Sunday.
This is the upstairs. The half. Yeah, the upstairs.
I'm thinking
Yeah,
Wednesday.
that's, you know, you can see the screws.
No, next week, you know, they use a week, but later. That's what you see going. I do. Yeah, you do, but there are only certain ones who do it. Could ask them about it. Tomorrow. No, tomorrow's Tuesday. Yeah, I work tomorrow, we can go down here tomorrow. Not before 9 o'clock, because I didn't go to bed last night, probably 4:30.
Use that.
And then I had it at 6. Well, actually, I got it 7, not 7. I got to be able to 7.
I think you just.
I didn't wake up to 7, you know, I 7, and I didn't work. Yeah. But they don't get, because he's part-time, even though he works, the way how this just part-time, but he don't get any days off like that. But it's on road, they do it out of so. Yeah, we just, that's the problem. We got, maybe. It's fine. This stuff. Okay, 7 minutes, so we down. Wednesday, I'll be okay. No, I think it's with their days. I mean, All of them. Usually this is. And I'm right around the corner and I don't have to get Michael's stuff. You know, whenever I get finished, it will take 30 minutes. I'm about to train them, and I'm gonna ask her how do they normally do people. Cause I know like so many ways, when you thought that was out. So I can use that to. Cause that's what she is. It was like, oh, she might be after a shower. You call and she'll go, you know, go comfort the family. What's actually happening. So I'll ask her. But she actually sometimes has to leave the sort of looking inside. Interesting. Yeah, but I think that's part of her job. She does. And that she's real active with the family. Like right at that time. She's calm, so I'm. Not even, I had some cheese, you know, and I did make her another video. That. So you think it's okay, it's like no things, other things is still on tomorrow? I think that's fine, that's what we want. Trying to, you know, find.
I know you said all along.
Struggling and stuff. All right, I'll just do it.
Cheryl wasn't agreeing.
Let me go see the film on TV. Does that- They also be using.
Yeah, well, some people.
All right, and I'm just get you.
First. And he was. Just that time.
Somebody come and check on me. I understand about that. Somebody come by. Okay.
And I didn't hear from him back. So call it. So just he walks up to the glass. He walks. He's trying to turn. Knocked on the window. He came. They look at that. They said this is not the this is procedure. And see what you may be type of APS. See him there. Then still they was in my APS representative who was
They're not actually speaking sure, that's why. It's a little bit later.
Hello.
Can you turn it up?
APS.
Yeah. They got all going on.
It's not anymore.
What branch was your brother in? He was in.
My folks. A little bit. I got me.
Good.
I got me to see. That's what somebody was.
I was wondering.
I got chipmunks on my own. Folding all the books. In all the courts. When I was up in juvenile court, I got my big ones.
That was good out there.
And I got- I don't know if it was a COVID man.
Walk on the water, you may see it.
Miss Allen, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. It's all right.
I'm gonna come back.
You are?
Yeah.
You sure?
I'm just gonna-
Okay. Well, let's talk about that today and tomorrow. Mr. Woodrum, you're going to call your client to testify and then you're done. Melvin Orlansky's legal team will call the accountant and then they'll be done. Ballpark, how long do you think the rest of your case is?
I can't imagine from my questioning more than 15 to 20 minutes.
Of your client?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to finish before I want to let the jurors go home. I know we haven't had the charge conference yet, but I'm wondering, the charge isn't controversial. I'm wondering how much of the charge conference we have to have before you give your closings. In certain cases, you got to have it because the crux is whether is the judge going to charge on statute of limitations or not, or this or that. But I don't know that there is a big tussle over what's in and what's not. The basics are in. I may need to tweak some wording to better fit the facts of the case, but fiduciary duty and trust and slander. I mean, that stuff is all in the charge. So I'm wondering if we could get to closings today. I think the jurors would appreciate that. I don't know if we have to have the charge conference, unless it's going to be a super short charge conference, how that would work. What are your thoughts about that, Mr. Deutsch?
Your Honor, I think the charge conference will be short. I have literally maybe 2 questions from what you submitted.
Okay.
So I think I would like to get that in as one question that would be important to my closing, but if we can get the closing done today, then I think absolutely this jury would appreciate it.
Okay. So maybe our afternoon break will be a little longer and it will be the charge conference. And then we could do closings after the afternoon break. Mr. Woodrum, your thoughts?
My thoughts are similar, Your Honor. I don't see a lot of controversial in the charges right now. Just my greater concern would be making sure to iron out the verdict form. I think that's going to be more of a important thing with the way this is laid out.
Okay. And that we can certainly do. I don't know that, do you need that before your closing? Okay, good.
Just mentioning that.
Okay, no, it's a fair point. With all the claims and counterclaims, it's a little more involved. Okay, great.
Your Honor, if I could, Mr. Pearman had to run for a family emergency. He won't be back.
Okay. Everything all right?
His wife is having abdominal pain.
Okay. All right. Well, we wish the best for him. Okay. You're in a position to manage things in his absence.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Woodrum, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring him in.
All right, jury. Mr. President.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from your lunch break. I had a chat with the lawyers about where we are in the case, and I think we are looking good for our schedule this afternoon. We've got maybe a couple more witnesses to hear from, and then I think the evidence may be closed, but we'll see how that goes. Mr. Woodrum, if you would call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, I call Mr. Herb Orlansky.
Do swear affirm that the testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, without go in and have a seat. Say this whether that's the record.
Are you still Herb Orlansky?
I am.
Okay, great.
Mr. Orlansky, are you a member, are you a partner in Orlansky Investments LP?
Yes,
And as a partner in Orlansky Investments LP, did you do an inspection of the Orlansky partnership properties within the past couple weeks?
yes.
And Mr. Orlansky.
Did you say couple years or weeks?
Weeks. Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to hand you what I have marked as exhibit D1. Mr. Orlansky, do you recognize these as copies of pictures that you have provided me for this litigation, including a picture of your parents and a picture of pictures of the partnerships that you took within the past couple of weeks?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to tender that exhibit.
Any objection to D1, Mr. Deutsch? All right, admitted.
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm going to share my screen here so that the jury can see what we're referring to. And Mr. Orlansky, page 1 of this exhibit, is that a photograph of your parents?
Yes, it is.
And who are your parents?
Frank and Libby Orlansky.
And the partnership properties, do they come from your mother's side of the family or your father's side?
Father's side.
And on the second page, you have a photograph here. Is that a picture of one of the partnership properties?
Yes,
And what partnership property is that?
that's the 209 East Market, which is the old family home. That is a picture of the back door and porch of the house.
And when you say the old family home, would that be your father's family?
Yes.
And when you say old, how old is it?
1911, I believe it was built.
And how was it constructed?
Brick exterior, poured concrete walls on the interior.
And Mr. Orlansky, on page 3 of that document, is that again a picture of the old family home?
Yeah, again, that's the back porch and the back entrance.
And why did you take this picture?
Because it was in such disrepair.
And can you identify what disrepair you took a picture of?
Well, if you look up at the soffits or below the roof, you'll see that the soffits are bowing down. You've got leaves and plants growing out of the gutters. And just the yard is trashed up. The wood looks like it needs to be painted, if not replaced. And then the air conditioning system to your left is just covered in leaves and stuff on the air conditioning unit that you can't even turn it on. Now, of course, there was no electricity when I went down there in the house. So I couldn't turn on the air conditioner if I wanted to try to turn it on, but I don't think you'd want to.
And Mr. Orlansky, moving to page 4 of that exhibit, you mentioned that an air conditioner had leaves all over it. Is this a photo of that air conditioner?
Yeah, that's the top of the air conditioner where the vent is, which you could not even draw air into that air conditioner the way it is now.
So the debris on top, is that completely blocking the air intake?
Yes, it is.
And turning to page 5 of the exhibit, do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yeah, that's the ceiling of the back porch.
Turning to page 6. What is this a photograph of?
That is the ceiling on the inside of the house of a half bathroom.
And when you went in and inspected, were particles falling off of the ceiling? And
They had already fallen off, yeah.
this is an interior portion of the home, not
Correct,
a porch.
correct.
And page 7 of the exhibit, is this another photograph you took of an interior room?
Yes.
And can you describe why you photographed this?
The ceiling. It is got water damage. Plaster was on the floor.
And page number 8, you also photographed this. Why did you take a photograph of this?
This is in hallway outside the kitchen and a hallway that goes to the back door that you could see from the outside the door, and it's just loaded with ironing boards, refrigerators, general trash. That's it.
And these items, do you recognize them as items that your family had before Melvin Orlansky moved into the home?
I do not.
So you suspect this is Melvin Orlansky's property?
I'm guessing, yes.
And on page 9, you took another photograph inside of the home. What is this a photograph of?
That is the dining room with a blanket and a bedspread thrown up on top of the table and various boxes full of stuff around. As you can see in the back, there's actually, well, that's basically all it shows there.
And page number 10 of the exhibit, what is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph in the kitchen, looking out toward the garage, and just various things on the counter, plastic bag hanging from one of the knobs.
And on to page 11, Mr. Orlansky. What did you photograph in this portion of the exhibit?
This is an upstairs bedroom with just varied stuff thrown on the bed, table. Again, you got boxes full of stuff. Actually, that box right in front had papers from 1980s in it, old check statements from the 1980s.
And page number 12, can you describe what is in this photograph?
Again, you're looking in that same bedroom, but at another angle, looking up toward the a front room and the front of the house. And you can see the ceiling with the crack in the plaster or the poured concrete falling off the walls.
And for all of these boxes and items laid out around the room, do you know if those are partnership property or if those are Melvin Orlansky?
Frankly, there was so much rat droppings. I was afraid to stick my hand in some of the boxes. It was just rat, mouse droppings all over the place. So I didn't look in all those boxes. I looked in one that I told you about, and it was just old bank statements. And then if you look, and there are other boxes to the right. I did not go through all the boxes, no. So I don't know.
And Mr. Orlansky, turning to page 13, do you recall taking this photograph?
Yes.
And what is in this photograph?
It's a room right off that bedroom we just showed you, just full of stuff. Sheets. I don't know. You can see plaster on the floor. And just there's a table, looks like a fold-up table in the back with all that stuff on top.
And do you know if this is partnership property or if this is Melvin Orlansky's property?
Well, I doubt if that teddy bear in that box is partnership property. I'm sure that's one of my niece's things. And if that's got others of theirs, I would think it would be personal property or their personal property.
And page 14, is this another photograph that you took?
Yes.
And can you describe what's in this photograph?
This is another bedroom. Again, you got stuff all over the bed. You've got stuff in the chair. You got stuff on the floor. I don't know what the stuff is on the counter. It looks like you got a doll and a bear and makeup and stuff like that on the table.
And the photograph on page 15, is this of the same room or a different room?
No, that's another bedroom.
And is it also piled up with different items in that bedroom?
Yes.
And page 16, is this another photograph you took of the bedroom?
Yes.
And again, is this bedroom, based on your inspection, piled up with different items, personal property?
Yes, it is.
On page 17, again, is this a photograph you took of one of the rooms in the family home?
Yes.
Do you have any idea if this is partnership property or if this is Melvin Orlansky's property?
I really couldn't tell you. It looks like there's an old, I forget what they used to call it. It was a suitcase satchel, I think they used to call them, on the right, which probably was from one of my aunts or grandparents or whatever, but the other stuff, I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's just lots of boxes, lots of stuff in these boxes, which again, I did not go through all the boxes.
And page 18, Mr. Orlansky, why did you take a photograph of this? And if you could describe what this is a photograph.
Well, this is right inside the front door. and you walk in and you can see part of the plaster falling off. You look at the wall, you can see the wall cracked, and then you look at the rat or mouse bait on the floor, which you find all over the house. And, you know, the stuff that's come out of the bait thing, it's kind of nasty.
And page 19, Mr. Orlansky, is what room, do you recall what kind of room this is?
This is another bedroom.
How many bedrooms were in the house? Well, like number 19.
There were 6 siblings.
Okay, big house.
Yeah.
And is that what your family called the house on Market Street, the big house?
Yes.
And when you were growing up, would you go visit the big house?
Yes.
Because your parents lived in Greenwood,
Ruleville.
Ruleville. And when you would go visit, what condition would the home be in?
It was good.
And who was living in it most of the time that you would go visit?
Now, you're talking about when I was younger, or when I was younger, we had aunts and uncles that lived there. My grandfather, I knew for a short time. I think he died when I was young, but you know, I knew him. My grandmother had died before I was born. I think in the early 40s. Yeah, it was mainly aunts and uncles.
And just to put a better time frame on it, what year were you born, Mr. Orlansky?
1948.
So from the time you were 0 to 10, who lived in the home then?
I think my uncle Louis, and again, it's hard to think back that far. And then I had an aunt, Uncle Louis, and Aunt Ida, I think, lived there.
And after Uncle Louis and Aunt Ida lived there, was it passed on to another family member to live in?
Yes, my brother.
And do you recall when your brother began living there?
Late 80s, maybe 88. I'm not real sure. Maybe 87, 86. I'm trying to think. I think he was in Cleveland, Mississippi at the time. He was a superintendent and he got let go of that job for some, and then he moved over here I think he was selling insurance, got a job as an insurance or something in Greenwood.
And were you aware of what the condition of the home was when Melvin Orlansky moved into it?
Yes.
Was it substantially better than these photographs we're seeing today?
Absolutely.
Did you visit the home after Melvin Orlansky moved into it over the years?
We did, but it was rare. I mean, if it was, I don't know, once every year or once every 2 years, maybe.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
My wife and of course my kids that were born, already born. Yeah.
Would your mother ever visit the home with you?
Yes.
And did she visit the home with you after Melvin moved in?
I think so, yes.
Did she ever visit the home with you after Melvin moved out?
I don't think so, because he moved out, I think in 94, something like 93 maybe. So I don't think she ever went there, because in 95 she moved to Louisville, which is quite a distance away. So I don't know if she did visit the house from 93, 94, 90. I didn't know if she did or not. No. I wasn't living there at the time.
And after the home became part of the partnership property, were you aware of the condition that Melvin had left it in when he moved out?
When he moved out, I might have been over there once. I had been over several times, yes. And I think when he moved out, other than just leaving their personal stuff there, it was not in this bad a shape. No.
But did you agree for Melvin to be able to store his personal things there without any rent being paid for the storage?
No.
Did Melvin ever ask you if he could store his items there?
No.
Did you ever request that Melvin clean out the home?
Yes.
And why did you request that Melvin clean out the home?
So we could lease it or sell it. You can't show a house with, personal stuff all over the place. And my mother and I, when she was still alive and she was at independent living, we actually sent a letter to Craig Brewer, who's the accountant / attorney. We had gotten so frustrated asking him every year to get his stuff out. And he just ignored us. And so we sent a letter removing him as managing partner, but Craig ignored the letter. And we never heard again. So my mother did not want to take legal action against my brother. I respected that. We didn't. And nothing ever happened.
And looking at the home 2 weeks ago when you walked through it, how do you feel about the condition of it currently? Do you feel it is wasted away?
It's in sad shape. I don't even know if it might even be a tear down at this point. I mean, there's so much damage between the ceiling, the floors, stuff all over the place. It's just, there's closets full of clothes, kids' clothes from my nieces when they were little that are still sitting in the closet. Teddy bears on the counter, as you saw in one of the pictures, just tons of stuff.
And based on what you saw, what would it take to clean out the home now? Would it take a couple of garbage bags?
No, it'd probably take a couple of trucks to get all the stuff out of there.
And even after the garbage is removed, would it take a significant undertaking to bring the house back up?
Yes, it would.
And by bring back up, I mean bring back up to what it was that you observed before Melvin left it.
Yes, it would take a considerable amount of work.
And when the home was in better shape, were you ever approached with any interest by people wanting to buy it?
Well, I no, because I had nothing to do as far as managing partner. The only thing I know is a law firm through a real estate agency called Square Street Realty was interested in buying the home, and he wouldn't sell it. He was a managing partner back in those days.
And when you say he would not sell it,
my brother would not sell it. And really, I can't remember what the price was, but if it was low, personally, I would have been willing to negotiate because I knew it was only going to go downhill. It had been empty for 7 years and just sitting there. So my choice would have been to sell or even lease it. But again, we would have had to clean out the inside of the house to make it presentable, I think.
And aside from the letter to Mr. Brewer you mentioned, did you ever make
any requests or demands upon Mr. Orlansky to clean, Melvin Orlansky to clean out the house?
Quite often, quite often. As a matter of fact, when I was teaching and not working in the summer for 2.5 months in the summer, I offered every summer, just about, to go over and I'd help him clean it out because I wanted to go ahead and either try to lease it or sell it. And of course, I never heard from him about that. So, but I did have a set of keys. And, you know, I guess if the keys still, and I went over there one time to get in and the keys didn't work, but they did go in. I had to get a locksmith to come and they sprayed, I don't know, W2 or whatever on the lot front door to get in. And after that time, after I got in, he changed the locks again, changed the locks. And of course, those keys that I had were useless and I could never get in again.
Did he tell you why he changed the locks?
He said he had personal things in there that he didn't want to lose. And his daughter had personal things and did not want to lose them.
Did he indicate the locks were changed because of you specifically?
He didn't say that.
And was the Market Street home, the big house, as your family calls it?
Yes, it was.
Was it is it the largest, most valuable piece of property in the partnership?
Yes, yes, it would have been.
And has it been that way since the inception of the partnership?
Well, as far as the largest property, yes.
And when you made the trip over to Greenwood, did you also inspect some other properties?
A couple of weeks ago or 10 days ago. Yes, I did.
And what was the condition of those properties?
Well, some I couldn't get in. They were supposed to give us the keys to the empty buildings, but we never got them. They did get the keys down that, I think the day before I got there. The keys were left in Craig Brewer's office. Got those and I got into the house. A couple of the other properties that were occupied, I went in and talked to the renter of that business, and both of them were not in good shape. They had been asking Melvin for a long time to fix up, and one of them told me that he hadn't seen Melvin in years. He's talked to him, and Melvin told him he was.
Whatever this gentleman told him is clearly hearsay.
It is hearsay, Your Honor.
Nope, I agree. So just help
And
your client answer the question in a way that doesn't get in ears.
They were not in good shape, no.
And Mr. Orlansky, the last page of your exhibit, did you take a photograph of one of the buildings that you visited?
Page 20?
Yes.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
That is a occupied building that is a hair salon, and this is the ceiling coming down, which she has asked numerous times to get fixed.
So this is a property that's actually occupied, has an ongoing business in it.
Yes.
And Mr. Orlansky, you mentioned earlier there was frustration in dealing with the partnership issues. Did that frustration lead you to need to hire an attorney to address this matter?
Not at first. Again, when my mother was alive, she did not want to do legal action, nor did I. I didn't want legal action against my brother. We ask and we've asked, and for 26 years, we have asked that he empty this house, try to rent it, sell it, fix it up, and just, we got stonewalled. And my brother once told me, you can't tell me what to do. And so basically, I did not bring legal action until they had filed a claim against me. And that's where we are now.
And Mr. Orlansky, I believe you've heard some testimony about a meeting that occurred at a Chuck Hampton's office in Atlanta. And
Pardon me, what that occurred?
An attorney Chuck Hampton's
Yes.
office in Atlanta. Did you engage me prior to that meeting?
Yes.
And do you recall what the purpose of that meeting was?
Yes, it was to try to mediate some type of resolve to this problem. And out of that meeting, we agreed in good faith effort, I would send Melvin over $40,000 in part of the trust. And he would give me the keys. I would have the keys to the property within 10 days. And he said he would make an offer to buy me out in 10 days, which we never heard, nor got the keys.
And there was no resolution to these issues after that meeting?
No.
And Mr. Orlansky, I'm handing you what I have marked as Exhibit G12. Can you identify that as a copy of my attorney's fees records for this case?
So we have a D12 already in the record. That is the accounting. D10.
Correct, Your Honor, D10.
D10,
My
okay.
apologies.
It's all right.
And Mr. Orlansky, for Exhibit D10, did you identify those as a copy of my attorney's fees records for your case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to tender those.
Any objection to D10, the attorney's fees records? Admitted.
I have no further questions, Mr. Orlansky.
Mr. Deutsch,
Thank you, Your Honor.
someone's burning popcorn. I don't know if it's coming in through there, but just no one panic. Deputy Gordon will come in with a fire hat if there's an issue.
Mr. Orlansky, just following up on the Market Street property, did you ever bring any renters to your brother's attention to rent that property?
No,
But you understand you own just as much of it as your brother did.
I did.
Did you ever bring, other than the one you mentioned earlier, did you ever bring any buyers to the table to buy that property?
No.
And you never went over there and just cleaned out the stuff?
No.
Any of the other properties, did you bring any buyers to the table, to your brother, and say, hey, look, I've got someone who's wanted to buy one of the properties in the partnership?
No, I wasn't the managing partner.
Any other of the properties, did you bring a renter forward and said, hey, Mel, I got a renter for this property. It's going to be great. Here he is.
No, I did not live there.
So I take it you didn't actually do any work to find a buyer or a renter for any of these properties?
No, it wasn't my job.
Did you ever offer to put money, your own money, into doing some work on the Market Street property to get it ready for sale?
No, I just found out the condition about 10 days ago of the property.
Okay, so before 10 days ago, when's the last time you were in that property? You said you had some keys. And
I did, and I went down, and frankly, I can't remember the year. I had gone maybe in 2000. I don't know. maybe 2016. And I went in, the house wasn't in great shape, but not in this bad a shape.
It's been since 2016 that you think it's gotten in bad shape.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the progression was over that period, but it wasn't in great shape before that.
Did you take any of the $535,000 you took from the trust since your mom died? Did you take any of that and put it into any of these properties?
No, I didn't.
Did you offer to Melvin to take any of those funds and put that into
I
the
didn't.
property? I'm going to excuse me one second, Your Honor. Going to show you what's been labeled and tendered previously as Exhibit D4, which is in front of you. Have you seen that document before?
Well, I have seen a K1. I don't know if I've seen this one.
All right, so I'm going to scroll down to the next page. Have you seen this document, page 2 of Exhibit D3?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the, well, it's from the K1, is what I see. That's usually what I get. And
Great.
it's the assets and liabilities.
So you get that as part of what you're calling it K1, which is actually.
Which is a tax form, yeah, for real rental property.
You receive this form that's in front of you as part of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also receive the next page, which is it says statements of revenues and expenses tax basis for Orlansky Investments LP.
Yes.
Have you received, let me scroll down to the third page just to make sure we're clear as to what you received. That third page, would you have received that as well, along with your K1?
Yes.
Again, the fourth page, this just looks like some kind of notes to the return. Would you have received that as well?
I'm sure I did. I can't remember specifically, but I did receive the tax documents every year.
All right, and this one I've got it pulled up. This is from 2015. It says that it lists the partners of the partnership, right?
Correct.
And it says as of December 31st, 2015, the partners were Melvin, 30%, Herb, 30%, and Libby, 0%, correct? Well, I'm sorry, total, if I go all the way over, I'm talking about general interest and then limited interest, but the total was 50-50 as of December 31st, 2015, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So you received this statement back when it was sent to you probably at some point in 2016, correct?
Yeah, I guess.
So you received a statement that said you and your brother were 50-50 owners of the partnership, and your mother no longer had an interest in the partnership, correct?
I do not remember. I don't think she was ever taken off the partnership list other than this tax return here.
How would she have been taken off the partnership list?
Whatever legal things you have to do to remove that part of the trust from the partnership.
But and then I'm just going to scroll to a little bit below that. It shows as of December 31st, 2014, prior to your mom's death, she still owned 10%.
Correct.
So are you saying that you don't agree with the tax return that was sent to you regarding the partnership, that your mother no longer owned an interest in the partnership as of December 31st, 2015?
I do disagree with it because really she did own 10% still until she was removed.
So surely you called the accounting firm and you told them that there's a mistake in the return, correct?
No, I probably didn't read this when I filed the tax returns. I just add the K1 to it and send it in.
And you received these for every subsequent year to date, these returns with the K-1 from the accounting firm.
Yes.
And every year since 2015, it shows that your mother doesn't have any interest in the partnership, correct?
It must. I don't know. It's just, I don't read these things as thoroughly as I should.
So when you received one in 2016 and 2017 and 18 and 19, 20, you never called the accounting firm and said, hey, you guys got it wrong.
No, I did not.
You're the executive of your mother's estate, right?
Correct.
And you're also the trustee of the trust we've been talking about.
Correct.
And you didn't think that it was important to bring that to their attention as either the executive of your mother's estate or the trustee of the trust. You didn't think it was important to bring it to the accountant's attention that they got the form wrong.
Actually, I think in 2019, when I had engaged Mr. Woodrum, he was the first one to point that out to me.
But you didn't call the accounting firm.
No, because we didn't think, I think at the time he was concerned about why she was taken off in 2015 when if there's some legal press, I don't have a clue. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant for sure.
But you are the executor of your mother's estate.
I am, yes.
And you are the trustee, or you were the trustee until this court removed you of your mother's trust.
That's correct.
And you don't know, sitting here today, do you know whether or not your mother owns any interest in this partnership?
Well, it shows here she doesn't.
And if we go back a minute, talking about the trust, and I hate to blend these two together, but it is important. Your justification for not making a distribution to Melvin was that the partnership doesn't own an interest anymore, correct?
Partnership doesn't own an interest in it.
Sorry. Your justification for not making a distribution from the trust to Melvin was that there's a part that your mother still owns an interest in the partnership. And that has to be resolved before you can make it.
Right, to value what that 10% was.
So you received tax documents from the accounting firm for the partnership showing your mother didn't own an interest anymore, right?
I guess I did.
You received them over several years. But you still, sitting here today, hold that as the excuse to hold up the $535,000 that you, or $495,000 you claim you owe. Correct?
Besides what he owes me from the counterclaim. Yes.
How did you calculate the interest of the trust in the partnership when you filed tax returns for the trust in the last 5 years since you moved?
How did I determine value?
Yeah. Let me back up. Did you file tax returns for your mother's trust?
Yes, I did.
Who was that account?
Well, it was actually H&R Block on Ansley Road
And, those
and
tax-
near Ansley Mall, I should say.
and in those tax returns from the trust, what did it show was your mother's interest in the partnership? Your dog?
I don't remember. I really don't. I'm, you know, again, I'm not an accountant. And like I said, I probably just didn't even look at the pages on this to see what the percentages were.
Did you look at the pages on this partnership, on the trust tax return that you signed off on as trustee, right?
Right.
Did you look at those pages?
Not all of them. No. I kind of trust the accountant.
H&R Block? Did you report all the money you're taking from the trust over the last 5 years since your mother's death in that tax return? The trust tax.
Well, yes, they had to know where it was.
So you reported it?
Yes.
Did you send your brother, Mel, a copy of that tax return to the trust?
No.
Did he get a K-1, like you got a K-1 for this partnership?
Did he get a
Or a similar
K-1?
document? Yeah.
I guess he got a K-1. I don't know.
Did you make sure that the accountant would send him one?
Well, the accountant for the partnership sends out the K-1s.
I'm asking, as the trustee of the trust, did the accountant for the trust send Melvin any documents regarding the trust?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you ask the accountant to make sure that he did?
No. Not that I remember.
So do you agree with the appraisal that was tendered by your lawyer as to the approximate value of this partnership as of today?
Well, I don't know. I don't have a clue as to what properties, are. I mean, that's his profession, so I can only take it at face value and say, I have to accept it.
So you accept his conclusions, but you can't say whether or not you actually agree with them.
Right.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Orlansky, since you are not a managing partner of the partnership, do you feel you have the authority to go in and unilaterally remove Melvin Orlansky's property from the big house?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, questions for Herb Orlansky? People are holding up cards like we're at Texas Hold'em. Thank you, holy moly.
Your Honor, can I go to the restroom while you're?
Sure. It'll be a minute.
It's kind of like, I mean, his brother with his mother. I was kind of attention to detail. That's the first I heard. I would have turned you. I turned it in. Okay. Brian's his. No. Everything's all right.
You guys ready? Bring snacks.
I don't know who's wearing what.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, time will work, don't you? Just make sure. Yeah, time will work. I'll make sure, right? I'm gonna go check on them, okay.
6 a.m.
Herb Orlansky, were you required to sign the trust to bring it into being?
I don't remember. I could look if you want me to look real quick.
If you know where to look in the trust.
Fortunately, it's on top. I do not see any signature on the trust.
Of yours? No signatures of
The only-
anyone?
The only signature I do see on the trust is my mother's under the notary and in my mother's initials on the other pages.
Okay, so she may have signed it as it being her trust. You don't believe you signed the trust when it was created?
Right. I don't see my signature anywhere.
Do you see your brother's signature anywhere?
No.
Can you explain, are you able to explain how it was that your daughter knew upon your mother's passing that she would be getting some amount of money from the trust, but your brother didn't know of the existence of the trust until several years after your mother died?
I would think he would know the existence of the trust.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you had to know where things were going or whatever. And, you know, the trust kind of spelled it out for you. So, you know, it's either that or the will. And of course, he knew about the will and should have known about the trust. So I'm kind of surprised he did not know about the trust.
Okay, you say Melvin should have known about the trust. Why do you say he should have known about the trust? Did you tell him about it?
I would have thought I did, yes.
Okay. Why did you never offer to use any funds from the trust to repair or maintain the properties in the limited partnership?
Well, first of all, I didn't even know the properties needed maintenance. As I said before, I just went down there approximately 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, after we finally got the keys. And that was the first opportunity I had to see any of the property in a number of years.
Why did you wait till 2 weeks ago to see how the properties were doing?
I could not get the keys. I had been asking for keys for quite a while, actually, since 2019, been asking for keys, and he failed to send me any keys to the property, which was the agreement under our original conference with his first attorney and me and my attorney.
Is that Chuck Hampton?
Yes.
Was your brother's first attorney?
Correct.
Okay. When was that meeting in Mr. Hampton's office?
It was 2019, but frankly, I can't tell you the month or.
Okay, but 2019.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the meeting?
The meeting was to try to resolve the issue with the property in the trust.
So at the meeting in 2019, I don't want you to go into specifics because you're talking with lawyers, but the partnership was discussed and the trust was discussed.
Yes.
When was it that the locks were changed? You mentioned that you were able to go in there and then you weren't able to go in there.
Right.
There, I assume, meaning the big house.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was either 2016, 2017. I can't remember specifically. But the last time I had gone down, I was able to get in, and I think this was before my mother had passed away. And I was able to get in the house with the help of a locksmith. And then the next time I went, after I guess he found out I went in the house, he changed the locks on the house. Why, I don't know.
You described a letter that you and your mother sent to your brother, removing him as the general partner from the partnership.
That's correct.
Do you have a copy of that?
I don't. I had it on the computer. I had typed up, and unfortunately, it wasn't backed up onto something. But again, my mother and I decided to go ahead and send it. And I never heard from Mr. Brewer. So I asked my mother what she wanted to do. She says, well, let's not make this a legal matter. And so I didn't.
The letter was not sent directly to your brother. It was sent to Mr. Brewer.
Right. Who was the attorney or accountant for the property.
And why is it that you think Mr. Brewer actually received the letter? And I think you described it was ignored. If he didn't get it, it wasn't
ignored.
ignored.
I didn't see him actually receive it. I mean, things do get lost in the mail.
It wasn't something you had him sign for. It wasn't certified mail, FedEx.
Which was my fault for not, doing the certified letter. At least I would have had that proof. We were just trying to do this to get him to move on and take care of the property. And nothing seemed to work.
And why was that his responsibility as opposed to your responsibility as another member of the partnership?
He was the managing partner. I was not the managing partner. And, there are certain things that probably I could do, but I couldn't do, but he could do. And, I'm not supposed to go in and lease it or manage, or do any type of management. That's why he was made the property manager, to take care of the property and not completely run it down to nothing.
Did you have a role in the partnership, or was it passive?
Yes, I was just a member of the partnership.
The properties that are part of the partnership, are they in your name and your brother's name, or are they held by the LP? In other words, when it's time to sell them,
They're held by the LP, the limited partnership.
Okay, so on the deed for those different addresses, it would be Orlansky Investments LP is the owner.
Should be, yes.
Okay. Was the partnership formed before the trust or after?
Before the trust.
Okay. We heard testimony about possible opportunities to sell one or more of the properties for $30,000, something around that, and that you wouldn't sign that. Tell the jurors why you wouldn't sign if you actually knew that there was a chance to sell them.
Correct. I had not seen the properties. All I received were these contracts to sign. And I think I saw, it was 2 buildings, maybe 3. I can't remember. And it was total $30,000. And I called Craig and I said, that's crazy. I said, you're giving away these buildings. And so didn't hear again. And I got another one for $2,500 more, which is Nothing. They did say they sent a third one, which I never received a third contract for the buildings. I got the first two. And I told him, I said, you know, this is, you know, just ridiculous. And I haven't even seen the condition of the buildings. I still wasn't able to go into the buildings when I was down there a couple of weeks ago. So I had no idea. I'm, you know, to sell something at that low of a price, you know, it has to be real distressed property. I can't imagine selling 3 buildings for $30,000.
Speaking of those buildings, if you could look at picture number 20, I think it was the one picture from the, not the big house, but from those, it should be the very last picture. Keep going, you have it folded over.
I had it open in the
You
first
did.
place.
So that's where there was the ceiling. I don't know if you can put that back up, Mr. Woodrum, so everyone can see it. While he's doing that, this is a picture of the ceiling in one of the commercial buildings, and it looked like a wood type. There we go. This photograph, do you know if it was taken in a public area of that? In other words, the salon, I could be sitting in a chair underneath that, or was that?
It was taken in the back room.
So a customer wouldn't see that
Well, if
ceiling?
They went to the restroom, they would, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So is it your understanding that under the terms of the partnership, you could not unilaterally sell any of the properties partnership?
Correct.
Any of the partnership's properties?
Correct.
Could the managing partner, your brother Melvin, could he unilaterally sell any of the partnership's properties?
Yes, per the partnership.
For the partnership, but the custom was to get you and your mother, when she was still living, to agree to a purchase or a sale?
Not all the time.
Okay, sometimes.
Yeah, I remember.
There must have been a lot of sales, because there was testimony that there were
Yeah.
18 or 15 properties, and now they're 5.
I remember getting some, but not for all the property. I think some were sold anyway. You know, and again, I wasn't involved with any of that.
You heard some testimony that the big house was broken into and ransacked. Were you aware that that happened?
Not until I was on my way driving to Greenwood, and then I get a call from Daniel, my attorney, that tells me the house was broken into. Coincidence? I don't know. But they were supposed to send us a police report. We're still waiting on. The attorneys have told us they had a police report.
The photos you took of the inside of the big house, those would be photos taken after the alleged breaking and entering?
Yes.
Last question from the jurors. What value are you putting on your counterclaim? We're in part 2 of the lawsuit, your allegations against Melvin Orlansky. Is there a dollar figure you are seeking?
Yes.
You can take the picture down now, unless you're going to want it, Mr. Woodrum, during your questioning.
We had an exact figure. It was, can he correct me if I'm wrong on this?
So I don't get to answer questions from you?
Okay, I think it was around 380,000.
Any idea what that is based on?
Yes, missed rent in this house that we could have rented it for the last 26 years, and devaluation of the property.
Okay.
Okay, well, I won't say more.
Mr. Woodrum, do you have any questions for Herb Orlansky based on the questions I just asked him?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Deutsch?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Orlansky, you stated that your claim is you're asking for $380,000, right?
I believe that was the figure we figured up. I can't remember
And
the
what
exact number.
When you said the value of lost rental, what figure are you using for the rental value?
We're using the low end of your appraisal at $850 a month.
And that's
Although it could have been $1,500.
But you don't have any evidence to show that's $1,500. Do you? You haven't presented any evidence here.
Oh,
today.
no. That was based on the $850.
And the $850 is the appraiser's opinion as of today, 2022, correct?
Right.
Is that the same value that it was that you would have gotten a renter for in 2018?
Well, I don't know the shape of the house in 2018.
Do you have any
'cause I didn't have
Don't
access.
talk over each other.
Okay.
Do you have any evidence what the value of the rental of any of these properties was in 2008?
No.
Do you have any evidence at what the value of the rental of any of these properties was in 2015?
No.
Do you have any evidence as to the value of the rental of any of these properties in 2010?
No.
Do you have any evidence of the value of the rental of these properties in 1993?
Yes.
Where?
Pardon me?
You presented it.
So you ask one question and then let them answer it before you
Apologize, Your Honor.
pile on the next one.
When the partnership was, when we had an appraisal done, and I'm thinking it was early 2000s. I could be wrong about this. We had an appraisal and they came in around 1.5 million.
Of all the 20.
All the properties, yeah.
But you didn't bring that here today to present to the jury, did you?
No, no, I didn't.
I'll have you on.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Okay.
That's you. Mr. Woodrum, anything else?
No, Your Honor, and I have no further witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Deutsch, do you have any witnesses that you want to call in defense of the counterclaims?
I do, Your Honor. First witness will be Melvin Orlansky.
You get frequent flyer miles for coming up here. My gosh. You remain under oath, Melvin Orlansky. And remember, I want you to get up close and personal with that microphone. Okay?
Melvin, you heard testimony from your brother about the partnership. Have you ever prevented him from accessing any of the partnership properties?
No, sir.
Did you ever change the locks and not provide him access to the residence or any other properties?
No, sir.
In fact, you changed the locks at some point, though, on the residence, correct?
I did. My key broke, a lock broke, and I had to change one of the locks. There are 4 locks on the door.
But that wasn't to keep your brother out of the property.
No,
One door has 4 locks on it.
well, it's two doors, security door and a main door. So it's 2 each.
That's 4.
Did you ever receive any information from H&R Block or any other accountant regarding the trust?
No, sir.
Sitting here today, you still haven't received any.
No, sir.
And you're aware that your counsel asked your brother in discovery, in this case, for copies of any tax returns in the trust, correct?
Correct.
And as sitting here today, have you ever seen any tax returns for the trust?
No, sir.
Don't have, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum, any questions for Melvin Orlansky?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Orlansky, were any formal steps ever taken to deal with your mother's interest in the partnership? And by formal, I mean any written declaration transferring her 10% interest, any appearance in court to transfer her interest, anything like that?
Not that I know of.
So why did the accountant change her interest in the partnership over to split between you and your brother?
Objection, Your Honor, as for speculation.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
If he knows, he can answer. If you don't know, you don't know.
No, sir.
You don't know.
I don't know.
He doesn't know.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the jurors? All right. Thank you, Melvin Orlansky. Mr. Deutsch, anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll call Roxanne Ballard. She should hopefully
Libby in the waiting room?
Yep, she arrived a while ago and I moved her there. Let's admit her. Not sure what that is. Ms. Ballard, can you hear us? Do you have a way of reaching Ms. Ballard?
That is your honor. Help me.
Ah,
Yes. Don't have her cell. She called her out.
Thank you, Mr. Woodrum.
Thanks. We're ready for you. Yep. Just go get in front, yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. Thanks.
It's a good sound.
I'm getting it. Okay,
Hi, are you Ms. Ballard?
yes, I am.
Great, I'm Judge McBurney. Welcome to Atlanta.
Thank you.
Where are you?
In Greenwood, Mississippi.
We've heard a lot about Greenwood.
I haven't, because I haven't been able to listen to y'all.
That was on purpose. We put you in a special place, but you're out of that now. Deputy Gordon is the guy in the badge you may see on one of the little screens in front of you. He's going to swear you in, and then the lawyers have a few questions for you. Thanks for waiting for us.
Okay,
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
yes.
You can lower your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I said you can lower your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Roxanne Ballard, ROXANNE BALLARD.
Mr. Deutsch, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ballard, hey, this is Brian Deutsch. We've talked over the phone. I don't think we've met via Zoom before. I'm Melvin's attorney.
Okay,
How are you employed?
I work for BFMW Group PLLC, which is a CPA firm in Greenwood, Mississippi.
And what do you do for your employer?
For my employer, I do accounting, bookkeeping services from the client's records, such as bank statements and other documentation that they give us. We also compile financial statements on the tax basis for clients, and we prepare income tax returns.
And has BFMW Group done work for Orlansky Investments LP in the past?
Yes, it has.
And how long have you done work? How long has your firm done work for Orlansky Investments LP?
The firm has done work since 1994. I've been here since 2007.
And is this one of the, I say this, I mean Orlansky Investments LP, is this one of the files that you work on personally?
Yes, it is.
And if you could tell me in layman's terms what a limited partnership is.
A limited partnership is a partnership that has some limited liability for the partners. That's more technical than, I don't know how I can explain it any better. There are limited partnerships and general partners, and this particular limited partnership has both limited partners and general partners. And it being a limited partner somewhat limits your liability.
And does your firm perform financial information or work on this file on an annual basis?
Yes, it does.
And what do y'all do on an annual basis for the Orlansky Investments file?
We do bookkeeping and accounting based on the client's records, such as bank statements and anything else, that we may be given during the course of the year. And then we compile annual tax basis financial statements for them, and we prepare the tax returns for Orlansky Investments.
And when you're dealing with Orlansky Investments, who specifically do you generally deal with?
Melvin Orlansky.
Have you ever had any interaction with Herb Orlansky regarding the partnership?
I have not ever had any that I can recall in 15 years.
Have you had how much interaction do you have with Melvin Orlansky regarding the partnership returns?
Very often, at least once a month, sometimes 3, 4, 5 times a month. So.
And what type of conversations do you have with, what do you and Melvin talk about when you talk 3 or 4 times a month?
Things that are going on with the partnership lately. Of course, it's been related to this proceeding today, and any offers of sales he has, when he has tenants, new tenants coming in, when he has someone he hopes to rent a facility to, when a tenant moves out, when property taxes are due, conversations on how much the property taxes have gone up, conversations when I'm preparing 1099s to send to vendors for repairs, that they have to pay for a lot of repairs to these facilities. They're older and require a lot of repairs. And then
approximately how many client files do you work on in your duties at BFMW?
Over 150.
And are they return? I assume that they are returns for various types of business entities and partnerships.
Businesses, partnerships, S corps, C corps, and 1040s, regular people with no business.
In your dealings with Melvin Orlansky, would you say that he pays attention to detail regarding this partnership?
Oh, yes. He's very detail oriented, very meticulous.
And in your accounting work for this partnership, have you ever seen an occasion where Melvin was treating any of the partners less fairly than himself?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
And is Melvin Orlansky, is he meticulous about providing you any documentation that you may need regarding the partnership?
Absolutely. Yeah. I get copies of receipts. It's something unusual, like, postage or something that's not a normal thing for them. And then I get bank statements every month, and anything else we ask for.
Has Melvin Orlansky ever refused to provide you any information that you needed regarding the partnership?
Absolutely not. I don't know if I misunderstood your question earlier, but we do communicate with her, but it's pretty much one way. It's us sending him information. So
I have pulled up on the screen what's been labeled as, or what's been tendered as Exhibit D4, or admitted as Exhibit D4. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And can you tell me what that is? I can scroll down for you if you need to see it in more detail.
That page I'm looking at right now is the compilation letter that's required by the AICPA to state our services for a particular client, which would be Orlansky Investments LP.
And is this page the kind of summary or the cover page of information that you would send to the partners in the partnership?
Correct.
You would send that on an annual basis?
Correct.
And do you know what the address that you have on file for Mr. Herb Orlansky is?
Yes, it's 737 Park Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30306.
I'm scrolling to this next page, and this looks like it's a December 31st, 2115 report.
Right,
And
correct.
generally, what is this information that is on this? And without going into great detail, just kind of before dummies, and that's not assuming a lot here. What does this show?
It just shows the assets of the entity and the liabilities, and the partner's equity. So we have the bank account balance, and then that's the historical cost value. It's not the, this is a tax basis financial statement.
And this next page, the tax basis, statements of revenues and expenses, is that just that?
Right, it'll show the rental income and then any expenses.
Again, this page states that it's a statement of changes in partner's equity tax basis. Can you tell
Right.
us what that is?
That just shows each one of the partners at that time in 2014 and 2015, which would be Melvin, Herb, and their mom, Libby. And it shows their portion, I guess is the way I describe it, of the entity. So it shows their beginning basis, their beginning equity, and then anything they put in during the year, and any withdrawals, and then the income of the entity for the year.
And when you say equity of a partner, can you explain what that means?
That your equity is your assets minus your liability. So it's the remaining net worth, basically, is what I think most people would say of, I'm trying to put it in layman terms, of the entity.
So back in 2014, looking at this page, the equity of Melvin and Herb and Libby, well, Melvin and Herb was a little over $32,000, correct?
Correct.
And Libby's equity was a little over $7,000.
Correct.
Is that a safe way of saying what their value of the partnership is?
Correct. On a tax basis. Yeah.
All right, and then I'm going to the next page. It looks like, can you state what this page shows?
It's the notes to the financial statements. Just sometimes for some businesses, you need a little extra information. And this just talks about how it originated as an inheritance and a gift from their aunt, Sarah. And then it explains other things related to this particular entity.
At the bottom here, it talks about number 3, the partners. That basically just stating who the partners are as of December 31st, 2015 and 2014.
Correct, correct.
And it looks like here, Libby had an ownership interest as of the end of the year of 2014, but in 2015, the end of the year, she no longer had an interest. Is that correct?
Right, correct, because she had passed away. So her interest was divided between the two sons.
And why was her interest divided between the two sons?
Because that's what we were instructed, that they inherited it half and half.
And these statements that we just went over, this would have been sent every year to both her and Mel, correct?
Correct.
And then they also would have received a K-1 with that?
They, depending on, can you scroll down to the bottom again to that one page? Because I'm trying to remember this from 2015. Right. They each had both general and limited interest. So they each got 2 K-1s, and then their mom got one. And then when she passed away, it changed so that from those future years after 2015, each one of them still got 2, but it's just that the percentages changed.
And a K-1 is the report that's sent to the IRS as to either the partner's income that they received from the partnership that year. Is that right?
Correct.
So that's how the IRS would know that I received money from a partnership.
Well, not necessarily money, but you had earnings or losses.
Gotcha. I want to show you what's been labeled as, apologize for scrolling, as Exhibit D3. Can you identify this document?
That is a detailed general ledger that would show transactions in each general ledger account for the year 2015.
And would this general ledger, would this have been sent to the partners of the partnership when you sent the other information?
I'm not certain if Herb got that all along or not. I don't remember. I know he got the financial statements and the K1s. I'm not sure if a general ledger was attached or not. I just don't recall. The partner here was actually the one that would put that together. I did the transmittal letter and all the documentation, and then he was the one that mailed it. So I'm not sure if a general ledger went in every year or not.
Can you scroll back up to page 1? Great. Ms. Ballard, there are entries on there. If we go down to February 2, 2015, it says deposit Herb Orlansky, and it's $1,900. Does that mean that Herb Orlansky got money, or as it says, it's a deposit and
No,
the source?
Deposit. It's
Okay.
a deposit, and that's the source. Yes, correct.
Okay.
And so the general ledger is something that would have shown every deposit and every withdrawal.
Correct.
From the partnership.
Correct.
And these deposits would, is your understanding of the partnership, these deposits would generally consist of rental income, correct?
Yes, yes.
Did you ever receive any calls from Herb Orlansky regarding the partnership?
Me? No.
Do you know if anybody in your firm received any calls from Herb Orlansky regarding the partnership?
I'm not sure prior to me being here. I'm not sure. They didn't come to me. I don't know about them. So.
Are you aware that the partnership, that Melvin had attempted to sell some of the property owned by the partnership in the last couple of years?
Yeah.
And how did you become aware of that?
But emails and documentation, Melvin deposited the earnest money. There were 2 different deposits of earnest money in the fall of 2021. And so those were, not only did I get a copy of the deposit slips and the checks, but I also saw the bank statements.
And were you aware of or involved in any sales of partnership properties prior to the last couple of years?
No, I was not. There were some, but I was not involved.
And were you aware as to whether or not Melvin was able to finally sell those the properties you were talking about earlier?
From the fall of 2021?
Yes.
No, he was not able to sell those.
Do you know why not?
We never received a deed back from Herb signed so that we could go forth with the sale.
And is it your understanding that the buyer of those properties was requiring both partners to sign the deed to the property?
Yes, I think that's fair. I'm not a lawyer, but the partner I report to here is also a lawyer, in addition to being a CPA, and it's my understanding that's standard, that you have to both sign off.
Oh, I have now.
Mr. Woodrum, do you have questions for Ms. Ballard, appearing live from Mississippi?
Yes, Your Honor. And Miss Ballard, can you hear me okay? And my name's Daniel Woodrum. I'm counsel for Herb Orlansky, and I do have a few follow-up questions for you. A moment ago, you mentioned that the partner puts together packages and mails them with the reports that are on the screen. When you say partner, are you referring to like your partner in the accounting firm or Melvin as partner?
Partner here and the CPA firm, the partner I report to. I'm not a partner. I report to a partner.
Okay, and who is that partner?
Craig Brewer.
And you also indicated that your office was instructed that Libby Orlansky's interest in the trust would go 50-50 to each of the sons.
Not in the trust, in the limited partnership.
Excuse me, in the partnership. How, do you recall how that instruction occurred?
No, I do not. I was not the one involved directly. It would have been Craig Brewer.
And you also made a distinction that your accounting is tax basis.
Correct. We don't do market value. We do tax basis. Financial statements are rarely market value. They are generally historical cost.
And can you describe the difference between a tax basis and a market value?
Well, tax basis is what you paid for something less depreciation, and market value would be today's market appraisal value.
And with a tax basis, do you apply depreciation in like a standard straight line fashion?
And it depends on what type of property, whether it's a building or a lot or improvements or, a piece of equipment or whatever. It depends on the life of the asset, and the length would depend, and the type of depreciation depends on what it is.
But the depreciation you're applying, it's not based on you going out and doing inspections of the property and saying, oh, it's depreciated in value 10%.
No.
So the numbers you have on paper do not necessarily reflect the market value of the partnership.
No, they do not reflect the market value, but the most recent appraisal would.
And you also described earlier in your testimony that your office offers different levels of services for different businesses. For what you're doing for Orlansky Investments, are you doing and I'm going to do air quotes here, bookkeeping, or is Melvin still doing the bookkeeping?
To my knowledge, Melvin has never done the bookkeeping. We do the bookkeeping from his records, such as bank statements. That'd be one thing.
So Melvin just sends the information in and you do the labor as far as putting it together and entering it in?
Correct.
And are you personally familiar with any of these properties?
Yes.
Which properties are you familiar with?
Oh, the ones on Main Street, I pass almost every morning on my way into work. The ones on Market Street are on the street where I work, so I pass them frequently. And the ones on Johnson Street, I've seen less often, but I know where they are.
Mm-hmm. Have you entered the properties to do any assessment, or you just know them from driving by?
Just from driving by.
And how long have you worked at, and pardon me if I'm mixing up this anagram, but BFMW Group?
Correct.
How long have you worked with them?
Since 2007.
And have you worked on this file that entire time?
Yes.
Have you kind of kept an eye on the different buildings you drive past since that time?
Yes.
Have the properties you passed maintained their condition, or have they gone down in their condition over time?
Depends on which property you're talking about. Some he's made substantial improvements to over time, like redoing the face of the building, things like that. They've had some substantial renovations too. So, and I've not seen a substantial decline in any of them.
And the building facade you're referring to, are you familiar with any grants that were used for that work?
Yes, I think it was a Main Street grant, but I can't really remember any details. It's been too long ago.
And do you know how a Main Street grant works?
No, all I know is they got a grant and he spent the money renovating the building. That's all I know.
So that would not have been money out of Melvin's pocket for doing that. That would have been money from the county.
that particular amount of money came through some sort of government funding or city funding, I don't know.
Well, thank you, Ms. Ballard. I have no further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Deutsch?
Yes, Your Honor. Speaking of the money coming from Melvin, Melvin's loaned the partnership about a little over $44,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're obviously somewhat familiar with the Greenwood area, correct?
Yes.
And would you say it's a thriving community as far as trying to rent commercial properties?
Not in the areas where these no. I'd say that it's an economically depressed area.
So the properties we've been talking about are in a not economically advantaged area. Is it safe to say that?
Correct.
Is there a limited rental market for those properties?
Yes. Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Jurors, any questions for Ms. Ballard? None. All right. Thank you, ma'am, for dialing in.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Deutsch, anything else?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Woodrum, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in the case is closed. You have heard and seen everything you're going to hear and see. That's evidence. We have two pieces left. We have the closing arguments from the lawyers, and then the charge that I give you, which is the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them to be. I think we can fit the closings in today, and I'd like to do that, but we need to take a break. I have to talk with the lawyers a bit about the charge I'm going to give you. I don't think we'll fit the charge in because I have to adapt some things that I've already written based on the discussion I have with the lawyers. But they like to know what the law is going to be before they argue to you, so they don't end up saying like, oh, and the law is going to be X, and then I tell you something different. These lawyers didn't know what they were talking about. So we have to have a conversation outside your presence. You'll get a slightly longer break, but we'll get you back in here so you can hear those summations from the lawyers. We'll send you home, and tomorrow morning when you get here, I'll give you the charge and you will begin your deliberations. Please don't start your deliberations now. The evidence is closed, but you haven't heard these lawyers synthesize it for you. And more importantly, not that their closings are unimportant, but I haven't given you the law yet. So you would just be guessing if you were thinking, I know a trust violation when I see one, because I have to tell you what a trust violation looks like. There's really no such thing as a trust violation, but just pretend. So follow Deputy Gordon. We'll get you back out here soon and press on. TBD, just you can't leave, so don't worry about it. Just be somewhere on the 8th floor. I wouldn't go outside the building. Unless you got to go for a smoke, and you can smoke in 10 minutes or less. All right, I need about 8 minutes to go across to the other building to do something, and then I'll be back and we'll have our charge conference. I'm relying on both of you that it's going to be pretty quick because I want to make sure you have enough time to give your closings, and I'm mindful of what time it is, and we're not going to keep the jurors here forever. So if anyone was thinking they had a 3-hour closing, that's not happening. But woe unto the jurors if you did. All right, so I'll be back in about 8-9 minutes and we'll do our brief charge conference and go from there. Thanks.
My wife's a lot. Because states, I always want to like pop some popcorn with vanilla, but my wife's always like, you didn't have popcorn yet, she took. She eats a lot of things, though, so.
You got a good closing statement.
It's all going to be structured like this. Because, you know, we structured like so. But we've always been. And that's what it is. It's not that you have to do the best. We got mirror image, which fiduciary terms to community. We do have conditional claim procedure because they're maintaining this claim. There's no. And that's the overall picture. So essentially, and again, structure as far as this, that we've provided the account. I need to clarify to them that no one is due. From the trust. It is not a debt. That is a mistake. That is based on such as so that's what we're looking at. You know, adding content onto the again, this part, right? So they're going to pull this part. That's interesting. And this is again just to go against those claims which are bad. And this is usually exclusive. You ready? Sorry, I just need to-
just might, you just might. It's not long. She knew this. Hate that way. Right after you didn't see them. Okay. Okay, this happened last night, this morning. One item is in the right person. And this last item is.
Let's ask the lawyers. Do you want the charge conference taken down, or can Ms. Allen be at ease? Mr. Deutsch?
I do want to take it down, Your Honor.
Okay, then yes, we need you. You've got a minute while I just get everything pulled up. You can stay on. Okay, let's go back on the record. I have put up on the screen the draft jury charge that is the product of submissions from both sides, as well as.
Before you go there, can I make a motion?
Sure. Yes, didn't mean to get out ahead. Any motions?
I'll make a motion for a directed verdict on the counterclaim of slander.
Okay.
Your Honor, as you know, as we just had in the jury charge, slander occurs when the accused, and there's 4 different subcategories of slander.
Right, we were gonna.
To another crime punishable by law. We don't have that here. 2, charging a person with having some contagious disorder. We don't have that here. 3, making charges against another in reference to his trade, office, profession, calculated injury, or profession calculated to injure him therein, or we don't have that here. There was never a statement made regarding the defendant the plaintiff in counterclaim regarding his profession. So what we're left with is uttering any disparaging words productive of special damage which flows naturally therefrom. As this court probably is aware, special damages need to be proven. And those special damages, and I cite the case of Leighton v. Boaz, 278 Georgia 113, the special damage must actually be sustained as a consequence of the wrongful acts. We have 0 evidence of any damages regarding the slander claim that has been presented today, much less any special damages which would have flown from these statements. I'm not sure we have any actual evidence of a statement that was made to anybody or that even got to the defendant. He had no testimony regarding this supposed slanderous claim. Your Honor, for that reason, we would ask for a directed verdict on slander.
Is that the one counterclaim you're raising the motion for directed verdict to?
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Woodrum, I'm sorry, Mr. Deutsch, I didn't mean to get out ahead of you on that. I should have asked if there were motions. What first, if you look up on the screen, back to the charge, I put slander up there, and there are 4 different ways in which someone can slander another. I had struck through the two that I thought didn't apply. Number two clearly doesn't apply. Maybe one, I'm interested in hearing from you. Number one, what is the form of slander, or what are the forms you're traveling under? And then two, what is the evidence that the jurors could consider in support of that claim?
Yes, Your Honor. And while this merges into the pretrial order of it, the pretrial order does not go into as much description as our amended counterclaim. And I would note we dropped libel from that matter. I know it's in one of the jury charges, but there is no longer any claim for slander.
Okay.
And as far as the evidentiary basis is concerned, Melvin Orlansky testified today that he verbally told his family members that Herb Orlansky, in the time period prior to his mother's death, was writing checks that were unauthorized. In our amended answer and counterclaim, we identified slander under OCGA 51554, which provides that slander or oral defamation consists in imputing to another a crime punishable by law. If you are writing checks without authorization on an elderly person's account, that is elder abuse as chargeable under the law. And that is what we would seek to travel under. We are not seeking slander for that 2015 time period and after, when he was the trustee per our argument. I know they disagree with that argument, but we're still operating under the dividing line being her death as far as successor trustee becoming current trustee for Mr. Orlansky. Now I would point to Melvin Orlansky's testimony today about what he told his family members and the fact that he has very little basis for believing that she was incompetent.
I mean, he's got a basis, but it's one that there's been evidence to rebut that basis through at least 4 witnesses. Okay. How do you respond to that? I had not pegged basis number 1 as how the slander would be flowing. In other words, the statement imputed to another a crime punishable by law. And to be clear, I don't find that there's evidence that Melvin Orlansky said, my brother's a criminal or anything like that. But the conduct he alleged, I think, fits the elements of that aspect of elder abuse, having just had an elder abuse murder trial. One of the aspects of that was financial elder abuse, which would be this woman's son was redirecting her funds to his personal use.
Well, I back up a little bit and say we have no evidence that that was uttered to anyone outside of Melvin's family. There's no testimony that that went anywhere.
Okay, so
there'd be damages to Mr. Orlansky if there's no evidence in front of the jury as to how that was even conveyed to him. What are his damages? It's still an element of his claim.
why wouldn't nominal damages, we're out of special damages now because it's not item number 4. And there is evidence that your client said something to that effect. My recollection is yours, that your client said, so Melvin Orlansky said, I said these things to my family members, and I don't think he meant my brother. So I don't know if it would be kids, wife, uncle, whomever. Why is that not enough? Slander is the oral, verbal defamation.
I don't think we have any evidence that shows that the plaintiff ever even heard those communications.
Mm-hmm.
He never testified at all about slander. And the only reason he did testify is we asked our client under direct. So there's no causation of damages, even if it's nominal, because he never had, we don't have testimony from this jury that you can point to that says he received these hurtful statements and he was damaged.
But does the alleged victim or subject of the slander need to have heard it? I mean, sometimes the slander, if we take celebrities, someone says, Johnny Depp was X, and Johnny Depp, read the Us magazine, it's in there, but the public saw it. And so his image with the public is slandered. He's slandered in front of the public. We don't have the public here, but I thought the harm, and thus potential nominal damages would be those who heard it now might have a different view of Herb Orlansky, and that's the damages. But let me hear from Mr. Woodrum, because I think you are stating the facts accurately, that yes, your client said he said these things, but it was to a tight circle, and that circle did not include Herb Orlansky. I just don't know that an element is that the subject of the slanderous statement has to have heard it. I think that it is the fact that it's spoken.
I think he's got to hear it to have some damages, even if they're not.
Okay. Do you have, is that case law? Is that pattern jury? I'm not a.
I mean, I didn't think, frankly, just like you did, I didn't think he was being alleged of impute of a crime here, and that's fine if you want to, Mr. Woodrum wants to argue about elder abuse, I'm happy to hear it.
Okay.
But I don't see that frankly, I don't think that there's a crime here. I think he said you didn't have authorization to write checks. Our position is, and we're gonna get into this in jury charges.
Truth is a defense.
The trustee. Well, that's our position too.
Yeah.
That doesn't get us to a direct verdict after.
No, it doesn't. It's just the defense you would have. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Woodrum.
Yes, Your Honor. And I would refer back again to that statute 5154.
All right, hold on one second.
I might be able to share my screen on that or not.
No, you can't share your screen because I'm hogging the screen. I'm just going to look it up. Okay, I'm looking at the statute.
And
Damage is inferred.
that's what I'm seeing at the bottom there, Your Honor, for when it is one of the situations I described in paragraphs 1 through 3, damages inferred, we're looking at situation 1. And I would just state on the question about it just going amongst family members, I'm not aware of any privilege existing between fathers and daughters, family members other than spouses, as far as uttering something that is defamatory against them.
And I'm just looking at a few cases here. Barnes versus O'Connell, 300, Georgia Appeals 399. If you impute a crime to a person through your slanderous statement, it's actionable as defamation per se without proof of, and here it's special damages, but no one was saying he had to show special damages. But then an older case, as the statute says, damages are inferred from the act. So I think the ground under which Mr. Woodrum is traveling gets him past your observation that there has been no evidence of damages. And I think it survives your motion. But it also answers my question about the jury charge, which is going to be limited to slander occurs when the accused imputes to another a crime punishable by law. Full stop.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I deny the motion now that we've got clarification on the slander. Anything else before we turn to the jury charges? Mr. Deutsch? No. Mr. Woodrum?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then if you will look at the screen now, what I'm going to do is scroll to my first question, which would be something highlighted or struck through. If in doing that, I have jumped past an area where you've got concern, say, hey, Judge, go back to page X. So expert witnesses, we have had people talk kind of expert-like the nutritionist saying, I could tell, but no one qualified anyone as an expert. I don't think I ought to give that charge. You agree, Mr. Deutsch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Woodrum?
I agree, Your Honor. And just to jump back a little bit too, after you strike that,
Yep.
in your opening paragraph, you mentioned libel.
It's gone. I removed it after you reminded me. So you'll see it now just says Melvin for slander. It used to say libel, but I took the word libel out. Thank you for flagging that. Failure to produce evidence. I flagged that only because I was doing this weekend and we hadn't closed the evidence. I wasn't sure what anyone had in mind. Mr. Deutsch, does this apply, and if so, to what?
I think it would be the tax returns that were testified about earlier of the trust that my client never received and we never received and discovered.
Okay. Mr. Woodrum, I think there is a reason for this. There's a basis to give this charge. Any objection to that?
I would object to the point that I think it needs to be clarified a little further, because it says when a party has evidence that disproves a claim made against him and he fails to produce it. It's very vague in that regard when it refers to the tax returns itself. I'm not sure that anything else comes in on that.
I actually think there's more. That's just one example. The others, these payments that were supposedly made to the children for the $50,000, $10,000, we've never seen any proof of those either.
Well, I guess you haven't seen paper proof, but that's the point here. I mean, there's been lots of testimony, and I think Herb Orlansky was clear. I made them, and the recipient said they got them, but I understand your point. I think it fits, Mr. Woodrum, so your objection is noted, but I'm going to leave it in. So there was a lot in about trusts. I don't think we need to worry about express versus implied. We have a written trust and it's in evidence. I also don't think we need to tell the jury that a trust can be created for any lawful purpose, because this isn't that kind of case. The trust was perfectly lawful. I don't think we need to confuse them with the nature of an executory trust. So I struck that.
Confuses me, Your Honor.
Yeah. Same with parole evidence. We don't have to get there. We've got the trust. It's written and it was signed. And then acceptance of a trust as trustee, multiple ways to become a trustee. I don't think that's in debate here. I believe that Libby was the trustee until she passed, and then the language of the trust is that Herb was. Wrong?
No, Your Honor. Our contention is he took over as trustee by he accepting delivery of the trust property, which is a key point.
Okay.
The $1 million or whatever is in the trust, $800,000 that he put his name on, sold. Our position is he was trustee at that time. Therefore, as trustee, he would be liable for those $160,000 that we're asking that you pay back to the trust.
Okay, so let me read the language. So let me unstrike through it. What in here do you believe all of it applies, or is your argument that Herb Orlansky became a trustee in just one of those two ways, so we don't need to read the other one?
I would be fine with just the second one. That's our contention.
Because he accepted delivery of trust property. Okay. And exercise powers or duties as trustee, and not this method of acceptance as specified. Okay. Okay. Mr. Woodrum, any objection to the way I've modified acceptance of a trust as trustee?
No, Your Honor, without waiving my argument about the weight of the evidence on it, I don't think the evidence supports it, but I do think there's
some evidence.
modern evidence that can be argued on.
Okay. The presumption of competency. I know there are questions about when Libby Orlansky lost her competency, as it might be defined under the law. I'm not sure how this language about making a contract or giving a gift, that I've heard no evidence that Libby Orlansky was not competent when the trust was formed. So how does this fit?
I don't think it does, Your Honor. That's not our intent. None of our claims depend on whether or not Mr. Orlansky is competent.
Okay.
It's not an issue.
Mr. Woodrum?
Well, Your Honor, if they're waiving the issue of her being competent up until her death,
I didn't hear him say that, but what I heard him say is that I don't need to instruct the jury about competency. There'll be a discussion about it, but it sounds to me like it's factual. Melvin Orlansky and lawyers argued that Libby Orlansky was not competent years before her passing. And there's been testimony from 4 witnesses from your side saying up until, I think the phrase was the very end, maybe 6 months before her passing, Libby Orlansky was alert, taking care of her own affairs, maybe losing some mobility, but able to get around. I don't think these 2 charges relate to that. And I think they'll potentially confuse the jurors. And so I think we should give neither.
I'd like to continue to note my objection, but I feel the juror should know the default under the law is Georgia law presumes everybody to be competent.
Oh, I'll give that. That's fine. Just the language about the making of a contract or giving of a gift didn't seem to fit here.
I mean, I'm fine with just that first sentence.
Okay. And then temporary incompetency.
I anticipated some arguments on that or evidence. I didn't see any.
Neither. And the only argument about competency has been once Libby Orlansky got there, she stayed there. There was this moment when she was so afflicted and then a decision was made and then she regained her faculties and, oh my gosh, what did I do? So I'm going to take that out. All right. Slander, I'll clean up. It will just be number 1. There won't be a 1 in there, but that's the ground under which Mr. Woodrum is traveling. All right, agency and the creation thereof. I wasn't sure. I know there was some cutting and pasting of just the basic pattern. Do we need that highlighted phrase? I don't think that there was a business entity that was the principal. I think it was, if we're arguing about agency, it is Libby Orlansky and Herb Orlansky. I'm happy taking all agency references out. I don't know who was the proponent of these.
These were Mr. Wood. And based on the evidence, I'd be fine with taking that out.
Taking out just that one phrase or all of the agency charges?
Definitely take out the creation.
Okay. And then we've got proof of agency. I don't think we need the struck through highlighted phrase.
I would be fine with just the 2 sentences remaining.
Okay. All right. So the punitive damages is a little, the only side still with punitive damages is, you were going to raise your hand, sir.
Just on the attorney's fees
Yeah.
section there, it says the defendant and the plaintiff, since we have the defendant and counterclaim dynamic here.
Okay, let's start with that. So with attorney's fees, both sides have attorney's fees claims? Okay, so how about that? If a party has acted in bad faith.
It works for me.
Okay. Are you traveling under all 3 or can I get rid of one of the bases, one or more of the bases for attorney's fees? We've got bad faith, stubbornly litigious, or unnecessary trouble and expense. I don't want to limit anyone, but if you're not going to argue it, let's take it out. Mr. Deutsch?
I would ask for all 3.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. For punitive damages, same issue about plaintiff and defendant. Mr. Deutsch, I don't think you are pursuing punitive damages. Is that correct? You are. And you are also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm just changing it to party and other party. Okay, good old clear and convincing evidence.
Your Honor, do we have to bifurcate punitive damages in this case, or?
I don't, probably, I haven't had punitive damages make it this far in a while. I don't think I'll charge them on anything more than clear and convincing evidence. I'm assuming you want the bifurcation. And so what will be on the verdict form is, we believe Melvin Orlansky is entitled to punitive damages, yes or no? You haven't, well, let me ask it this way. Were you planning on putting on additional evidence? Because if you're not, let's not bifurcate.
Yeah, my only concern is that we're in violation of law that seems to be way up in the air on that issue by not bifurcating, but I don't plan to present additional.
I think the bifurcation is required if there's going to be additional evidence, the worldly means and all those kinds of things. If you're not doing that, Mr. Woodrum, are you planning on doing that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then why don't we leave it all in, and then the verdict form, which we're not going to sort through right now, I just want to get you up in front of these jurors. The verdict form will say punitive damages, and if so, amount. It won't be two different verdict forms. All right. If we look to punitive damages and what's on the screen, I wasn't sure in the A through G if all of those each, and I'll change defendant in there, but if each of those you intended to argue, or if there were any I could remove to simplify things for the jurors.
F, I don't think we really presented any evidence of the financial condition of either of these parties.
I think that's right. Do you agree, Mr. Woodrum?
I agree.
All right, let's take that one out. I guess the others are all, and some of them aren't, you'd expect to hear about it, like the amount of damages, et cetera. So I'll leave the rest in. And again, I'll clean up where it says defendant. And that's it. Those were the questions I had. There were a couple of charges you asked for, Mr. Woodrum, that I didn't include, that just amplified a little bit on slander. One of them may have been about libel. I'm glad we didn't put that in. But they didn't change anything that's already in, and there's nothing you're prohibited from arguing. So let me ask this, is there anything not in this charge that you'd like to see in?
Other than my other objections, no.
Okay. Mr. Deutsch, anything missing from this charge that you sought?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This will be what we use. Again, I'll need to clean up a little bit about the punitive damages so that it's clear, and I'll remove a few things. It doesn't say defendant, but we should be good to go. Mr. Deutsch, are you ready for the jurors to come back in?
Ready, Your Honor.
How do you envision closings going? You have the burden, but then you don't have the burden. Were you going to go first and last? I
would reserve this to go last, to the extent I can.
Okay, let me look at my magic trial notebook and see. With counterclaims, I'm not sure how that plays out. Mr. Woodrum, what was your plan?
Just first, Your Honor.
Okay, so you will go and you're going to address everything, and then Mr. Deutsch will go and you're going to address everything.
We'll try.
Yeah, I mean, you'll address what you address, but you're not going to say, I need part two. Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please. Did you got a little break, Ms. Allen, when I went, you're good? Okay. And as of now, you're planning on coming back tomorrow? Okay. Thank you.
All rise, judge.
Hey, that's not your jacket.
No, it's not. You just not noticing that.
I just noticed the badge on it. Like, yeah, nice jacket. It keeps people a little more awake, though. If it gets too warm, everyone falls asleep. Not you, no, about you. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had our charge conference, talked about a few legal issues, and it is time for closing arguments. One of the things we had to talk about is who goes first with closings. The typical rule is because the plaintiff has the burden of proof, the plaintiff can go first and last, get a chance to sort of rebut. But as I've now told you a few times, they're kind of two plaintiffs because both sides have brought claims against each other. But the plaintiff in the actual pleading would be Melvin Orlansky. He brought the lawsuit and then counterclaims followed. So I think legally, Mr. Deutsch has the ability to open or close, depending on what he wants to do, and he is elected to go second. So Mr. Woodrum is going to share with you all his summation. Both these lawyers are going to argue to you what they think you should do. Perfectly appropriate. But when they tell you, by golly, this is what the evidence said, remember that what they say is not evidence. You will rely on your collective recollection of what the evidence was. You'll have all the documents, but what witnesses testified to. So it's fine to be persuaded by these lawyers. But as you're making notes, the fact that Woodrum or Deutsch said something doesn't make it evidence. It's their argument. Okay? Mr. Woodrum, when you're ready.
Can we pull down the jury charges?
Yes. How about I stop the share? All right. Not the steal, but the share. Oh, and we're going to have poor Miss Ballard still on the call. She probably left. I will remove her. Bye, Miss Ballard. All right. But I won't report her. Okay.
Your Honor, I would like to share a demonstrative PowerPoint.
The screen is all yours.
And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience over these past few days. I know it's been a choppy one, going from jury selection and Zoom, coming into the courtroom, then having 3 days off, and then coming back in. I know it's probably thrown your lives all over the place. I can't even imagine all the different challenges you face. We do appreciate you being patient with us and being so attentive. We know from the questions that you've been very engaged in this and that you might be able to help us find a resolution to this so the brothers Orlansky can move on. And right now, as I mentioned in my opening, Herb Orlansky and Melvin Orlansky, they're out of our hands. They're pointing fingers at each other. And if you look at the claims on both sides, they're mirror images of each other.
Mad at me.
Wow, I removed her. I don't know how she's still on the call. Hey, Ms. Ballard, I need you to go away.
Okay.
Thank you. I meant that in a nice way.
Get out.
She's muted now. She can stay. She wants to watch you.
But as I think each of you are well aware, Herb Orlansky was put in charge of the family trust. And he was also in a position where he was provided power of attorney by Lee because he was the one there present for her the last 15 years of life. Melvin Orlansky was put in charge of the family partnership. These were both valuable assets of the Orlansky family. One brother was put in charge of the one brother was put in charge of the other. And quite frankly, it's our position that neither did a very good job. Herb did not do the best job regarding the trust. Melvin did not do the best job regarding the partnership. And that's why you see these claims being pointed at each other. And as I identified, both parties have breached fiduciary duty promises to each other. Melvin is pointing the finger at Herb, saying, of course, you breached your fiduciary duty as trustee. Herb is pointing back, you breached your fiduciary duty as the managing partner of Orlansky Investments LLC. Both parties are pointing at each other, wanting the other party to pay their attorney's fees. Both parties are pointing at each other, wanting the other side to pay punitive damages. In one outlier claim, Herb is pointing back at Melvin or Stan, based on this idea that somehow he was financially abusing his elderly mother. In regard to the family trust of Libby Orlansky, we have provided a detailed accounting that has been entered into evidence as joint exhibit. This documents the history and transactions in the trust since Herb Orlansky became trustee in 2015 from Libby's passing. That is our position, that is when he became trustee. I believe you will hear argument that he became trustee in 2011, but we do not believe the evidence supports that at all. Ms. Orlansky was competent until the time in the last 6 months of her life when she started to really go downhill for the final time. There's not really a wealth of evidence pointing to her ever having a competency issue, but Melvin Orlansky maintains that. Despite the fact that he only saw her 3 to 4 times a year for the final 15 years of her life, he has come in here and said she was incompetent. I said it in the opening, and I'll say it again today. I don't believe that's fair to Libby. I don't believe that's fair to Libby's memory. And that is a dispute that carries on between the family trust and her claims. But back to the accounting that we have provided. It is a painstaking accounting, everything that has occurred with the main financial account of the family trust, the only financial account of the family trust since 2015. I say painstaking because our office was engaged to go through hundreds, if not thousands of pages of financial records and document every check, every debit, every credit, every loan. You will have that for your reference when you go out. And you will see an itemization of everything. You will see it categorized in different ways. So you have that at your disposal. That is the first accounting that's been provided to Melvin Orlansky or anyone, and it is there for you to use for your review. Within the account, you'll see it accounts for Abby Orlansky and Todd Orlansky receiving their distributions from the trust. Based on some of the questioning, there seemed to be an underlying allegation that maybe Herb had not paid Abby and Todd for their portion of the trust. I think their testimony was unequivocal. They were very clear that they received it. What was unclear is how they received it. And that is something that may not line up perfectly in the accounting, but the witness testimony has made it clear. They received their distributions. They're not making any further claims against the trust. In the accounting, you're going to note that Herb Orlansky has received $535,604.82 in net and distributions. We state the distributions from the trust account in that way because it is a brokerage account. If we simply gave you an opening number and that was half, that would not be a true representation of the value that has come out of the trust based on our position, because it is a stock account that goes up and down. It holds bonds as well. So what matters is the money that's coming out. And $535,604.82 has come out to Herb Orlansky thus far. And Melvin Orlansky is due $495,204.82 in trust distributions. In opening and through questions, you've heard a lot about how Herb admits he owes Melvin this amount of money. But it is more nuanced than that because this is money that comes from the trust and there are funds in the trust. So this is not simply a personal liability that Herb has, and it should not be taken as such as a simple admission that you have to provide Melvin with that amount. Under the terms of the trust agreement, he is certainly entitled to that amount, but you have to keep in mind that there are accounts, there are funds in the account, there is other property such as a diamond ring, and there is this question as to whether the trust is owed anything based on the trust's 10% ownership in the partnership. And as I mentioned, I expect you to hear argument that Herb was somehow the trustee prior to 2015. And again, we countered that position. It is our position that he did not become the trustee until Libby's passing in 2015. In 2011, the testimony from all the witnesses was Libby is competent and serving as trustee of the trust. As far as evidence to the contrary, you have not been provided with any medical records. You have the testimony of Melvin Orlansky, which mainly points to statements by Herb Orlansky. As far as documentation, what do you have? What has been presented to you that makes you believe that she was incompetent before that final period of time when she went downhill in 2015 and never recovered? In the exhibits, you also have P15 and Edward Jones' designation form. This document was presented to show that maybe Herb Orlansky was the trustee in 2011. But I would ask you to look at section C of that document, where he clearly identifies himself as a successor trustee. On the topic of Herb Orlansky as the power of attorney and as the person assisting Libby Orlansky with her finances, Libby was competent in living her life and following her pattern and practices. Again, where is the evidence of incompetency? Where are medical records? Where is testimony from somebody who's actually seen her more than 3 or 4 times a year over a 15-year time period? Libby's last year of her life were in assisted living, but she was close to her family. Family was helping her with medical appointments. They were helping her with groceries. They were helping her go to the pharmacy and get her medication. And her family was spending time with her in and out of her assisted living facility. You heard testimony from multiple witnesses that she was an integrated part of the Herb Orlansky nuclear family while she was a fixture at family dinners. She was a fixture when their week, going to check on her and everything. And Libby's pattern and practice. She's always been a providing, doting grandmother and mother. Meals, trips, and meals. There's testimony on both sides. Libby was paid for the education of Herb and Melvin. Libby helped pay for the education of her grandchildren, both Melvin's grandchildren and Herb's grandchildren. The idea that her assisting to pay for Herb's children's education is somehow an indication of impropriety is not correct. And this segment of the claims also comes to our standard. Melvin Orlansky is accusing Herb Orlansky of financially abusing his mother. He's saying he took her checkbook, he took her debit card, her credit card, and was writing checks, making charges against her will, and taking advantage of her. There's simply no evidence to support that, Melvin Orlansky. Nonetheless, he stated today in testimony that he verbally said that to his family members, he verbally reported that to his family members. That is slander, it's hurtful. It's going to result in Mr. Herb Orlansky having a harmed relationship with his family going forward. And regarding Orlansky Investments LP, the family partnership, which the trust holds 10% of, the Herb Orlansky personally owns 40% of. The partnership agreement provided the rights and responsibilities and clearly laid out duties and obligations of general partners like Melvin Orlansky. Exhibit J3, which is the partnership exhibit, provides the general partner shall take all actions which may be necessary or appropriate for the accomplishment of the partnership purposes, including the acquisition, development, maintenance, preservation, and operation of property in accordance with the provisions of this agreement and applicable laws and regulations. Melvin has not lived up to those duties and obligations. Those properties are falling in on themselves. especially the property that is of the most significance in it, the family home, the big house, the property on Market Street. Melvin Orlansky lived in that home from 1986 to 1993 prior to entering the partnership. Apparently, judging from the photographs, he just left the home and left what he didn't want behind. Hasn't been back in 26 years to pick it up. And because of that, there's been a property sitting there for 26 years that is effectively unmarketable. How do you lease something if it's got piles and piles of clothes, toys, different items of personal property jammed in each corner that do not make it appealing to anybody from a rental standpoint or a purchase standpoint? Section 5.6 provides that the general partner shall be under a fiduciary duty to conduct the affairs of the partnership in the best interest of the partnership and of the limited partners, including the safekeeping and use of all the property and the use thereof for the exclusive benefit of the partnership. The property at Market Street is not used, and is still not being used for the exclusive benefit of the partnership. It's being used for the exclusive benefit of Melvin Orlansky. He's the only one who has seen any value come out of that property since it came into the partnership. And there's no excuse for that. The Orlansky Investments LP Partnership Agreement also provides that the safekeeping and use of all the property use thereof for the exclusive benefit of the partnership. That's the duty of the general partner. If you examine Exhibit D1 of the partnership, Exhibit D1, the partnership appraisal, Melvin usurped 209 East Market Street for his exclusive benefit. He's had 25 plus years of personal use, 25 plus years of waste, 25 years of Herb Orlansky and the family of the trust not receiving that benefit. That is a very significant and lengthy period of time. You also have in exhibits, Exhibit J5, partnership appraisal. In that appraisal, it discusses how 209 East Market Street, monthly rent in the current condition per the appraisal would be $850. In improved condition, it would be $1,000 to $1,500 a month. That is not an insignificant amount by any means. When Melvin Orlansky said himself, when you have one or two vacant properties in a partnership, it kills you. And you can imagine why if you do the simple math. If that property is drawing in $1,000 a month rent, that's $12,000 to put not only towards the maintenance of that property, but the maintenance of the other properties. If the other property is being maintained using that money, the other properties have the opportunity to bring in income. That income will keep further maintenance done, and the properties can grow and thrive. It can be a positive snowball effect. Instead, you have the opposite. You have the general partner, the managing partner, who is supposed to be looking out for the well-being of the partnership, making a decision to just keep that house for himself, keep that house for his storage, and not to move anything out of it so that it can be marketed, so that it can be rented out even for a nominal amount. And over the course of time, that adds up significantly. If you go by the current amount of rent on a yearly basis, that's $10,200 a month. By the time you reach 5 years, $51,000 would have gone into the partnership. 10 years, $102,000. I won't go through the whole chart for you, but you can see no matter what value you place on it, the losses that the partnership suffers are significant. And that is not something that has set well with Herb Orlansky. It's not something that's set well with his mother. And it's not something that has allow the partnership to thrive. Instead, it seems the partnership is dying because of it. And just of note, this litigation started in 2020, right around the time the pandemic broke out, April of 2020. Since that time, Melvin Orlansky hasn't paid the partnership. He hasn't removed his items from the building. That's been over 2 years, approaching 2.5 years. So just in the time frame since this litigation started, nothing has been done to be productive with that property. If you go back years before that to the time that we tried to resolve this through a sit down through an informal mediation, that's 2019, and that adds another year to it. This simply is not working with Melvin Orlansky running the family partnership. And that's why we were compelled to bring these claims against him. In the opening, these claims were called a red herring, but they're anything but. This is a situation where Melvin Orlansky was very comfortable just taking this property that he had lived in rent-free previously and continuing. But that's not something he could do when he has a written agreement that provides he has a duty not only to Herbert Orlansky, but to Livia Orlansky's trust. And for that reason, we would ask you to assign a value to the damage that has been caused by Melvin Orlansky breaching his fiduciary duty to Herbert Orlansky and the trust. And as I mentioned in opening, this is not a proud day for the Orlansky family. This is property, this is money earned by Herb and Melvin's parents that was entrusted to both of them. And we've come down to a fight in court over it, with the family's dirty laundry being aired, with allegations being made against each side. This is a disappointing end to their relationship. But we ask you today to make a decision that will allow us to move on from it, so that there is hope in the next generation that has been supported by these funds. Alex, Abby, Todd, Allison, and Frank and Livia Orlansky provided for their education. They knew that if they paid it forward in that manner, their legacy would be protected. And it has been. You've heard testimony from Todd and Abby. Very, very successful moving forward. And I imagine Alex and Leslie was the same way. In closing, we have competing claims in this case. And those competing claims are very costly against each other. Breach of fiduciary duty, attorney's fees, and punitive damages. It is our position that these claims largely cancel each other out. Both brothers have been doing wrong to each other. Herbert Orlansky did not provide this accounting for you to look over with the idea that he was going to deny that he owed Melvin anything, or that the trust did not owe Melvin anything. He has provided very clearly what Melvin is owed in distributions from the trust. What we do not know, and what we hope you will answer for us, is what Melvin owes her from the partnership. And we think a reasonable amount in that regard would be the more modest rental income number on that. But to factor in interest and other costs of it, Mr. Orlansky mentioned in his testimony that he believes his damages are $330,000. But that is the cost that has effectively been borne by him due to Melvin Orlansky's actions and inactions with the partnership. And in regards to the punitive damages deal with situations where someone shows a wanton disregard and the jury is asked to assess whether somebody should be punished for their conduct. The judge will give you a detailed charge in that regard. But as with any damages, you do have the option to decide whether you want to award it. This is not something where you have to award something for any of our clients. You cannot award any of us anything for our claims. And with that in mind, we would ask you to search for a resolution that allows this family to resolve this dispute and move ahead in a situation that may preserve the next generation. And again, thank you for being patient with us on this and serving for all this time these past few days.
Thank you, Mr. Woodrum. When you get a chance, if you'd unshare. Perfect. Thank you so much. Mr. Deutsch, when you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I also thank you once again for being here today, the last several days. This is a family dispute. Mr. Woodrum is entirely correct. But to equate the actions of his client and my client are an insult to my client. You can look at the evidence presented and you'll get all this evidence sent back. The judge is going to read you what the law is. You can see the actions that Melvin took as partnership. I'm gonna go into those allegations first. What did Melvin do? Well, one, he's a general partner. Mr. Woodrum just showed you what the duties of the general partners are. You know who else is the general partner? His brother. His brother always knew about this partnership, obviously. He was very interested in it. Now I submit to you that his brother is angry because his brother Mel is the managing partner. I don't think it's a real stretch to see Mr. Woodrum, who's pretty indifferent. Mr. Orlansky, who's pretty indifferent to his actions, frankly. The one time he ever got animated during his testimony was about this partnership. You know what? He's been angry about this partnership for the last 35 years. What did he do? I'm going to take it out on my brother because while I'm serving as trustee. I think you can see exactly that. The actions of Mr. Orlansky, Herb Orlansky, being cooperative, including his brother in the trust documents, including his brother in the finance, the trust of his mother. Did he do any of that? Oh, no. He didn't do any of it. He had to get ordered by the court to provide an account before we ever found out after 7 years after her death what was going on with this trust. The partnership, what did Melvin do? Melvin hired an accountant. It's a novel approach. He had an accountant keep the books of the partnership for him. He had the accountant send his brother a copy of the returns for the partnership every year. He included his brother in every sale of the property. Could Melvin have sold some of these properties as a general partner? Maybe. Is the better thing to do to include everybody to make sure everybody's on the same page before we sell property? Absolutely. That's what Melvin did. You heard the accountant testify. Melvin is very meticulous about what he does. Do you think Melvin wants to lose money on the partnership? Do you think Melvin wants to keep his personal property in the house just because despite his brother? No. The reason the house wasn't rented, I said the house, I mean the resident, doesn't get right here. It's because his brother told me they want to rent it. This is an impoverished area of a pretty poor town. It's very hard to sell property. It's very hard to rent properties. You've heard testimony from Mel. You've heard testimony from the accountant. These things don't just fly off like they do here in Atlanta. This is a very difficult thing to do. This also was their family house. And I submit to you, both of them felt pretty strongly about who's going to live. Melvin didn't do anything. He rented that. He worked very hard to rent all of these other properties. You think he didn't rent the residents just despite his brother? No, he's trying to make as much money as he possibly can. He's going out and finding people to buy properties. Is his brother the other 50% general partner? What's he doing? He's not doing anything. He's sitting back and he's complaining about what his brother's doing, but not doing anything about it. Did he ever complain to the accountant? No. Did he ever complain to Mel about what's going on? No, he didn't. It wasn't until he got caught red-handed as trustee that he brings these counterclaims for this partnership because he's trying to reduce the liability that he has to Melvin based on these what I submit to you are completely bogus claims for slander and for breach of fiduciary duty of the partnership. Let's talk about slander first. The judge is going to give you instruction of what constitutes slander. Now listen closely. I think you all listen more closely than I did because your questions were better than mine. But the only thing I ever heard Mel say to anybody about his brother was he was writing checks in my mom's account. Is that a crime? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But was he in fact writing checks on his mom's account? Yes. Look at the exhibits. There's hundreds of them. He was writing checks on his mom's trust account. It was absolutely true. And what you've heard before, truth is a defense to slander. There's no slander here because what Melvin apparently told to his close family members, and there's no evidence that this has even gotten back to her. Did her testify about anything that was said about it? Did her testify about how he was damaged because of this supposed slander? No, we don't even know what statements got to him or who told him. We just have this general accusations that her was writing checks on mom's account. Well, that's true. There's no slander. There's no damages. On the partnership, they're asking you to assess damages on the one, and I want you to be careful about how you assess damages in this case. We're going to be very meticulous about what damages we're asking for. I want you to be very meticulous about what damages you would award to her, if any. And again, I would submit it should be zero for this alleged breach of fiduciary duty around the partnership. Oh yeah, there's the appraisal that Melvin obtained with his own money. Says you can get $850 for this, the rental of this house. So what we want you to do is multiply that by 12 times 20 or whatever the number is. Does that make any sense? Is that property, the rental value of that property in 1993, $850? No. There's no evidence before you put a number on the claim that Melvin has brought, that Herb has brought, I apologize. Submit you the number should be zero. Number 4, attorney's fees should be zero. Number for punitive damages should be zero. Number on the slander claim should be zero. But let's turn to Melvin's claim. Mr. Woodrum showed you exhibit P15. Showed you one portion of it. I would like to show you another portion. And there's a question here as to when Herb took over as trustee of the trust. And the judge can instruct you that by taking possession of the assets of the trust, that's one way legally you can take over as trustee of the trust. What happened here? Signature of all current trustees. Herb Orlansky. Signed his name, printed his name, dated it. 1/22/11. Herb Orlansky took over as trustee of the trust on 1/22/11. He had possession of the Edward Jones account solely. That was the one asset of the trust other than this 10% partnership. That was it. Took control of it. Who is the trustee? We have more evidence? Oh, absolutely. Look at P1, and you'll have it with you. That's the checks on the Wells Fargo account. That's a trust account. Look at the checks. It says trust. It's the trust checks. Who's writing checks during all that you'll see? Herb. He's writing all these checks for himself. Hundreds of them. Who did you don't look at them? Herb was the trustee of this trust back in February 22nd, 2011. So we're going to ask you for damages for what Herb had done as trustee of this trust since January of 2011, 4 years before his mother died. You'll see those statements. You'll see a summary of it. Apologize, I'm a lot older than Mr. Woodrum. I'm going to this here. Attorney's fees. We're going to ask for attorney's fees as well. $52,000 before trial. There's another additional attorney's fee of $22,000. We start with the defendant admits he owes Melvin Orlansky that you saw this earlier. the $495,204.82. That was according to the accounting that was submitted, the joint exhibit that was submitted to, that was submitted as evidence. And you're going to see it. And I would ask you to look at that closely because that's important. But at the end of the day, Mr. Orlansky, Herb Orlansky admits that he owes $495,204.82. It's an important point to know that there is what, $240,000 remaining in that trust account. Herb is responsible not just for paying the $240,000. Herb, we filed this lawsuit against him, not just as trustee, but individually. The breach of fiduciary duty claims is against him individually. And our claim is to make Melvin whole for what happened to this trust. So to the extent that there's not assets there in the trust, we want to hold Herb responsible for the remainder that's owed to Mr. Q Melvin. Again, that's $495,204 admitted by the defendant. And then we've got another $161,226. Right here for you. Another $161,226 of the checks that were written to Herb Orlansky or Herb Orlansky's children over those 3 years. And those are the only 3 years that we have statements for. But over those 3 years, all of those funds should be going back into the trust. Herb owes those funds to make Melvin whole. So we're asking for another $161,226. In addition, the $495,204.82 that Herb has already admitted that he owes due to his breach of fiduciary duties. I submit to you, again, the judge is going to give you instructions on this. What's a breach of fiduciary duty? Breach of fiduciary duty is doing just that, breaching your duties to a beneficiary of trust. And here we have it. Look at the trust if you want. Mr. Orlansky, Herb Orlansky, was not authorized to write himself $161,000 worth of checks on his trust. It's not in there. What? We're asking for damages of $161,226. We're also asking for the attorney's fees, which I stated earlier, are currently $78,547.55. We are also asking for punitive damages. Punitive damages are damages that are assessed by a jury. The judge doesn't give you instruction for punishing the actions of a party. It may sound like we're piling on asking for punitive damage here, but the judge, I think I'm going to read what the judge is going to read you as the instructions as to when you can award punitive damages. In some cases, there may be aggravating circumstances that warrant the awarding of punitive damages. Before you may award punitive damages, the plaintiff must prove that the defendant's actions showed, this is the important language, willful misconduct, malice, fraud, or the entire want of care that would raise the presumption of conscious indifference to consequences. That's a lot of legal jargon. But I would submit to you, you've seen Herb testify. You've seen the way he's treated these funds. You've seen that he's treated these funds as a piggy bank for himself. Even his wife didn't even know he was taking this money from the trust to pay for his children's and his family's lifetime. She didn't even know. If there's ever been a presumption of conscious indifference to consequences, I'll point you to today for Orlansky. And I would ask that you award punitive damages to Melvin Orlansky for having to bring this lawsuit against his brother for something that he should have done 7 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deutsch. So ladies and gentlemen, can you be able to see all the jurors? Okay. You've now heard the closing arguments. All that remains is for me to charge you. And you may say, Judge, look, there's 11 more minutes. Let's do it today. One, it might be 12 minutes that it takes to charge you. But two, I haven't finished that document based on the discussions we had during your late afternoon break. So I have a little crafting to do with that. We will start tomorrow morning. What time? 9 a.m. And who's going to be here a little before 9? That's right, everyone. You'll come out here, assuming everyone is good and ready to go. We won't be waiting on witnesses to get here or anything like that. I'll have the jury charge. I will charge you, and then you will be able to begin your deliberations. In the jury room, you will have all of the paper evidence that was admitted, your notes, and each other, and you'll be able, on a verdict form, a few other things, and you'll be able to get started. But we're not done yet, which means 3 things. 1, don't talk to folks about the case yet. No outside research, and come back tomorrow. Anyone have any logistical questions? Yes, sir. You decide that because you are here until you reach a verdict, or you conclude you cannot reach a verdict. So a verdict is an agreement of all the jurors. It's unanimous. Every once in a while, we have trials where, you know what, it's 6-6 or whatever the math is. But after discussing for a while, not just 10 minutes, but for a while, you conclude, you know what, we can't decide this one. Some of us think the money should go this way. Some of us think it should go that way. And some of us think, they cancel each other out. And you don't reach an agreement. The goal is to try to reach an agreement if you're comfortable that the evidence supports that. So you might be here for a half hour because that's what it takes to reach that agreement. After you've looked at some of the evidence, you might be here for a few hours. You won't be here for days and days. Eventually, I call it and say, hey, appreciate you trying hard, but the trial was only 2 days long. If you can't reach a verdict after X hours, then we're going to need to try something else. So there's not a clock that's running like Master Chef, and that at 1 hour, bzz, it goes like, all right, what did you decide? And we go down one by one. It is an organic process that you all determine as you work through it. That was a lot of words. Did it answer your question? Okay. Answer is, I don't know how long it'll take. You decide that.
There's 14 of us. Will 2 people be alternates or?
I don't know. I need all 14 people to show up tomorrow, and then, okay, good. If you get it, then you'll find that out tomorrow. Something will happen. I need all 14 people here by, I need to hear him say it and no one else. And work won't interfere, traffic won't interfere. 9 o'clock tomorrow, please. Let me make sure I'll be here at 9 tomorrow. I will. Excellent. So 9 o'clock tomorrow, I'll give you that charge and then you'll be off and running. Those are all good questions, except the one about alternates. Any other questions? No? All right. Seeing none, please leave your notepads here. We'll see you at 9 in the morning. You can finish chewing.
I guess just like with everything else, since I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks. I'm just doing stuff here.
Yep. Yeah, our first non-Orlansky business is Wednesday morning. I have criminal stuff all day. So although I think my court reporter will be virtual, so you don't need to worry. You should leave your stuff here. All right, Mr. Deutsch, anything before we break for the day?
Do you want to take a look at the verdict form, Your Honor, or do you want?
What I'll do is work on one tonight and then share it with you tomorrow morning. So why don't you guys, at least the lawyers, be here by 8:45, and I'll come out and we can look at the verdict form. I'll get you a final version of the jury charge that will reflect the changes that were made today. And we can work through what's that verdict form going to look like. Oh, I do need to get this on the record. If we can go back on the record. We good? Okay. I did a little research during the closings. And if both sides are willing to waive the bifurcation requirement, which is statutory under the punitive damages statute, we can proceed in the way that we've discussed, because all we would do if we don't bifurcate is if the jurors check the punitives box for either party. We bring them back in and I would give them 2 more jury charges and then they would go back out. I'm comfortable not bifurcating, but I need a waiver on the record from Melvin Orlansky's counsel.
We have a Melvin waive.
Okay, and Herbert Orlansky's counsel.
We waive, Your Honor.
Okay, then we will not bifurcate. And the jurors will get all of the punitive damage charges when I charge them tomorrow morning, and they'll deliberate just that one time. All right, so we can go off the record. I will get you that verdict form. The other thing I'd ask you to do, and we could maybe start this afternoon, is gather all the exhibits, make sure they're in order. If there's anything that one side thinks should go out with the jury and the other doesn't, start to have that dialogue. I'll resolve the dispute if there is one. It sounds like we've already fixed the issue of whether it was Deutsch or Pierman, there were notes on some things and that's been cleaned up, but that doesn't mean everything was going to go out. So let's work through that. It would be great if when I'm done charging the jurors, I can put the jury charge and they'll get a hard copy of the jury charge, the verdict form on top of the exhibits, and they can start deliberating. So if you would just take a quick look at things today and try to get that in order, that would be super. Anything else, Mr. Deutsch?
Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Woodrum?
Your Honor, just so I can kind of think about this overnight with how it fits into the verdict form, we have an outstanding claim for declaratory judgment that is still out there, that is your claim. And I think the accounting claim of theirs actually still has elements of it that are not necessarily clearly resolved by the jury's verdict.
I think that's right. And Ms. Niles had flagged what's happening with the deck action. I don't think that's before the jury. And so hopefully we'll get a verdict. The verdict's going to say whatever it says. I don't know that that's final judgment for the case. We'll get that verdict that might inform plaintiff's desire to continue to pursue whatever aspects of accounting haven't been dealt with. Because I know I ordered the accounting and it occurred. It's in fact in the record in this trial, but there may be a few loose threads that we need to tie up. Certainly the declaratory judgment is not part of what this jury's been working through. So why don't we see what the verdict is, and then I'll make a note to ask you guys your thoughts. Not that I'd expect you to argue the declaratory judgment tomorrow after the verdict, just what the next steps would be for this litigation after you see what the verdict is. Does that work for you, Mr. Woodrum?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that wasn't slipping by till too late or anything.
No, I mean, no one's waived anything, and you were right to bring it up. Mr. Deutsch, you good with that?
I am.
Okay. What specifically is remaining with the accounting?
I don't have any issues with the accounting.
I mean, you may not like the accounting, but you got one.
We got it.
Okay. What were you thinking of?
Well, if they're closing the door on the account, I didn't know if they were asking, I believe some of the equitable remedies that are involved with the accounting are that truing up, and that could in some ways be duplicative to damages.
Truing up as in if the accounting showed that Melvin Orlansky was owed $495,000, then part of the accounting is, and then get him that money.
Correct.
Okay, well, we'll leave it open for now. I mean, I think the primary mechanism is the jury verdict. And they have now heard from your client, yep, that amount is owed to Melvin Orlansky. So we'll see what they do with the verdict. All right, but I'm writing down here declaratory judgment so we don't forget it. Thank you all. All right. Let me see what I got. They've scattered for. You're gonna be late tomorrow? What do you have? Everything all right? Just regular cleaning them up? Someone will be here? All right. Good. Well, we'll see you when we see you. Hope you don't come in with like some big swollen cheek.
Brian, is there a secret to getting the door here before 8:30, or they just? There is, I don't know.
No, I read somewhere that this guy's gun malfunctioned in a Walmart or something. He shot himself and 2 other people, but
not hours, they caught her at the airport trying to get on. She got away, got in the cab.
Wait, she was at the airport.
She shot three people midtown area.
Oh, and then got away from that and they caught her at the airport. What was her deal? Wow.
You're correct.
Shot and killed?
Nah, he didn't say kill.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yikes.
Both of these, nobody.
That means she cruised right by here. I mean, because she would have been on the interstate.
Yeah, same clothes, tires, different.
My office was locked down for several hours, midtown.
You guys are in Midtown? Scary.
Yeah.
Huh. Nope. Sadly, those stories is like, next. I mean, these days, it's another one. What I thought was interesting was this weekend, some folks managed to shut down part of the connector in the middle of the night and do donuts and whatever they do with the lane drags. Like how does that last for, it would seem like it could last for like 30 seconds before highway patrol would be all over it. Yeah, it must be short, because that's,
So the state doesn't work over here.
no. But I mean, Georgia State's there, Georgia Tech is there, and APD at least is rolling around somewhere, but it just, those guys, they have some serious cojones.